The world of Discworld operates exactly as it should, flat, balanced on four colossal elephants, which in turn stand atop the shell of a cosmic turtle. Compared to the absurdity of a spherical planet, a fragile crust floating over a sea of molten rock, it's downright sensible. Imagine a world cobbled together from the debris of dead stars, where life clings on despite being constantly erased by ice ages, floods, or rogue asteroids screaming through space at 20,000 miles per hour. Absurd, right? Yet that's exactly the kind of chaotic mess the wizards of Unseen University accidentally conjured into existence, thanks to the deans meddling with the fabric of reality. Because why not? Roundworld was born, a universe so bafflingly unstable it makes you wonder if some bearded cosmic tinkerer was involved. Infinite on the inside but small enough to fit in a glass display case at OO, this universe is a constant headache. The real problem: it lacks narrativium, the magical glue that gives everything meaning. Without it, iron doesn't just know it's iron. It might start questioning its life choices, maybe even consider becoming cheese. Yet, against all odds, Roundworld stubbornly tries to make sense of itself. Gravity pulls things together, atoms bond, and somehow, life clawed its way into existence without divine intervention. Humans, bless their confused little hearts, still believe in gods, destiny, and those absurdly improbable odds that somehow keep happening. They crave stories in a universe that never got the memo. Feeling responsible, the wizards have nudged things along, convincing fish to try land, watching crab civilizations rise and fall, and despairing as comets kept resetting the evolutionary clock. Then they found the monkeys. Oh, the monkeys. Obsessed with two things: learning and, well, other activities. The wizards stepped in again, teaching them fire safety. No, it's not for romantic evenings, and subtly hinting they should maybe leave before the next cosmic disaster. Because let's face it, Roundworld's track record isn't great. The wizards of Unseen University had placed their trust in Hex, the university's impossibly advanced magical supercomputer. To Hex, Roundworld was just a minor subroutine of Discworld, something it could manipulate with godlike precision, though with far more patience than any deity. The faculty, smug in their robes, believed they'd cracked the code. The monkeys, humans, that is, had stumbled upon something called science, a crude form of technomancy that might just save them from freezing to death. But let's be honest, when have wizards ever gotten anything right on the first try? Oh, sure, the best-laid plans might fail occasionally. But the wizards' plans, those were less best-laid and more hastily scribbled on a napkin after too much coffee. They barged in, shouted, waved their hands, and hoped for the best by lunchtime. Predictably, chaos followed. Roundworld had its own kind of narrativium, not the rigid, unchanging kind that told a fish it would always be a fish. No, here, a fish might just wake up one day and think, maybe I'll grow legs. Evolution had a way of shaking things up. Meanwhile, back at OO, the faculty was obsessed with their very big thing, because nothing says prestige like outdoing the competition. Braceneck College had a QBT, a quite big thing, but Ponder Stibbons, head of inadvisably applied magic, scoffed at their feeble efforts. After all, when you're the greatest magical university in the world, you don't settle for quite anything. And in a rain-soaked study, Charles Darwin watched worms churn the earth, lost in thought, until a swarm of jewel-bright beetles filled the room, their wings humming like whispers. One landed on his head. Another bounced off the window. Then, as if summoned by some unseen force, they began to form a shape in the air. Because when magic and science collide, nothing ever goes as planned. The senior wizards exchanged knowing glances. Given all the issues they've faced, it's likely just a basic thing at best, Ponder Stibbons remarked with a smirk. The others nodded in agreement, their expressions smug. Ours is definitely more impressive, isn't it? The senior wrangler chimed in, stroking his beard. Absolutely, Stibbons confirmed. From what I gathered talking to the folks at Braceneck, our model can handle dimensions twice as large and reach distances 3 times farther. The lecturer in recent runes frowned. Please tell me you didn't share that with them. The last thing we need is them scrambling to build an even bigger thing. Ponder suppressed a sigh. A what, sir? His tone carried just enough politeness to mask the unspoken "I know exactly where this is going and you don't." Runes hesitated. An even bigger thing. He sounded less confident now, like a man realizing he'd wandered into a debate about quantum mechanics armed only with a rubber chicken. Ponder took pity on him. No, sir. The proper term would be a great big thing. Some theorize that if we ever built one, we'd finally understand the mind of the universe itself. A heavy silence fell over the room. The only sound was a lone fly buzzing against the stained glass window, depicting Arch-Chancellor Sloman's legendary discovery, before slipping out through a tiny, centuries-old hole. The hole had started as an accident, then became tradition, much like most things at Unseen University. Fly, incidentally, was unnaturally intelligent thanks to the ambient magic, unlike the wizards who were already smart enough to avoid existential crises over tea. Ridcully cleared his throat. Let's not do that, shall we? Seems a bit rude. Agreed, the chair of indefinite studies murmured. How big would a great big thing be exactly? The senior wrangler asked. Ponder didn't blink. The size of the universe, sir, every particle, every speck of dust, all modeled inside it. Ah, so. Not something you just tuck into a spare closet. Not unless you've got a very large closet, sir. Ridcully clapped his hands. Right, fascinating stuff, Mr. Stibbins. Now, unless there's any other business, a hesitant voice cut in. Ridcully's glare could have melted stone. Yes, Professor Rincewind. Rincewind shifted uncomfortably. The world's gone wrong, Arch-Chancellor. As one, the wizards turned to peer through the stained glass, half expecting to see reality itself unraveling. Instead, they just saw the usual chaos, which honestly wasn't all that unusual. Don't be ridiculous, Ridcully scoffed, squinting at the bright sunlight. Look outside, perfect weather. Rincewind shook his head. Not here, sir, the other place. The what now? The Arch-Chancellor's face darkened as realization hit. You don't mean? Yep, Rincewind sighed. That one, it's messed up. Again. Every institution has those thankless jobs nobody wants, the kind people pretend aren't necessary. Rincewind had 19 of them, including the ever-thrilling role of health and safety officer. But his real headache was being the egregious professor of cruel and unusual geography, which meant babysitting the globe. These days, it sat on his desk in the dim, musty cellar corridor where he worked. If you could call waiting around for someone to dump bizarre geography problems on him actual work. Ridcully and the faculty stormed down the damp stone hallway. First things first, the Arch-Chancellor barked. Why are you holed up in this dungeon? What's wrong with your actual office? Too hot, Rincewind muttered. You used to whine it was freezing. Winter, sir, ice forms on the walls. We give you cold, don't we? Too much, actually. 1 bucket per post per day tradition, you know. The porters won't adjust it. They'll either dump a full load or nothing at all. So to survive winter, I have to keep the fire roaring all summer. Now it's an oven in there, don't open that door. Too late. Ridcully yanked it open, then immediately slammed it shut, mopping his brow. Cozy, he grumbled, blinking away sweat. He turned to the small globe on the desk, a foot wide on the outside, infinite within. Wizards had no trouble with contradictions like that. Right now it displayed a tiny, frozen world. Ponder Stibbins adjusted the omniscope and frowned. Just wreckage near the equator. They never built the skyhook to escape. We must have missed something. No, we fixed it, Ridcully insisted. They evacuated before the freeze. Ponder hesitated, mentally testing explanations. Yes, Arch-Chancellor, and also, no. Can you explain that without making my brain hurt? Ponder exhaled. We altered history so they'd escape in time, but something reversed it. Again, last time it was elves. Doubt they'd try a repeat, Ponder said. But we saw them leave, the lecturer in recent runes protested. Detail. Rincewan's office now has a half-melted candle stuck to a shelf, dripping wax onto a stack of ignored paperwork. Because even in a magical university, bureaucracy finds a way. Tone shift, from exasperated to darkly amused, because when your job is fixing reality's glitches, you either laugh or lose your mind. His gaze shifted between them, hesitating before adding, "Right," the dean sighed. "We thought we had it figured out." Ponder adjusted his glasses, choosing his words carefully. "In a sense, yes, but Roundworld's reality is flexible. Even if we witness a future event, the past can shift, so for those living there, it never happened. Imagine tearing out the last page of a novel and replacing it. You still remember the old ending, but for the characters, everything's changed. Or maybe it hasn't. Reality's funny like that." Ridcully clapped him on the shoulder, grinning. "Impressive, Stibbons. Not a single mention of quantum nonsense." Ponder rubbed his temples. "I'm afraid it's still lurking in the background, though." Meanwhile, in the dense jungles of Hounderland, the intuitive tribe had priorities straight out of a corporate safety manual. They appointed a health and safety officer before bothering with a witch doctor, let alone mastering fire or sharpening sticks. Their hunting strategy: patiently waiting for animals to keel over naturally. Dinner was served raw, no liability waivers required. Elsewhere in the heart of America's Bible Belt, a radio host was deep in a heated debate about evolution, or as some call it, evolution. The caller, Jerry, was adamant. If Darwin was so brilliant, why no Nobel Prize? Here's the thing: Darwin passed away in 1882. The Nobels didn't start until 1901. Now, sure, mixing up dates is human, but missing the glaring fact that dead scientists aren't eligible, that's next-level obliviousness. The irony. The very scientists who do win Nobels overwhelmingly revere Darwin. So if the committee skipped him, it wasn't a snub. It was because, well, corpses don't attend award ceremonies. Yet in certain corners of the South, evolution remains the ultimate heresy. Meanwhile, across the pond, even the Pope shrugs. If God wanted to craft life through natural selection, who are we to argue? Some battles, it seems, are fought long after the war's already over. The Bible Belt crowd, with their straightforward fundamentalist views, spot a real threat. And they're not wrong. Trying to blend evolution with belief in God often comes off as a weak middle ground, a way to dodge the real issue. Here's why. Evolution completely undermines what might otherwise be the strongest case for God's existence: the argument from design. Take a look around. The universe is mind-blowing in its scale and jaw-dropping in its precision. Everything fits together like pieces of a cosmic puzzle. Think about an ant, an anteater, and a snapdragon flower. Each one seems tailor-made for its role. Ants, perfect bite-sized snacks for anteaters. Anteaters, built with long, sticky tongues to raid ant colonies. Snapdragons, their shape practically rolls out the welcome mat for bees. It all screams design, like some master craftsman planned it all out. And where there's design, people assume there must be a designer, capital D included. But then along comes Darwin's big idea, natural selection, or as we call it now, evolution. It throws a wrench into the whole divine blueprint theory. Instead of needing a cosmic architect, nature stumbles its way forward through trial and error. Scientists are still fine-tuning the details, but one thing's clear: evolution doesn't leave much room for a hands-on creator. Now, the Bible Belt crowd might not grasp the finer points of evolutionary biology. They often reduce it to random luck and call it a day. But what they do get, better than most, is that evolution isn't just a scientific theory. It's a direct challenge to the psychology of faith. Not because it disproves God outright. You can always say he set the whole process in motion, but because it pushes him into the background. If God's just chilling behind DNA and thermodynamics instead of micromanaging every sunrise and sparrow, Why bother with daily prayers or fire and brimstone sermons? Suddenly, those pulpit pounders might find themselves out of a job, which is probably why you'll still hear folks arguing about Darwin's missing Nobel Prize on some radio show in Middle America. Oh, and speaking of bees, ever notice how they've got their own version of rush hour traffic around flowers? Nature's got jokes. Darwin's journey mirrors this messy intellectual evolution, starting as a theology student and ending as a deeply questioning agnostic, wrestling with doubt. Science, whether observed from the outside or lived from within, is anything but neat. It's chaotic, unpredictable, and often frustrating. But that's the point. If research were straightforward, it wouldn't be discovery. Some might see this disorder as a flaw, but it's actually science's greatest strength. The chaos is productive, leading to deeper understanding and, ironically, more confidence in the answers we uncover. Philosopher Susan Haack captures this brilliantly in Defending Science, reason by comparing scientific inquiry to solving a crossword puzzle. Think about it. You don't tackle the clues in order, filling in answers one by one like some rigid algorithm. No, you jump around, grabbing the easiest ones first. Some love anagrams, others dread them, testing tentative answers against intersecting words, erasing mistakes, refining guesses. It's messy, sure, but the end result, a perfectly coherent grid. The same goes for science. Breakthroughs don't arrive in neat packages, they come in fragments, often contradicting earlier ideas. Theories once held as gospel get tossed when they clash with new evidence. Take the old star formation model. It worked beautifully, except for the tiny hiccup that it made stars older than the universe itself. Oops. And here's the kicker. Critics love pointing at this chaos as proof that science is unreliable. But that's like saying a sculptor is incompetent because you caught them mid-chisel, surrounded by marble dust. The mess is the process. Every correction, every backtracking step tightens the final answer. Nothing's ever set in stone. Science thrives on revision. So next time someone scoffs at the confusion of research, remind them, the best puzzles aren't solved by following the numbers. They're solved by thinking sideways. Scientists get a bad rap for constantly shifting their views. Some people act like it's a flaw when they change their minds. But that's actually science's superpower. A smart thinker stays open to new evidence, ready to pivot when the facts demand it. Unlike rigid belief systems, science thrives on doubt, not dogma. Sure, individual researchers sometimes cling to outdated ideas. They're only human. Whole fields can get stuck in dead-end theories, doubling down even when the data screams otherwise. But here's the kicker. Science eventually corrects itself, usually because other scientists call out the nonsense. The humanities evolve too, but science takes self-correction to another level, rigorous, methodical, relentless. It doesn't just theorize, it tests, repeatedly. Meanwhile, good luck finding a holy book that gets rewritten because of new archaeological evidence. When your beliefs are handed down as divine truth, admitting mistakes gets awkward. Props to the Catholic Church, though, for finally conceding Galileo was right and, centuries later, that evolution isn't just a theory in the colloquial sense. Science is real magic. It wants to be wrong. It digs into the Grand Canyon's layers, clocks the Earth's age in millions of years, then revises everything when radioactivity reveals better methods. Continental drift upends geology. Great, now we've got fresh ways to date rocks. Compare that to pseudoscience or cults where curiosity is often treated like heresy. Imagine if scientists took ancient astronaut theories seriously. They wouldn't just nod at Erich von Däniken's wild claims. They'd demand answers. Where's the alien tech? How'd they cross light years? Science chases questions, dogma silences them. The difference isn't subtle, it's a chasm. Ever notice how some theories about ancient mysteries follow the same lazy pattern? Von Däniken's fans shrug and say, aliens did it, As if that explains everything, no need to dig deeper. It's the same with creationism and its trendier cousin, intelligent design. Once you slap a label like divine intervention or alien architects on something, the thinking stops. No curiosity, no skepticism, just blind acceptance. Don't ask for proof that might challenge the theory, just cherry-pick whatever fits the narrative. Of course, critics argue that science does the same thing, shutting down questions it doesn't like. And sure, scientists push back when pseudoscience tries to sneak into classrooms under the guise of alternative theories. But here's the thing. Science class is for science. You wouldn't expect a Sunday sermon to include a lecture on quantum physics. So why should biology lessons include creationist myths? The so-called evidence for these fringe ideas crumbles under even basic scrutiny. Take intelligent design. Its arguments collapse faster than a house of cards in a hurricane, as books like Why Intelligent Design Fails and Debating Design have thoroughly dismantled. And let's not forget the laughable claim that the Grand Canyon was carved by Noah's flood, a theory so flimsy, even a middle schooler could debunk it. Free speech means these ideas can exist, but it doesn't mean they deserve a seat at the scientific table. If you want your beliefs taught in science class, bring actual evidence, not just faith dressed up as fact. But here's the catch. Belief systems that discourage questioning can never produce real proof. Science, on the other hand, thrives on doubt. It's a slow, relentless process, not a lightning bolt of revelation, but a steady rain of discovery, drop by drop, building a deeper understanding of our world and beyond. New detail added. The comparison of pseudoscience to a house of cards in a hurricane emphasizes how fragile these arguments are under scrutiny. Tone shift. The passage starts skeptical, then shifts to a more defiant, almost amused dismissal of weak arguments. Understanding is like water in a lake. It can evaporate just as quickly as it forms. What we believe we grasp today might crumble into nonsense tomorrow, just as yesterday's certainties now seem laughable. We say understanding instead of knowledge because science isn't just a pile of unshakable facts. It's both more and less than that. It's more because it weaves together principles that make sense of what we call facts. Take the planets. Their strange dances across the sky suddenly make perfect sense once you realize gravity pulls the strings, following precise mathematical rules. But it's also less because today's rock-solid truth could be tomorrow's embarrassing blunder. Take the Discworld, where common sense rules. Of course, a tiny sun orbits the grand, important world of people. And hey, we used to think the same thing. For centuries, it was obvious the sun circled Earth. Science's big ideas are theories, not wild guesses but battle-tested frameworks that tie together countless facts. Scientists don't just nod and accept them, they try to smash them apart. If a theory survives that beating, it earns respect for now. Newton's gravity, flawless for planets and asteroids, but toss it near a black hole, and Einstein's relativity takes over. Give it a few decades and something even stranger will probably dethrone that. Right now, physics is sweating at the edges. Dark matter, dark energy. They sound like placeholder names for things we don't understand, like cosmic duct tape holding a crumbling model together. When galaxies refuse to follow the rules and the only evidence is a shrug and a whiteboard equation, you can almost hear the creaks of a coming revolution. Most science inches forward, but sometimes a storm hits. Newton didn't just ripple the lake, he flooded the valley. And Darwin, he did the same for biology, just without the fancy math. Evolution wasn't about numbers. It was about life's messy, brilliant chaos. Darwin's groundbreaking concept wasn't wrapped in complex math but in plain, powerful language. Yet its impact rivals Newton's laws, maybe even surpasses them. Evolution isn't just some dusty old idea. It's a living, breathing force that shapes our understanding of life itself. Calling it just a theory misses the point entirely, like saying gravity is just a suggestion. In science, a theory isn't some half-baked guess. It's the gold standard backed by mountains of evidence. Sure, early on, evolution was a hypothesis, but after centuries of testing, it's now as solid as the ground beneath our feet. Critics love to scoff, but here's the thing. Evolution isn't up for debate like whether pineapple belongs on pizza. Fossils, DNA, observable changes in species, it's all there. You don't need to watch a dinosaur turn into a chicken to see the truth, though that would make a killer YouTube time-lapse. The real scientific debate isn't if evolution happens, but how the fine-tuning the mechanisms. And that's the beauty of science. It adapts just like the creatures it studies. Unlike rigid dogma, scientific theories evolve with new evidence. Some scientists dig in their heels. Hey, nobody's perfect. But enough of them embrace change to keep progress rolling. So next time someone mutters only a theory, hit him with this. Yeah, like gravity. Good luck arguing with that while skydiving. Even now, there's still a stubborn group, not the majority, but a vocal minority, who refuse to accept evolution as fact. Surprisingly, many of them are American, thanks to a mix of historical quirks and tax policies that turned this scientific debate into a full-blown culture war. In the U.S., the fight over Darwin's ideas isn't just about facts. It's about money, power, and shaping what kids learn in school. Sure, it's dressed up as a clash between faith and science, but let's be real. It's politics in disguise. Back in the 1920s, 4 states, Arkansas, Mississippi, Oklahoma, and Tennessee, actually banned teaching evolution in public schools. That law stuck around until 1968, when the Supreme Court finally shut it down. But did that stop the so-called creation science crowd? Nope. They've spent decades trying to sneak their beliefs back into classrooms, despite the fact that their arguments crumble under basic scrutiny. Look, believing God created the earth. Fine, no one can disprove that. But insisting the world is only 6,000 years old? Come on. We've got rocks older than that in our backyards. Here's the kicker. Half of Americans reportedly think the planet is under 10,000 years old. If that's true, it's a pretty rough report card for the world's priciest education system. Meanwhile, Europe settled this debate ages ago. Even the Vatican eventually conceded that evolution wasn't exactly heresy. Pope Pius Roman XII gave it a cautious nod in 1950, and John Paul Roman II later clarified that the Bible wasn't meant to be a science textbook. Darwin's theory won, but believers could still see it as God's grand design. So why are we still fighting? Maybe because some folks just love a good argument. Or maybe because admitting you're wrong is harder than clinging to a 6,000-year-old Earth. Either way, science marches on. Whether we keep up or not, creationists often cling to the idea of a 6,000-year-old Earth. But this rigid stance does them no favors. It leaves no room for retreat when science inevitably marches forward. Darwin's watch explores an alternate Victorian era, one derailed by magical meddling, a far cry from the stifling, rule-bound society some creationists dream of imposing. The real Victorian age was fascinatingly contradictory, deeply religious yet intellectually daring, a time when faith coexisted with radical ideas that shaped our modern, secular world. America, for all its religious fervor, enshrined church-state separation in its constitution. Meanwhile, the UK, where Sunday pews sit mostly empty, still has an official state religion and a monarch supposedly chosen by God. Guess Roundworld doesn't bother with logic like Discworld does. Victorians feared God but celebrated freethinkers like Darwin, whose theories rewrote history. Clocks and watches aren't just timekeepers, they're symbols of scientific precision. Newton's clockwork universe, metaphor stuck because it fit. The solar system's mechanics mirrored the gears of an orrery, those intricate models of planets whirling on tiny cogs. Back then, clocks were marvels of reliability, so much so that we still say things run like clockwork, though atomic precision might be more accurate today. By Darwin's time, the pocket watch reigned supreme, embodying flawless design, a theme central to Reverend William Paley's natural theology. Paley, who died just 3 years after Darwin's birth, famously argued that stumbling upon a watch in a field, unlike a random stone, demanded belief in a designer. His words set the stage for debates that still echo today. Fun twist. Imagine Paley's watch suddenly ticking backward. Would he blame divine intervention or a faulty gear? Some questions, it seems, are timeless. Imagine stumbling upon a wristwatch lying in the grass during a morning walk. If someone asked how it got there, you wouldn't just shrug and say, maybe it's always been here, even though that's the same answer you might give for a random rock nearby. Why? Because the watch isn't just a hunk of matter. Its gears, springs, and hands are meticulously arranged to serve a purpose, keeping time. If even one tiny screw were out of place, the whole thing would fail. That precision screams intentional design. Paley drives this home. A watch implies a watchmaker. Someone had to understand its mechanics and craft it for a function. And if you think that's convincing, wait until he introduces a self-replicating watch, like some sci-fi twist where the watch spits out copies of itself. Even then, he argues, you'd still need a mastermind behind the original design. Sure, the watches could theoretically keep making each other forever, but that doesn't erase the need for an initial creator. Otherwise, you're left with a paradox: intricate engineering with no engineer, a blueprint with no architect. And here's the kicker: while you might shrug off a rock as eternally existing, who really knows? A watch? No way. Its complexity demands an explanation. Otherwise, it's like saying a perfectly baked apple pie just materialized out of thin air, crust and all, with no baker in sight. Nice try, universe, but we're not buying it. Paley dismisses alternative explanations with philosophical arguments, presenting his famous watchmaker analogy. He argues that if you found a watch on the ground, its intricate gears and purposeful design would immediately suggest a skilled craftsman created it. But then he takes it further. What if that watch could produce another identical watch? Wouldn't that only deepen our awe for the designer's brilliance? Of course, he's building toward his real point. Swap the watch for an eye, not just lying in the dirt but part of a living creature. He compares the eye to a telescope, noting how both are precision engineered for sight. Pages of anatomical detail hammer home his belief. Such complexity couldn't possibly be accidental. Birds, fish, even spiders, all exhibit the same meticulous craftsmanship. Finally, he drops the big conclusion. If the eye alone weren't proof enough of a divine architect, the sheer perfection of every living thing seals the deal. Nature's complexity demands a designer, and that designer, well, you know where this is going. Meanwhile, in a completely different scene, wizards tiptoe through the high-energy magic building, dodging discarded pizza crusts and half-eaten experiments. The floor, apparently, doubles as both a trash bin and a snack drawer. Cheese, once melted into the tiles, becomes a stubborn reminder of student priorities. In the dimly lit halls of the high-energy magic building, Hex, the university's enigmatic thinking engine, hummed quietly in the background as it always did. Occasionally, parts of it, or perhaps him, shifted in ways no one could quite explain. Ponder Stibbons had stopped trying to understand how Hex functioned years ago. Maybe Hex was the only one who truly grasped his own mechanics. Deep inside that labyrinth of gears and glass, magic wasn't just broken down into chants and candles. It was distilled into pure meaning, processed faster than any wizard could follow. One thing Ponder knew for certain: life was woven into Hex's core. When the machine was deep in thought, the beehives along the back wall buzzed louder, their tiny inhabitants darting in and out through narrow slots. and if anyone dared remove the ant colony from its sprawling glass maze at the heart of the system. Everything ground to a halt. Tonight, Ponder had set up his magic lantern for a presentation, his favorite way to impose order on the universe's chaos, if only for a moment. Hex has analyzed Roundworld's history against the last copy, he announced as the last wizard took his seat. Significant deviations begin in what they called the 19th century. Slide, please, Rincewind. A muffled grumble came from behind the lantern and the screen flickered to life, revealing an upside-down portrait of a plump, regal woman. "Why's she standing on her head?" the dean muttered. "Technically, there's no right side up on a globe," Ponder said dryly. "But I'm guessing someone loaded it wrong. Next slide carefully this time." Another grumble, another click. A massive steam engine filled the screen. The Victorian era was supposed to be a golden age of invention and progress. "Thrilling stuff except," he gestured. "Next slide." The screen went blank. "That's not a slide, that's nothing," Ridcully barked. "Ah, but that's the point, Arch-Chancellor," Ponder said, grinning. "Because in this version of history none of it happened. The British Empire never expanded, innovation stalled, and the world settled into peace." "Sounds lovely," Ridcully said, earning nods from the others. "Until you remember," Ponder countered, "the planet freezing over in 5 centuries. No survivors bigger than a cockroach. Meanwhile, in our timeline, humans went from flying to walking on the moon in under 70 years. The wizard stared blankly. "We've been to the moon," the dean scoffed. Ponder pinched the bridge of his nose. "It's not the same when you're stuck on a globe, sir." New detail added the ants' critical role in Hex's function, emphasizing their removal halting the system. Tone shift switched from dry exposition to sarcastic frustration during the slide debacle. Forget broomsticks and flying carpets, reaching the moon wasn't as simple as hopping off the edge and dodging celestial turtles on the way down. "So how do they manage it?" the dean asked skeptically. "Rockets, sir," came the reply. "You mean those things that shoot up and burst into fireworks?" "At first, yes. Thankfully, they figured out how to stop the explosions. Next slide, please." The screen flickered to an image that vaguely resembled an old pair of balloon pants. Ah, the infamous trousers of time, everyone's favorite metaphor for diverging histories. "Now we just need to figure out why they split, which means I'll have to—" "Is this the part where you bring up quantum mechanics?" Ridcully cut in, already bracing himself. "Afraid so, sir." Ridcully rose abruptly, robes swirling. "Ah, splendid. I believe I hear the dinner bell. Perfect timing." Under the glow of the midnight moon, Ponder Stibbins pored over Hex's latest scribblings before trudging across the damp grass to the library. He roused the librarian, who was not thrilled, and demanded a copy of The Origin of Species. 2 bleary-eyed hours later, he returned, waking the poor ape again, this time for Theology of Species. As he left, the door slammed shut behind him. Clearly, the librarian had had enough. Exhausted, Ponder collapsed at his desk, face first into a cold pizza, both books splayed open and littered with bookmarks and rogue anchovies. Nearby, Hex's mechanical writing contraption buzzed like a swarm of mechanical spiders, quills darting wildly as page after page fluttered to the floor. Ponder's dreams were a chaotic mess of dinosaurs attempting flight, only to belly flop into the sea. He jolted awake at 8:30 a.m., skimmed the towering stack of notes, and let out a strangled yelp. Okay, he told himself, no need to panic. We can fix this. That's the whole point of time travel. But logic never stood a chance against sheer panic. Snatching up the books and whatever notes he could carry, he bolted out the door. The saying goes, we have heard the chimes at midnight. But the wizards had also endured the ones at 1, 2, and 3 a.m. By 8:30, they wanted nothing to do with anything, let alone an overeager Ponder. The only soul in the great hall was Ridcully, happily devouring a greasy breakfast after his morning jog. "I've found it," Ponder blurted, dumping the books in front of him. Found what? Ridcully grumbled, rescuing the bacon dish from disaster. The exact moment the trousers of time split. Excellent, Ridcully said, already drowning his meal in brown sauce. Let's save this conversation for after breakfast, all right, Ridcully muttered, eyeing his plate. But Ponder Stibbins was already shoving a book under his nose. Sir, it's a book. No, 2 books. He wrote the wrong one. Just look. With a sigh, Ridcully gave in. Wizards were relentless when excited. He squinted at the title in Ponder's hands, Theology of Species. And, he grumbled, reaching for his egg spoon. Ponder barely contained his frustration. Arch-Chancellor, this was written by a Charles Darwin. Caused quite the uproar when it came out. Claimed evolution was guided by some all-powerful deity. People lost their minds over it, but eventually it stuck. Changed history, except it's the wrong book. Ridcully dunked a toast soldier into his egg. Why, what's it about? From what I skimmed, it argues that evolution is micromanaged by a god, Ponder explained, barely keeping his patience. That's how it works here, more or less, Ridcully said between bites. We've got gods handling the details. Yes, sir. But remember, Ponder paused, mentally translating remember into you've definitely forgotten. We've found 0 traces of divine intervention on Roundworld. Ridcully shrugged. So what? Man can write what he likes. Looks like a solid book. Took some brain power, I bet. Sure, sir, Ponder said, slamming another volume onto the table. But the book he should be written, he tapped the cover dramatically, was this one. Ridcully picked it up. The cover was flashier than Theology, emblazoned with Darwin Revisited, The Origin of Species by the Rev. Richard Dawkins. Ponder took a step back. Sir, I think Darwin's mistake sent humanity down the wrong path. We never left the planet before the Big Freeze because of this. Ridcully frowned. Why'd he do that? No idea, Ponder admitted. But a few days ago, Darwin's book said evolution happened naturally, no God needed. Now, turns out he wrote the opposite. Ridcully scratched his head. And this Dawkins fellow, he agreed with Darwin mostly, said you could cut out the divine middleman. Ridcully squinted at the cover. But it says he's a priest. Sort of, Ponder sighed. In this timeline, you had to join the clergy to get into university. Dawkins argued evolution didn't need a supervisor. Closing his eyes, Ponder braced himself. Ridcully was at least willing to listen, unlike the other faculty, who turned confusion into an art form. But the Arch-Chancellor was a practical man. Roundworld's chaos baffled him. Ridcully finally threw up his hands. How in blazes does it just happen on its own? New detail. Ponder's exasperated eye roll when Ridcully misses the point. Tone shift, from dry academic debate to Ridcully's baffled, almost comical frustration. Ridcully frowned at the book in his hands, egg yolk dripping onto the pages. None of this adds up, he muttered. There's gotta be someone pulling the strings behind the scenes. Things don't just happen without a reason. Ponder sighed, adjusting his glasses. That's the thing, sir. This is Roundworld. No grand architect, no cosmic plan, just chaos and chance. But didn't that Dawkins fellow fix all this? Ridcully protested, waving a piece of soggy toast. You swore this was the right book. Right book, wrong century, Ponder corrected. By the time Dawkins wrote his, humanity was already halfway to wiping itself out. Caused quite the uproar, too. Ridcully chuckled, wiping butter off his fingers. Bet the religious types had a fit. Actually, no, Ponder said dryly. The priests loved it. It was the scientists who lost their minds. Ridcully blinked. Wait, so the eggheads were the ones throwing tantrums. Precisely. Turns out people don't like being told the universe doesn't care. Ridcully flipped through the book again, smearing more breakfast on the pages. Still, if you find a watch, you assume a watchmaker. That's just logic. Ah, but Paley took it further, Ponder said. He argued the watchmaker never left, just stayed inside, tinkering away. Ridcully barked a laugh. Like some kind of cosmic mechanic. No wonder everyone lost it, Ponder nodded. And now we've got folks like Dawkins saying the watchmaker isn't just absent, it's blind. No plan, no purpose, just dumb luck. Ridcully tossed the book aside. Sounds depressing. Or freeing, Ponder mused. Depends on your perspective. Meanwhile, the debate rages on. Modern thinkers like Dembski still cling to the idea of a designer dressing up old arguments in new jargon. But if you stumbled upon a watch in the woods, your first thought wouldn't be who made this. It'd be who dropped it. And whether you'd return it or pocket it probably says more about you than any grand cosmic theory ever could. As for spiders, well, let's just say if there is a spider maker, they've got a twisted sense of humor. Imagine stumbling upon a smartphone while wandering through the countryside in the 1800s. You'd marvel at its sleek design, convinced it was crafted by some intelligent hand. But what purpose could it possibly serve without cell towers or electricity? If the battery were dead, it would just be a lifeless slab of glass and metal. Now picture finding a car's microchip instead, just a tiny, unremarkable sliver of silicon, easily mistaken for a peculiar rock. Paley's famous watchmaker argument falls apart here. His logic hinges on recognizing human-made objects, like watches, and their obvious purpose. But what about things we don't understand? A smartphone in the 19th century would baffle anyone, and a microchip would seem like a random mineral deposit. If we can't infer design from objects we do comprehend, why assume we can do so with living organisms, which are infinitely more complex? And let's not dismiss rocks so quickly. Take the ancient stones of Greenland's Isua Belt 3, 8 billion years old, carrying secrets in their zircon crystals. These aren't just lifeless lumps, they're time capsules, forged in Earth's fiery depths. Zircon, harder than steel and often used as a fake diamond, tells a story of planetary formation Paley never considered. His assumption that stones are simple and eternal, completely off the mark. So here's the twist. If Paley's reasoning stumbles over a dead smartphone and ignores the hidden complexity of rocks, maybe his whole analogy was flawed from the start. Nature doesn't need a watchmaker. It's been writing its own epic for billions of years. No designer required zircons begin their journey deep within the earth, crystallizing in granite formations roughly 12 miles beneath the surface. These microscopic crystals, often no larger than a fraction of a human hair, hold secrets of our planet's restless nature. Over time, scientists have uncovered that Earth's seemingly solid crust is anything but. Continents drift like slow-motion bumper cars on massive tectonic plates, some as thick as 60 miles, gliding over the molten mantle below. And here's the kicker. These plates move at a snail's pace, less than an inch per year. But in geological terms, that's practically a sprint. Take Scotland, for example. Its northwestern chunk was once part of North America, ripped away when the North American and Eurasian plates played tug-of-war. When plates collide, they don't just shake hands. They shove, crumple, and sometimes even pile up into towering mountain ranges. The Himalayas. That's India's ongoing road trip into Asia, still climbing over half an inch higher each year, even as wind and rain try to wear them down. Deep underground, granite gets a free ride to the surface when plates crash, rising as part of new mountain chains. While softer rocks crumble away, granite and the nearly indestructible zircons within hold their ground. Eventually, even granite succumbs to erosion, but zircons, they're the ultimate survivors. Washed downstream, they end up on beaches, waiting to be buried again in new layers of sediment. Here's where it gets wild. Zircons don't just sit there. Under intense heat and pressure, they grow a fresh outer layer, like a geological onion ring, while their ancient cores stay untouched. Each new rim marks another epic cycle of mountain building and erosion, hundreds of millions of years packed into a crystal smaller than a grain of sand. Unlike tree rings, which tally years, zircon rims tell stories of continents colliding, mountains rising and Earth rewriting its own history. And the best part, some of these tiny time capsules have been through this rodeo multiple times, stacking rims like a rock star collecting tour badges just like tree rings reveal clues about past climates. The layers in zircon crystals tell us about Earth's ancient geological cycles. It's almost poetic. Zirconium atoms, by sheer cosmic luck, happen to share the same electric charge and size as uranium atoms. This means uranium can slip right into the crystal structure, acting like an unwitting timekeeper. Since uranium decays into lead over millions of years, scientists can measure the ratio between them to pinpoint exactly when each layer of the zircon formed. Think of it as nature's stopwatch. Each ring in the crystal marks a different era. The core might be 3.7 billion years old, followed by layers at 3.6, 2.6, and 2.3 billion years. That's not just a rock, it's a history book written in atomic decay. If geologists were wrong about how these crystals formed, a single grain of sand could shatter the theory. But so far, the timeline holds up, reinforcing the idea of Earth's slow, rhythmic cycles of change. Now, here's where it gets even wilder. Some scientists think the carbon isotopes trapped in these zircons might hint at ancient life. The Isua Formation, for example, has carbon ratios suggesting life could have existed as early as 3.8 billion years ago. Not everyone's convinced, but the possibility alone is mind-blowing. Imagine life might have started practically the moment Earth's crust cooled down enough to stop being a molten mess. Paley once argued that something as complex as an eye must point to a divine creator. Well, zircons won't prove the existence of God, but they do reveal epic sagas of mountain ranges rising and crumbling, oceans forming and vanishing, and maybe, just maybe, the faintest whispers of primordial life. So next time you kick a pebble, remember, it might just be a cosmic time capsule in disguise. Paley thought reality was skin deep, but science shows us there's always more beneath the surface. The book Natural Theology makes its argument clear right from the title. William Paley believed that living things look designed because they are designed by God. To him, every intricate detail in nature, from the structure of a leaf to the complexity of an eye, was proof of divine craftsmanship. He famously compared the eye to a telescope, arguing that since telescopes are built with purpose, eyes must be too. If he'd lived in the age of cameras, he might have found even more striking parallels. Both eyes and cameras rely on lenses to focus light and surfaces to capture images. But here's the catch. An eye isn't functional in parts. You can't have a lens without a retina, or a retina without a lens. Later thinkers took Paley's reasoning and boiled it down to a blunt question. What good is half an eye? But science has a way of turning obvious truths on their heads. The ocean's waves seem to roll forward, yet the water mostly swirls in place. The sun appears to circle the earth, but we know it's the opposite. Mountains, solid as they look, rise and fall over millennia. So when Paley claims things are designed simply because they look designed, it feels a little too neat, like explaining magic by saying, well, it's magic. That doesn't mean he's wrong, but it does make you wonder. Enter Darwin. He saw a different possibility, one where complexity emerges naturally without a master plan. Life, he proposed, isn't shaped by a designer but by evolution, tiny, gradual changes stacking up over eons. 3 key ingredients drive this process. First, traits get passed down, though not always perfectly. Second, small variations creep in. And third, nature plays favorites. Organisms better suited to their environment survive and reproduce. It's not quick, and it's not flashy, but given enough time, it builds wonders. Like an eye. No divine blueprint needed. Just time, chance, and the relentless grind of survival. Charles Darwin wasn't just a naturalist. He was a rockhound at heart, trained in the old-school Victorian tradition of stomping across hillsides, squinting at cliffs, and puzzling over how ancient layers of stone ended up where they did. That hands-on experience hammered into him the staggering truth. Earth's history wasn't just long, it was unfathomably long. The rocks whispered tales of hundreds of millions of years, a timeline so vast it made human existence feel like a blink. Modern science pegs our planet at 4.5 billion years old, a number that would have made Darwin's contemporaries gasp, though they'd probably nod and say, "Told you so." Here's the kicker. Even a tiny tweak, given enough time, can rewrite the rule book. Picture a humble earthworm, 4 inches long, growing by a microscopic fraction each year, so slight you'd never notice. Fast forward 100 million years and its great-great, times a million grandkids could stretch longer than a school bus. And no, we're not saying evolution works like a metronome. Real life's messier, thank goodness. Take today's record holder, Linnaeus longissimus, a seed-welling noodle of a worm that can coil out to 150 feet. Or its Aussie cousin, the megascolcid, a backyard heavyweight hitting 10 feet. Point is, time turns the impossible into the everyday. But evolution doesn't always crawl, sometimes it sprints. Darwin's famous Galapagos finches. Their beak sizes shift measurably within a single year, adapting to droughts or food shortages. So sure, life changes, but what pushes it? Theologian William Paley saw God's hand in every tweak, like a cosmic engineer. Darwin, though, spotted a wilder truth. Nature itself plays editor. No breeder hand-picked dinosaurs, yet they morphed endlessly. The real puppet master. Brutal, beautiful competition for meals, for territory, for love. Winners thrive, losers fade. No divine blueprint required. Just time, chance, and the relentless grind of survival. And hey, if you ever doubt small steps add up, remember, your ancestors were probably worms. Chew on that. Competition acts like a one-way gear, pushing life toward whatever gives an edge, not because it's better in some grand cosmic sense, but because it simply survives longer. Tiny tweaks over generations might seem to build toward some grand plan, but that's an illusion. Victorians loved the idea that evolution was marching toward humanity as its crowning achievement, like we're the finish line and the universe can finally clock out. Nope. Works better is just code for survives this mess right now. A beak that crushes seeds today might be useless tomorrow if a drought wipes out all the tough-shelled snacks. Evolution isn't following a script. It's improvising, reacting to a stage that keeps crumbling under its feet. Picture it like a river carving its own path, sure. The water's flowing somewhere today, but give it 1,000,000 years, and it might loop back or vanish entirely. And forget orderly races where athletes stick to their lanes. This is more like a free-for-all where sprinters trip over shot putters, swimmers steal each other's goggles, and the high jump bar keeps getting moved by a gust of wind. Every adaptation sets off chain reactions. Climate shifts, predators adapt, food sources vanish. So the winners are just the ones who luck into fitting the chaos of the moment. Here's the twist. Evolution's not some noble climb toward complexity. Sometimes progress means shrinking your beak, losing your sight, or even regressing if it keeps you alive. The only rule, there are no rules, just endless messy trial and error with the universe shrugging and saying, good enough for now. On the Galapagos Islands, the survival of Darwin's finches hinges on their beak sizes, shaped by the availability of seeds, insects, and cactus. But it's not just about the birds. The plants and insects they feed on are locked in their own battle for survival, dodging hungry beaks while trying to reproduce. Throw in unpredictable weather. Droughts one year, downpours the next, and you've got a chaotic recipe for evolution. Peter and Rosemary Grant's 2002 research revealed that climate is the wild card in finch evolution. If we could nail long-term weather forecasts, we might predict how these birds adapt. But good luck with that. Climate's fickle nature makes precise predictions nearly impossible. Still, Evolution remains a science just like meteorology. It tells us what could happen under certain conditions, not when. Now, let's rewind to Darwin's intellectual journey. He likely wrestled with William Paley's arguments, the same ones that later became hurdles for his own theory. Paley's critiques were sharp, forcing Darwin to craft airtight responses, especially on tricky topics like the eye. Darwin's counter: nature's full of eyes in all stages, from basic light-sensitive cells to sophisticated lenses. No half-formed eyeballs here, just eyes that work half as well, which beats total blindness any day. Fast forward to 1994, when Daniel Nilsson and Susan Pelger ran a digital experiment. They simulated how a simple light-detecting patch could evolve into a human-like eye in just 100,000 generations. Every tweak, a slight curve here, a lens forming there, improved vision bit by bit. No magic, no leaps, just relentless step-by-step refinement. And guess what? The real human eye mirrors their model almost perfectly. Evolution doesn't need a blueprint, just time, tiny changes, and a whole lot of trial and error. This digital model has faced some pushback lately, with critics arguing it's basically just recycling its own inputs. The simulation doesn't tackle how light-detecting cells might emerge initially or account for shifts in the eye's structure. Plus, its grading system for eye functionality is pretty bare bones. Now, these would be valid complaints if the simulation was trying to prove eyes absolutely must evolve or claiming to be a precise historical account. But that was never the point. The experiment had two key goals. First, to demonstrate that within this streamlined digital environment, natural selection could drive steady upgrades leading to something I like, without getting trapped in an evolutionary cul-de-sac where the only way forward would be to trash everything and start over. Second, it aimed to ballpark how long this process might take. Hint: check the paper's title, assuming all the right building blocks were already lying around. And honestly, some assumptions here are rock solid. Light packs energy, energy tweaks molecules, so of course countless chemicals react to light. Evolution's toolkit is overflowing with proteins coded by DNA, and the possible combinations are mind-boggling. The universe couldn't even churn out one of every potential hemoglobin-level protein if it tried. So stumbling across at least one light-sensitive pigment, that's basically a given. Here's a fun twist. Ancient bacteria had light-sensitive enzymes, not for vision but for snagging energy. Even human lens proteins resemble liver enzymes. Translation: the eye's parts weren't originally built for seeing. They were repurposed from other jobs, then tweaked by evolution when their faint light detection skills offered a survival edge. Sure, nobody's cracked the exact step-by-step evolution of the human eye. Fossils aren't exactly lining up to help, unless you're a trilobite. But biologists have plenty of plausible explanations that shut down the old "it's impossible" argument. The one claiming the eye's pieces are too interdependent to evolve gradually. News flash: evolution doesn't work one piece at a time. It's a multitasker. Modern advocates of Paley's argument, though they've toned down the overt religious overtones, have latched onto the eye as their go-to example. But they've missed the bigger picture. Darwin's insights on the eye and the Nilsson-Pelger simulation weren't just about vision. They revealed a universal truth. When you encounter a complex biological system, don't assume it had to evolve one rigid piece at a time. Imagine a watch, but not the kind you'd find in a jeweler's display. Picture something surreal, like a Salvador Dali painting, a melting, shifting timepiece that bends, splits, and reforms. Envision gears that sprout new teeth, axles that morph to fit, and a mechanism that might have started as a paperclip before becoming a pogo stick. This watch wasn't always about telling time. Maybe it once clipped papers, then doubled as a toothpick, until someone noticed its rhythmic bounce could mark seconds. Intelligent design supporters get the eye sort of. They'll say, "Oh, we've heard the eye argument, spare us the half an eye nonsense." But then they turn around and ask, what's the point of half a bacterial flagellum? Making the exact same mistake in a new setting. Credit for this blunder goes to biochemist Michael Behe, who was stumped by the flagellum's complexity. These microscopic propellers, powered by rotary motors made of 40-plus proteins, seemed impossible to assemble piecemeal. In Darwin's Black Box, 1996, Behe argued that such irreducibly complex systems, where losing one part dooms the whole, couldn't evolve gradually. The flagellum became the poster child for intelligent design, with Behe's logic framed as an insurmountable roadblock to evolutionary theory. But here's the twist. Nature doesn't follow rigid blueprints. Evolution isn't a watchmaker. It's a tinkerer repurposing parts in ways that would make a Swiss engineer faint. And while Behe's flagellum might have seemed like a knockout punch, it ignored a key detail. Some of those essential proteins have other jobs elsewhere in the cell. Turns out, you can build a motor step by step. You just have to think outside the toolbox. Note, for deeper dives, check out the books referenced earlier. They dismantle these arguments far more thoroughly than we can hear. The critics of intelligent design are dominating the conversation, even in academic discussions like debating design. One major weakness in the pro-design argument is Michael Behe's idea of irreducible complexity, which falls apart under scrutiny. His logic only holds if evolution strictly involves adding new parts, never removing or modifying existing ones. Picture this. If an irreducibly complex system evolved, the step just before completion would have to be non-functional, which makes no sense. But evolution doesn't work like an assembly line where you just bolt on pieces. It's more like construction, where scaffolding gets removed once the building stands on its own. Or think of it like remodeling. Structures can change function entirely. Here's the kicker. Behe's definition doesn't account for systems that lose parts or evolve multiple pieces at once. A broken watch can't tell time, but it could still trigger an explosion or serve as a weight. Biological systems shift roles all the time. Just look at how the eye evolved from light-sensitive cells. Nobody has pinned down a version of irreducible complexity that actually blocks evolutionary pathways. Kenneth Miller points out the irony in debating design. The bacterial flagellum, a poster child for anti-evolutionists, was debunked almost immediately. Take parts away, and it doesn't fail. It just becomes something else, like a toxin-injecting system used in bacterial warfare. That's a clear evolutionary path. Add proteins to repurpose an attack mechanism into a propeller. Intelligent design advocates deserve some credit for sparking debate, but their core argument is crumbling. They're still clinging to it, even as the evidence leaves them stranded. New detail. Imagine a debate where a scientist holds up a dismantled flagellum model, grinning as they demonstrate how it still functions, just differently. The crowd murmurs, realizing evolution isn't a straight line but a maze of repurposed parts. Shift in tone. So much for irreducible complexity. Turns out, nature's a lot more creative than some give it credit for, building, unbuilding, and remodeling like a cosmic handyman who never throws anything away. Creationists, eager to cling to any shred of scientific credibility to push their agenda of injecting religion into America's public schools, haven't yet realized their so-called scientific backing is unraveling fast. Intelligent design theory, while not openly theistic, carefully avoids religious claims. Its supporters insist it's pure science. But let's be real, the religious undertones are glaring, even to skeptics. Sure, evolution doesn't explain everything. Music to the ears of those who think science has its limits. Darwin be damned. You can fully accept that Earth is 4.5 billion years old. that life evolved from inorganic matter through natural processes and still carve out space for a higher power. In a universe this vast and intricate, sure, things can unfold without divine meddling. But here's the kicker. Why does this universe exist at all? Cosmology gives us the how, Big Bang, newer theories, and the when, roughly 13 billion years back, but the why remains a stubborn blank. String theory wades into the fray with its own ambitious why, only to leave us with an even bigger question. Why string theory? Science maps out the rules of reality but stays silent on why those rules exist in the first place. That's where religion swoops in, offering answers, lots of them actually. Pick whichever soothes your existential dread. But comfort, as science bluntly reminds us, isn't truth. History's full of cozy beliefs that turned out to be dead wrong. Faith trades in certainty without proof, while science demands evidence, even if it means admitting, we don't know yet. The real difference. Belief systems thrive on unchallenged authority. Science. It'd rather stay quiet than pretend it has answers it can't back up. So when someone claims religion outshines science on the big mysteries, remember, it's not that science fails, it's that belief systems are just fine with filling the gaps using, well, whatever feels right. New detail. Imagine a heated debate at a small-town school board meeting where a parent suddenly asks, if we're teaching design, why not astrology too? Cue awkward silence. Tone shift, from skeptical to almost amused, because honestly, watching these arguments play out is like watching someone try to fit a square peg into a black hole. Believers can find solace in their faith, knowing it offers answers to life's biggest mysteries, questions science can't touch. Meanwhile, atheists can rest easy, confident there's no solid proof those answers are correct. But hey, no way to disprove them either. So why not just live and let live? Stick to our own lanes, respect each other's space, and focus on what matters to us. Sounds simple, right? Except when some folks refuse to stay in their lane, pushing their views through politics or even violence, long after logic has debunked them. Sure, some beliefs can be tested, like the Grand Canyon being proof of Noah's flood. Unless, of course, the Almighty's pulling a cosmic prank on us, which, let's be honest, would be peak absurdist humor. If that's the case, then who's to say any sacred text isn't just one big inside joke? Other beliefs, untouchable. They wander into the foggy realm of personal conviction, where you either accept what feels right to you or stop asking altogether. But here's the kicker. What's fascinating about anyone's beliefs isn't whether they're right. It's that they reveal how their mind works. Oh, so that's how you see the world. That's where the real intrigue lies. Human existence is a puzzle where every explanation is true, depending on how loosely you define true. Take Richard Dawkins, for instance, our version of him anyway, who's about as far from holy orders as you can get. And while we're at it, let's not forget the endless back and forth between intelligent design critics and defenders. Books like Why Intelligent Design Fails and Debating Design have already tackled that mess. Honestly, someone's bound to write how intelligent is the designer. Sooner or later. Meanwhile, back in Roundworld, the faculty had gathered around Hex, staring at the glass globe perched on its pedestal. With second breakfast over and Elevens is still a ways off, they needed a distraction. Is this thing even worth saving? Mused the chair of indefinite studies. It's survived ice ages before, hasn't it? And just for fun, imagine if the camera obscura had been around when Paley first wrote about the eye. Talk about a missed opportunity for some early photography experiments. If humans are too dense to get out before the freeze, another fascinating species will probably pop up in 500,000 years, someone muttered. But extinction feels so permanent, the lecturer in recent runes said, frowning. The dean crossed his arms. We shaped their world, nudged them toward intelligence. Letting them die would be like going on vacation and forgetting to feed your goldfish. Ponder adjusted the university's massive omniscope, lost in thought. A watchmaker inside the watch, not just crafting the world but constantly fine-tuning it. Wizards didn't believe in gods, not in the way most people did. They didn't deny their existence, that would be rude, but gods were like background noise in the universe's grand story, best admired from a distance. Roundworld, though, no detectable gods, but one woven into the fabric of existence. That was new. A deity not just present in everything, but being everything, every rock, every leaf. The final chapter of Theology of Species had been mind-blowing. He stepped back. Hex had been humming all morning, processing books with terrifying efficiency. The librarian, meanwhile, was meticulously dusting off volumes before feeding them into Hex's hopper. They'd found the real origin of species, the one Darwin should have written. The frontispiece showed Darwin looking suspiciously wizard-like. Swap his hat for a pointy one and he could have passed for the Arch-Chancellor. Ponder cleared his throat as the wizard settled in, popcorn in hand. Gentlemen, I trust you've all reviewed my analysis. Blank stares. I spent all morning on it, Ponder pressed. Delivered to your offices. More silence. It had a green cover, he added weakly. The stares intensified. Ponder sighed. Fine, let me recap. Relieved nods all around. Just refresh our memories, the dean said brightly. Ponder hesitated. I outlined alternate timelines in phase space. Instant confusion. He should have known better. Wizards weren't dumb, but you had to mold ideas to fit the odd-shaped gaps in their brains. Think of it as two legs in the trousers of time, he tried again. In 1859, by Roundworld's calendar, a book shifted how people saw the world. Problem is, it was the wrong book. The chair of indefinite studies raised a finger. Prove it. Sir. What if Theology of Species was the right book? The chair challenged. Ponder rubbed his temples. Because it stalled scientific technomantic progress for a century, sir. New detail. The librarian sneezed mid-dusting, sending a cloud of ancient book particles into the air. One landed in the dean's popcorn. He ate it anyway. The conversation took a philosophical turn as they debated humanity's grasp of its own existence. So you're saying this whole thing derailed our understanding of the universe? The chair mused, scratching his beard. Ponder adjusted his glasses. Not exactly, sir. Think of it like a book left in the wrong library. Darwin wrote the wrong book for this world. On the disc, sure, it'd fit. We've got the god of evolution tinkering with elephants and beetles after all. Ridcully chuckled. Skinny fellow, that one, always upgrading creatures like they were gadgets. Remember the wheeled elephants. Genius, really. But why'd Darwin write a theology book instead? The chair pressed. Ponder sighed. Timing, sir. Wrong book, right moment. The technomancers got to keep their gods. The priests dropped the nonsense nobody believed anyway. Like the world being made in a week. The dean cut in, indignant. Only on the outside, Dean, Ponder said with a patient smile. The Theology of Species split opinions right down the middle, equatorialized them, if you will. Ridcully groaned. We won't. Ignoring him, Ponder plowed on. The moderates formed an alliance, left the extremists out in the cold. Compromise ruled for 60 years. The lecturer in recent runes nodded. Sounds peaceful. Peaceful, more like stagnant, Ponder scoffed. Technomancy doesn't thrive on committee-approved answers. Progress needs questions, not just fancy dinners and back-patting. The wizards exchanged glances. Ridcully leaned forward, eyes sharp. That was a bold statement, Ponder swallowed, and one I deeply regret. Good, mister. Stibbons barely got his question out before Hex's mechanical arms clattered to life, scratching out a response in jagged ink. Plus the chair of indefinite studies is right. Plus the wizards huddled closer. Right about what? Ponder demanded. Hex's next line sprawled across the page. Plus Charles Darwin, the theologian behind Theology of Species, spent most of his life as a Church of England rector, basically a well-bred Englishman with too much free time. Plus the dean blinked. 8 priests were out there collecting butterflies and digging up fossils. Plus among other hobbies, yes, plus Hex scribbled. Plus their god preferred quiet decency over dramatic rituals. For gentlemen of leisure, the clergy was the perfect career, plenty of time for amateur science and occasionally fireworks. Plus Ponder frowned. So why didn't he write The Origin of Species? In nearly every possible universe he didn't. Plus the machine paused, gears whirring. But in one, just one, he did. Plus Ridcully groaned. Not the trousers of time again. Worse. Imagine every thread of those trousers splitting endlessly, tangling, merging, until reality is just a mess of seams no tailor could fix. Plus the wizards exchanged baffled glances. You're saying there's a universe for every choice, the dean ventured. Billions per second. Most are boring. A few have Darwin sailing the seas, scribbling about finches. And in exactly one, he changes everything. Plus Ridcully rubbed his temples. So the odds are unimaginably large. But then so was his beard, plus a beat. Then the Arch-Chancellor grinned. Now that I can picture. New detail, added the quip about Darwin's beard for levity. Tone shift, switched from dense theoretical musing to wry humor mid-scene. The number they were discussing now seemed tiny compared to the first one, almost laughably insignificant. The wizards huddled together, murmuring in hushed tones. Fine, Ridcully finally conceded, rubbing his beard. Keep going and we'll jump in when we can. But even that number paled in comparison to the universes where the origin of species existed. That figure was downright bizarre, something only graspable under the strangest conditions. So it's way bigger, Ridcully asked, squinting. Not bigger, just unique, came the reply. The number one, just one. Alone. In all of third-level phase space, there's only one history where Darwin actually boards that ship, survives the voyage, processes his findings, and writes that book. Every other version, either he never existed, jumped ship, died at sea, never wrote anything, or in most cases, ended up scribbling Theology of Species and joining the clergy. Ponder blinked. Wait, what ship? Why are we suddenly talking about boats? The one timeline where humanity makes it off the planet, Darwin takes a crucial journey. One of 19 key moments in human history, almost as pivotal as Joshua Godelson choosing the back door in 1734. Who? Ponder frowned. Never heard of him. A shoemaker from Hamburg, the response came. If he'd taken the front door that day, commercial nuclear fusion wouldn't have been cracked for another 283 years. Ridcully scoffed. And that mattered. Massively. Major technomancy. So, shoes were involved. Ridcully scratched his head. No, but the chain of cause and effect is clear, even if it's tangled. The dean leaned in. How tough is it to get on this boat? For Darwin, nearly impossible. Where was it headed? England to England, but with stops that changed everything. Even in the timelines where he did board, he rarely finished the trip and wrote the book. Only one version worked out. Ponder narrowed his eyes. Just one. Why? Because that's the one where you step in. Ridcully threw up his hands. We haven't done anything. From your limited perspective, no, but you will have already soon. Hex's words hung in the air. Ridcully bristled. What? And I am not a primitive subject, thank you very much. Apologies. It's difficult to explain five-dimensional concepts in a language designed to yell at rival monkeys. The wizards exchanged glances. Getting a guy on a ship can't be that hard, the dean muttered. Rincewind, ever the pessimist, cleared his throat. Is it? Dangerous in Darwin's time. Always. Earth's core is a molten death trap. Humanity's protected by nothing but a thin layer of air and magnetism, and asteroids could drop by unannounced. Ridcully rolled his eyes. I think he meant more immediate threats. Understood. The sprawling metropolis you're heading to isn't exactly postcard material. Whole neighborhoods reek of neglect, with streets lined with open gutters of filth. The river cutting through town, more like a toxic sludge canal in what might generously be called a crime-ridden urban wasteland. Sounds a lot like home, doesn't it? The resemblance is unfortunate, yes. Hex's mechanical arms froze mid-scribble. Gears clattered inside its glass chambers, and the usual orderly march of ants through their tubes dissolved into confused circles. Something was bothering the machine. Finally, a single arm dipped its quill and scrawled slowly, "There's another issue." Statistically, Darwin should v written origin in at least one universe without your meddling. The math doesn't add up, Ridcully huffed. We haven't even agreed to, but you will have. Well, maybe. Across infinite realities, Darwin took countless paths: clockmaker, potter, country vicar, geologist. In some worlds, he boarded that fateful ship and penned the Theology of Species. Others saw him start Origin only to abandon it. Only one timeline, just one, produced the book as we know it. That's statistically absurd. There's interference here. The arms hesitated. A deliberate obstruction. The wizards exchanged glances. What kind? Ponder pressed. The quill scratched out a single ominous word: malice. Time's tangled threads, the trousers of time metaphor, beloved by philosophers and quantum physicists alike, illustrates how history splinters with every choice. But for now, let's focus on one thread. What is time, really? On Discworld, it's a capricious entity, always vanishing before you can pin her down. A woman in red and black, drifting through her castle of frozen moments. Roundworld's more confusing. Once people saw space and time as separate. Space was something you crossed, say, 20 miles a day if your horse cooperated and bandits weren't lurking, while time dragged you forward at its own stubborn pace. One relentless hour at a time, no refunds. Fun fact: ever notice how time speeds up when you're late? Coincidence? Probably not. The gears of reality grind on, but someone or something is greasing the wheels, and Darwin's missing book. That's no accident. Time slips through our fingers like sand. What's done is done. The present vanishes the moment you blink, and the future, well, it'll get here when it darn well pleases. Tick. Space lets you pick your destination, but time, that's a one-way street. No rewinding to double-check history, no fast-forwarding to peek at your fate. You just buckle up and ride it out. Unlike space with its three neat dimensions, left and right, forward and back, up and down, time just marches on, relentless. Tick. Then Einstein waltzed in and turned everything upside down. Suddenly, time and space got tangled up like a pair of headphones in your pocket. You could stretch time here, squeeze it there, but no matter how you twisted it, you couldn't loop back to your own past. Physics says time travel, not a chance. But here's the kicker. While science scoffs, storytelling thrives on it. Time travel might be a physicist's nightmare, but it's a writer's dream. Need to hop to the Middle Ages? Done. Want to skip ahead to a dystopian future? Easy. Flashbacks? Classic. But why settle for boring when you can slap a fancy gadget or a mystical portal into the mix? Take Dickens' A Christmas Carol, ghosts dragging Scrooge through time like a cosmic field trip. Or dive into those time-slip romances. Yeah, the French ones get real creative. Of course, if you take time travel too seriously, things get messy. Enter the grandfather paradox. Go back off your granddad and poof, you vanish from existence. Why granddad? No clue. Maybe it's tradition, like bad holiday sweaters. Kill a butterfly in the Cretaceous, though, and suddenly you've got fascist dinosaurs running the show. Thanks, Bradbury. Then there's the crucifixion crowd paradox. Imagine Jesus on the cross, surrounded by a mob of time tourists snapping selfies. And don't get me started on the perpetual investment paradox. Buy Apple stock in the 80s, retire by lunch. Time travel, a narrative goldmine, a logical minefield. Imagine depositing cash in a bank in 1955, letting compound interest work its magic for 50 years, then hopping back in time to reinvest your fortune all over again. Smart move. Just make sure you're dealing in gold, not modern bills, unless you want some confused bank teller in the Eisenhower era calling the cops on your suspiciously futuristic cash. This kind of temporal mischief is exactly what Robert Silverberg's Up the Line tackles, following the time service. A squad of paradox cops keeping reckless time tourists from unraveling history. Isaac Asimov played with similar stakes in the end of eternity, where meddling with timelines could rewrite civilization. Then there's the classic bootstrap paradox, like getting handed a time machine by your future self, only to reverse engineer it and become the very inventor who builds it centuries later. Robert Heinlein twisted this idea into knots with By His Bootstraps and All You Zombies, the latter featuring a protagonist who, through a wild series of events, ends up being his own parent, yes, both of them. David Gerrold cranked it up to 11 in The Man Who Folded Himself, where identity and causality get shredded like confetti. Sci-fi writers can't agree on whether paradoxes tidy themselves up or if you can actually rewrite history. Some love the idea of botching a grandfather assassination only to accidentally ensure your own birth. Maybe the guy you shot wasn't even your real grandpa, just some unlucky bystander. Others, like Asimov and Silverberg, prefer their timelines guarded by bureaucratic time cops, though even they admit things don't always go smoothly. Honestly, the more you think about it, the clearer it gets. Time travel's probably impossible. Unless, of course, you're a wizard from Terry Pratchett's Discworld, casually tweaking history like a choose-your-own-adventure book. Those guys operate on pure narrative logic. Meanwhile, back in our universe, physicists are still arguing over whether any of this could ever be more than a fun thought experiment. Go figure. To modern physicists, time travel isn't just science fiction. It's a legitimate field of study, despite the mind-bending paradoxes that come with it. Current laws of physics don't explicitly ban the idea, and those paradoxes might not be as insurmountable as they seem. Some theories even suggest workarounds, which we'll explore later. But not everyone's convinced. Stephen Hawking famously argued that the universe has a built-in failsafe, some undiscovered law that prevents time machines from ever working. Maybe he's right, or maybe time travel is actually possible, revealing something deep about reality. Until we crack the code with future physics, we're stuck guessing, especially since we still barely understand time itself. Even if physics allows time travel, pulling it off is another story. One wild idea involves dragging black holes at insane speeds, but the energy required, more than the entire universe holds. So much for hopping into a DeLorean and hitting 88 mph. Meanwhile, over on the Discworld, time has its own quirks. In Thief of Time, Jeremy Clarkson, a perfectionist clockmaker, battles the maddening paradoxes of Ephebian philosopher Zeno. Think Zeno of Elia's ancient riddles, but with Discworld flair. Zeno's logic was so twisted he proved a tortoise could outrun a hare with an arrow's help. Picture this: Zeno, waving an olive pit and a dazed seagull, stand-ins for arrow and tortoise, rambling about motion while his baffled audience nods along. The arrow chases the tortoise, but the tortoise keeps moving, so the arrow never catches up. Never mind that the arrow accidentally hits the hare instead. Classic Zeno. The whole scene is absurd, but that's the point. Time, logic, and motion are slippery beasts, whether you're in Roundworld or Discworld. And if physicists ever do crack time travel, let's hope they're better at explaining it than Zeno. The arrow inches closer, but here's the catch. By the time it reaches where the tortoise was, the slowpoke has already moved forward. No matter how fast the arrow flies, it'll never land a hit. It's always closing the gap but never quite catching up. Case closed, right? Zeno, ever the troublemaker, twists this idea into 4 brain-bending paradoxes. The first, the dichotomy, claims motion is a myth because to reach any destination, you'd first have to cover half the distance, then half of that distance, and so on forever. You'd need infinite steps just to take a single step, which, let's be honest, sounds ridiculous. Then there's Achilles and the tortoise, a classic remix of the original problem. Sure, Achilles could outrun a tortoise blindfolded, But if he gives the shelled speedster a head start, he'll never overtake it. Every time he reaches where the tortoise was, it's already shuffled ahead. It's like chasing a ghost, always just out of reach. The third paradox throws logic out the window by insisting a flying arrow isn't actually moving. At any single instant, it's frozen in place, occupying one exact spot. If it's always at rest in every moment, how does it ever go anywhere? The fourth paradox, the moving rose, gets a little technical. Picture three objects lined up. In the tiniest instant, one shifts slightly right while another shifts left. Now they're twice the smallest distance apart. But wait, that means halfway through, time itself must have split into an even smaller instant. And that's just absurd. Zeno wasn't just messing around. These paradoxes were his way of dissecting whether space and time are made of tiny, unbreakable chunks, or if they're infinitely divisible. Each paradox tackles a different combo, continuous space, discrete time, you name it, and leaves philosophers scratching their heads. Even today, these puzzles pop up in physics and math debates. Sure, Achilles should catch the tortoise if space and time are smooth and continuous, but that doesn't make the mental gymnastics any less dizzying. Some things never change. Not even after a few thousand years. Let's tackle the arrow paradox with a twist. Classical mechanics isn't just about where something is, but also where it's going. Thanks to Hamiltonian mechanics, shout out to the brilliant, if occasionally tipsy, Sir William Rowan Hamilton, we know a body's state isn't just its position. It's also packing momentum, velocity's sneaky cousin. You can't see momentum, but you feel its effects, like a parked car versus one idling at a red light. Same spot, totally different futures. Still with me? Good, because we've got bigger fish to fry, like Thief of Time, where Discworld's time is more flexible than a yoga instructor. Enter Lady Myria Legion, an auditor of reality slumming it in human form. Auditors are the universe's hall monitors. Imagine getting a ticket for breaking the light speed limit. They usually float around as empty gray robes, office chic, am I right? But Legion's got a vendetta against chaos. She's nudging Jeremy, the clockmaker, toward building the perfect clock, one that can pin down Zeno's tiniest slice of time. The present's gotta have width, she argues. No past-future sandwich, no now. Funny enough, modern psychology agrees. Our brains stretch instants like taffy, smoothing jagged reality into something watchable. But here's the kicker. Legion's playing 4D chess. If Jeremy nails the perfect clock, time stops. No more messy humans scrambling around, confusing the cosmic paperwork. Meanwhile, up near the Discworld's hub, the history monks of Oi Dong are throwing punches to keep history on schedule. Think of them as bouncers for the timeline, ensuring cause and effect don't cut in line. Oh, and side note, ever notice how auditors hate metaphors? Try telling one time flies. They'll probably audit your grammar. The monks don't just keep records, they guard the history books, which aren't about what did happen but what should enter Lud, a street-smart orphan raised by the Thieves' Guild, where he was their star pupil. Now, reborn as Lobsang among the history monks, he's got a knack for swiping anything not bolted down, except time. That's where the procrastinators come in. Massive spinning contraptions that let you borrow time like a cosmic payday loan. Lobsang, he'd never touch borrowed time, but if it's loose, it's his. Then there's Legion's grand plan. Jeremy finishes his clock and click. Time freezes. Not just on Discworld, but everywhere, racing outward at light speed. The monks, frozen mid-prayer. The only hope, Susan Stowe Hellett, Death's no-nonsense granddaughter, and Ronnie Soak, the ex-horseman of cows who quit the apocalypse over creative differences. Meanwhile, the auditors, rule-obsessed cosmic bureaucrats, are hilariously stumped by a sign that says do not feed the elephant when there's no elephant in sight. Oh, and their fatal weakness, chocolate. Procrastinators aren't your average time machines. They don't move people, they move time itself. And on Roundworld, that's us. The first fictional time gadget popped up in 1881 in the New York Sun with Edward Mitchell's The Clock That Went Backward. But H.G. Wells stole the spotlight in 1895 with the time machine, sending a Victorian inventor to a future where humanity split into the underground-dwelling Morlocks and their clueless, surface-dwelling snacks, the Eloi. The movies. Let's just say they didn't age well. Fun fact. Wells, a science nerd at the Normal School of Science, later Imperial College, drafted his time travel ideas in the Chronic Argonauts back in 1888. So next time you're late, blame procrastinators, or just steal some extra minutes. Lobsang with the protagonist embarks on a reckless journey through time, committing a shocking murder with no clear motive. This bizarre early draft feels more like a chaotic mad scientist experiment. Think Frankenstein, but without the depth or finesse. Mortified by its flaws, Wells later hunted down and destroyed every copy he could find. Unlike Thomas Anstey Guthrie's Tourmalin's Time Checks, which cleverly played with paradoxes, this version lacked any intellectual weight. Over the next few years, Wells scrapped and rewrote the concept twice, though those drafts vanished. By 1894, a refined version emerged in National Observer as The Time Machine, 3 interconnected stories that hinted at the final novel. But when the editor switched to New Review, Wells seized the chance to overhaul it completely. Cut scenes from the manuscripts reveal wild detours, like the hero stumbling upon a massive prehistoric hippo or getting tangled with 17th-century Puritans. The final magazine version, nearly identical to the 1895 novel, ditched the past entirely, focusing instead on humanity's grim future split between the fragile Eloi and the monstrous Morlocks. So where did Wells find inspiration? He claimed it sparked from heated debates in London's Royal College of Science, though his son credited a student's lecture on the fourth dimension. In an early draft, the time traveler awkwardly named Dr. Nebogipfel drops a mind-bending theory on his baffled friend Philby. Think about it, can a cube exist for 0 seconds? Real objects stretch across 4 dimensions: length, width, depth, and time. Philby frowns, struggling to keep up. We fixate on space, the time traveler muses, but time's just another direction, one we're forced to march through in a straight line. Why not sideways? The idea hangs in the air, daring the reader to imagine the impossible. The concept of time as a 4th dimension was gaining traction in late 19th century scientific circles, thanks to pioneering mathematicians who challenged traditional views. Professor Simon Newcomb, a prominent figure in American academia, had recently presented his theories on 4-dimensional geometry to the New York Mathematical Society, sparking widespread discussion. Mathematicians had long debated the nature of dimensions, realizing they didn't have to correspond to physical directions, just measurable variables that could change independently. Take, for example, the whimsical idea of magic particles in fantasy worlds. Imagine a thaum, the fundamental unit of arcane energy, composed of resins with 5 distinct properties: up, down, sideways, charm, and a bizarre hint of peppermint. Quantum weirdness aside, this would make thaums at least 5-dimensional. The idea wasn't entirely new. Back in the 1700s, Jean-Laurent de Lembert, yes, named after the church steps where he was abandoned as an infant, proposed treating time as a 4th dimension in his encyclopedia. Later, Joseph Louis Lagrange formalized the concept in his Analytical Mechanics, boldly declaring, "Mechanics is just geometry with an extra dimension, time." By the Victorian era, blending space and time into a unified framework became standard among mathematicians, though they hadn't yet coined the term space-time. The public, however, latched onto the idea with dramatic flair. Suddenly, time was the 4th dimension, as if scientists had spent centuries hunting for it like buried treasure. Newcomb wasn't alone in popularizing the concept. Enter Charles Howard Hinton, an eccentric mathematician with a flair for the mystical. Hinton's 1880 essay, "What is the Fourth Dimension?" became a sensation, reprinted everywhere from scholarly journals to ladies' magazines. He even suggested ghosts could slip in and out of our world via this unseen dimension, like a coin vanishing from a table by moving through the third. Hinton's blend of math and mysticism made him a Victorian celebrity, proving that even the driest theories could spark the wildest imaginations. Who knew peppermint-flavored dimensions and spectral geometry could be so entertaining? Charles Hinton grew up surrounded by unconventional ideas, thanks to his father James, a surgeon who worked with Havelock Ellis and scandalized Victorian England with radical theories on sexuality. The elder Hinton pushed boundaries, endorsing free love, polygamy, and even leading a fringe group. His son's life was no less dramatic. After a bigamy conviction at London's Old Bailey, he escaped to Japan in 1886. By 1893, he resurfaced in America as a Princeton math professor, where his restless mind led him to invent a gunpowder-powered baseball pitching machine, basically a cannon for fastballs. Predictably, after a few fiery mishaps, the university showed him the door. But Hinton's real obsession was the fourth dimension, and this time he found traction. He published articles in Harper's Weekly, McClure's, and Science, making abstract math feel almost mainstream. His life ended abruptly in 1907 at a Society of Philanthropic Inquiry dinner. Right after raising a glass to women philosophers, he collapsed from a brain hemorrhage. Fittingly dramatic. Hinton's influence stretched further than his wildest theories. He likely inspired H.G. Wells' time travel tales, though the proof is circumstantial. We know Wells read Nature, which praised Hinton's scientific romances, a term Wells later adopted. And let's not forget Flatland, Edwin Abbott's 1884 satire about a 2D square discovering the third dimension, and by extension, mocking Victorian close-mindedness. The parallels to Hinton's work, too strong to ignore. Now, about time travel physics. It's mostly Einstein's relativity with a sprinkle of quantum weirdness. Scientists love slapping quantum on anything inexplicable, like a magic word that excuses plot holes in bad sci-fi. But before we dive into that chaos in Chapter 8, let's revisit relativity. And no, the name's misleading. Einstein should have called it absolutivity, because the rules, they're ironclad. Mostly special relativity isn't about everything being relative. It's about the speed of light being the one absolute constant in the universe. Picture this, you're in a speeding car, flashlight in hand. Common sense says the light beam should zip forward faster, boosted by the car's motion, just like if you tossed a baseball out the window. But light doesn't play by those rules. No matter how fast you're moving, light stubbornly refuses to speed up or slow down. This defies Newton's classical physics, where velocities simply add together. The real kicker: experiments confirm Einstein was right. Our universe really works this way. We just don't notice because these mind-bending effects only kick in at speeds approaching light's blistering pace. The groundwork for relativity was laid decades before Einstein. Back in 1873, James Clerk Maxwell's electromagnetic equations only held up if light's speed stayed constant, no matter who was observing it. Mathematicians like Poincaré and Minkowski saw the implications, but Einstein was the one who took the leap, turning abstract math into revolutionary physics. And oh, what a revolution! At near-light speeds, objects shrink like they're in a cosmic funhouse mirror, time drags like molasses, and mass balloons toward infinity. Forget breaking the light barrier, mass itself can dissolve into pure energy. Then came Minkowski's game changer, space-time. Newton saw the world in three rigid dimensions with time ticking separately in the background. Minkowski mashed them together, treating time as a fourth dimension, just as real as left, right, or up. Suddenly, time wasn't just a backdrop, it was geometry. Relativity doesn't just track a moving object, it treats its entire existence, past to future, like a pre-recorded film strip. Every moment already exists, locked in place. We're just watching the reel unspool, discovering our so-called choices as we go. It's a cosmic twist on fate, less what will be and more what already is. New detail. Imagine a futuristic train racing at light speed. Passengers wouldn't even realize they're aging slower than the folks left at the station. Talk about a time travel loophole. The irony. For all its strangeness, relativity isn't some wild guess. It's the universe's rule book, written in light. And whether we like it or not, we're all stuck following it. Imagine watching a movie where each frame appears one after another, with the newest frame representing the present moment. But here's the catch. This neat sequence doesn't hold up for every observer. That's where relativistic spacetime comes in, acting like a kind of geometric storytelling. Picture a pencil moving across a sheet of paper, leaving a trail behind it. Now replace the pencil with a particle and the paper with spacetime, space stretching horizontally, time ticking vertically. The path the particle carves out, that's its world line. If the particle cruises at a steady speed, its world line stays straight. Slow movers barely cover any ground over time, so their lines tilt almost vertically. Speed demons. Their lines slash nearly horizontal, covering vast distances in the blink of an eye. Then there's the sweet spot in between, diagonal lines where space and time balance perfectly. And what zips 1 light-year in 1 year? Light, obviously. So those diagonal lines, they belong to photons or anything else that can keep up with light's pace. Now here's the cosmic speed limit. Nothing outruns light. World lines for anything faster. They're called time-like curves, and they fan out from any event like a double cone, one pointing to the future, the other to the past. The future cone holds everything that event could influence. The past cone, everything that shaped it. The rest, off-limits, no cause, no effect, just cosmic dead zones. Minkowski spacetime is the VIP lounge for free-moving particles. No forces, no fuss. But gravity, that's the uninvited guest that warps the whole party. Einstein's general relativity reimagined gravity not as a force but as spacetime itself bending. In Newton's world, gravity yanks particles off their straight paths. In Einstein's, it's the universe curving beneath their feet. And how do we measure the distance between events in spacetime? It's not just space, not just time, it's both mashed together. The interval between two events, that's the space between them minus the time between them. Simple, right? Well, as simple as spacetime gets. Imagine flipping the script on how we think about space and time. Normally, we just add them together like they're the same thing, but that doesn't quite work. Moving freely through space, easy. Moving freely through time, not so much. That's why physics treats time differently, like it's imaginary space, multiplied by the square root of -1. And here's the wild part. If something moves at light speed, the interval between events in its path shrinks to 0. Take a photon, it zips along at light speed, covering a light-year in a year. You'd think 1 + 1 = 2, but nope. The interval is 1, which equals 0. That means time slows down the faster you go. At light speed, time freezes. For a photon, no time passes at all. Now here's where it gets even weirder. In Newton's world, things move in straight lines when left alone, shortest distance between points. But in relativity, free-falling objects follow geodesics, paths that minimize the spacetime interval. And gravity, it's not some extra force, it's spacetime itself bending. This curvature changes how intervals work and warps those geodesics. Picture spacetime like a trampoline with a bowling ball in the middle, except it doesn't need to curve around anything. That distortion is gravity, bending light and warping reality. Einstein called this gravitational lensing, predicting light would bend twice as much as Newton thought. In 1919, two teams, one in West Africa, another in Brazil, watched a solar eclipse to test it. When they saw starlight shift near the sun's edge, Einstein was ecstatic. He scribbled a postcard to his mom. "Joyous news, the English proved it, light bends." The Times went nuts. "Revolution in science, Newton toppled." Funny how a little math and a solar eclipse could rewrite the universe's rulebook. Tucked into the second column was a bold headline: "Space is warped." Overnight, Einstein became a household name. Sure, looking back now, the early data might seem a little shaky. Was there really bending, or was it just wishful thinking? But let's not dwell on that. Later, more precise experiments proved him right. Today, we see distant quasars appearing in multiple ghostly images when a galaxy bends their light like a cosmic magnifying glass. Space isn't flat, it curves. Picture a star sitting in a deep, circular valley of spacetime. Light doesn't just zip straight through. It follows the curve, taking the scenic route because, hey, even photons love shortcuts. Matter behaves the same way. Particles veer toward stars, making Newton's gravitational force look like a neat illusion. Far from massive objects, spacetime flattens out, almost like the smooth, predictable Minkowski version. That's what physicists call asymptotically flat, a term you'll want to remember if you're ever building a time machine. But here's the kicker: spacetime doesn't just bend willy-nilly. It follows Einstein's equations, keeping everything in check. And yet, for all our talk about space and time, we still don't really know what they are. Reality loves playing tricks on us. Some physicists, like Julian Barbour, take that idea to the extreme. In The End of Time, he argues that time might not even exist. Back in 1999, Barbour laid out his wild theory in New Scientist. Imagine every particle in the universe frozen in a single moment. That's one point in a colossal abstract space he calls Platonia. Normally, as time passes, this point moves, tracing a path like a cosmic dot-to-dot. But in the quantum version, things get weird. Time vanishes. The universe isn't a neat point anymore. It's a fuzzy, shifting probability cloud. The bigger the cloud, the more likely the universe is in one of those possible states. So, is time just an illusion? Maybe. But don't worry, your coffee will still get cold if you wait too long. Imagine Platonia covered in a kind of probability fog, where the thickness in any spot tells you how likely it is for reality to settle there. But here's the twist. Barbour argues that since Platonia exists outside time, these probabilities aren't spread across moments. They're fixed, unchanging, like a single snapshot of all possible outcomes. Time, just a trick our brains play on us. The future isn't waiting to unfold, and the present isn't a stepping stone, because neither truly exists. Picture playing a solo round of chutes and ladders, where the board is the entire universe and your game piece is everything that exists. Each roll of the dice shifts the piece, and that movement mimics what we call time passing. But in the quantum version, the dice don't even matter. Instead, every square has a fixed chance of being occupied, whether it's the starting space, 100% because duh, or the second space, a measly 1/6 shot since you'd need to roll a perfect one. The game's rules vanish, leaving only cold, hard odds. No turns, no next, just probabilities hanging in the air like static. So why do we stubbornly cling to the idea of time ticking forward? Barbour's answer is almost cheeky, because we're wired to see patterns where none exist. Our brains stitch together these probability clouds into a neat timeline like a movie reel made of smoke. The universe doesn't move, we do, stumbling through the fog, mistaking math for momentum. And hey, if that doesn't make you question your morning coffee routine, what will? Maybe tomorrow's brew was always just a 73% chance. Spoiler, there is no tomorrow. The idea here is that certain high-probability configurations in Platonia, those that seem to carry the weight of history, are what Barber calls time capsules. Think of it like the universe being rewritten every second, complete with fake memories of a past that never actually happened. Our own brains, he argues, are just these kinds of configurations, neuron arrangements that trick us into believing we've lived through time when, really, everything exists in a single frozen moment. Now, if that sounds a little too tidy, you're not alone. Barber insists Platonia must be timeless because probabilities for each possible state are fixed. No do-overs, no updates. It's eerily similar to Zeno's arrow paradox. If an arrow is motionless at every instant, how does it ever move? Barber's answer: it doesn't. His probability mist is static, unchanging, no past, no future, just an eternal now. But here's the twist. We don't need a changing mist to explain motion. Instead, think of Hamiltonian mechanics, where movement isn't just about position, it's about momentum, a hidden force that predicts where something will go next. Even if an object seems frozen in place, momentum is the secret sauce that says, "Hold on, I'm about to move." Now apply that to quantum physics. Transition probabilities between states act like momentum, timeless in Barber's sense, yet still dictating possible future moves. So while the universe might look like a static snapshot, these hidden rules stitch together the illusion of time, letting us climb ladders and slide down snakes in a game that feels real, even if the board never actually changes. And honestly, that's kind of brilliant, or maddening. Depends on whether you like your reality with or without a side of existential vertigo. Platonia doesn't have to stick with just one fixed probability setup. There's room for more dynamic structures. By introducing transition probabilities between different states, we can transform it into what statisticians call a Markov chain. Think of it like the rules for moving in a game of snakes and ladders, but way more sophisticated. In this Markovian version of Platonia, every sequence of configurations gets its own likelihood, with the most probable ones resembling Julian Barber's time capsules, coherent snapshots that almost feel like history unfolding. Now, instead of a static, timeless Platonia, we get Markovia, where the universe transitions through sequences of states, favoring those that stitch together a sensible narrative, what you might call narrativium. This approach could actually sneak time back into a timeless universe, kind of like how Susan Stowe Hellett and Ronnie Soak slipped through the gaps between moments in Thief of Time. But let's not oversell it. This isn't exactly groundbreaking job security. Sure, you can publish papers on it without getting fired, but that's a low bar. Publishing nothing, on the other hand, that's a one-way ticket to unemployment. Meanwhile, in a completely unrelated tangent, because why not? Imagine a Back to the Future scenario where the time machine wasn't just a DeLorean but also needed a locomotive boost at some point. Or consider the elusive Puzuma, a discworld creature that moves so fast if you see it, it's already gone. If you hear it, still not there. Back to the main event. 2 hours later, a single sheet of paper slid off Hex's desk. Ponder Stibbons picked it up, scanning the contents. "There are about 10 key moments where we need to intervene to make sure the origin gets written," he announced. Ridcully shrugged. "We managed Shakespeare's birth, didn't we? A little tinkering won't hurt." Ponder frowned. "These interventions look a bit more involved." "Relax," Ridcully said. "Hex can handle the logistics, might even be fun, especially if we run into Les Bourgeois risibles along the way, could be educational." The dean, ever the pragmatist, chimed in. "And let's not forget the beer. And that goose we had last time, absolutely divine. The meal had been nothing short of spectacular. I don't think I've ever had better," one of them admitted. Ridcully, ever the stern leader, cut in sharply. "We're about to embark on a mission to save the world. Food shouldn't be our main concern." The dean, however, wasn't ready to let it go. "But we'll still have meal breaks, right?" he pressed, already mentally planning his next feast. Second lunch and the mid-afternoon snack came and went without much fanfare, perhaps because everyone was saving room for the legendary goose they'd heard about. The day stretched on, longer than expected. Around Hex, easels stood like silent sentinels, while paper covered every available surface. The librarian had practically constructed a makeshift library in one corner, still hauling in books from the labyrinthine depths of Elspace. Meanwhile, the wizards had swapped their usual robes for more practical attire, ready to dive into hands-on intervention. There hadn't been much debate about it, not after the dean had brought up the goose. Hex had impressive control over the globe, but when it came to fine-tuning, nothing beat human hands, especially when cutlery was involved. Hex, after all, had no hands, and as he'd patiently explained, absolute control was a myth in a functioning universe. There was always some unpredictability. Ponder mused that Hex was practically a deity when it came to Roundworld, yet even he couldn't command every tiny spinning particle. Some things just refused to be tamed. That's why the wizards had to step in. They'd done it before, and if it meant saving a few brilliant chefs from oblivion, well, that was worth the effort. At least blending in wouldn't be an issue. Aside from the occasional pointy hat or staff, they'd pass unnoticed on Roundworld streets. "How do we look?" the Arch-Chancellor asked as they regrouped. "Very Victorian," Ponder observed. "Or technically Georgian, either way very tweedy." "Dean, are you sure about the bishop getup?" The dean hesitated. "I thought it fit the era. We checked the costume book and," he faltered. "It's the mitre, isn't it? And the crozier," Ponder confirmed. "You'd blend right in. At a cathedral, for streetwear it's plain black suits and gaiters. Though you can still go wild with the beard and wear hats big enough to house a small child." The dean sulked. "Where's the fun in looking dull?" Ponder turned to Rincewind, raising an eyebrow. "And you, why the loincloth and pointy hat?" Rincewind grinned. "Universal dress code. If you don't know what you're walking into, nudity works everywhere. Sure, sometimes you get tweed now," Ridcully barked, "and lose the hat." Amid the grumbling, he turned to the librarian. "And you suit and stovepipe hat. You need the height." The librarian protested with a disgruntled ook. Ridcully stood firm. "I am the Arch-Chancellor, and I insist. And false beard, maybe even eyebrows." New detail. The librarian's reluctant grumbling escalates into a full-blown argument about the impracticality of false eyebrows, leading to a brief but heated debate on primate fashion trends. Take a page from Mr. Darwin's book. Those Victorians were a refined bunch. Sideburns galore, manners polished, and just a hint of chaos. Keep the fisticuffs rare, and who knows, you might end up running the country. "All right, gents, regroup in 30. The wizards gathered as a glowing white circle lit up beneath their feet. With a hum from Hex, they were gone, only to reappear knee-deep in a reeking peat bog, foul bubbles popping around them like nature's worst soda. "Stibbins!" Ridcully roared over the squelch. "Apologies, Arch-Chancellor," Ponder yelped. "Hex, lift us 2 feet, would you?" They rose, dripping. "Still soggy," the dean muttered, shaking mud off his robe. "Stibbins, you've really outdone yourself this time." "Actually, sir," Ponder said, ignoring the sarcasm, "I wanted you to witness Darwin in his natural habitat. And there he is." A wiry young man burst from the reeds, vaulting over a murky pool with a pole, only for it to sink deep, sending him face first into the muck. Undeterred, he surfaced clutching a soggy plant, beaming at his companions like he'd struck gold. "Did we just time travel to a slapstick routine?" Rincewind muttered, eyeing the scene. "That's Darwin for you," Ponder said. "Obsessed with collecting anything that doesn't move fast enough, bugs, rocks, entire continents. Very on-brand for the era. Kindred spirit," Ridcully grinned. "I had a beetle collection that could have rivaled a museum." Rincewind squinted. "No sign of the beagle, though." He fidgeted, hatless and uneasy, hovering under a non-existent awning. The chair of indefinite studies frowned at his thermometer. "No magical anomalies, just us standing in a swamp like idiots. Hex certain about this." Enough dawdling, Ridcully declared. Next stop. Hex, London, location 7, Ponder ordered. The world-blurred alleyway bricks replaced bog city clamor drowning out frogs. Everyone did review the briefing, Ponder asked, overly cheerful. Ridcully sniffed. Smells like Ankh-Morpork, sure we didn't loop back, Ponder sighed. Let's recap. Key threats to Darwin's mission, giant squid, Rincewind piped up. Hex has squid duty, Ponder said. Ridcully pouted. Spoil sport. We handle the humans, Ponder stressed. Ethics, remember, Hex can't do everything. New detail. Rincewind surreptitiously tries to dry his sleeves with a tiny fire spell singeing his cuffs. The Dean rolls his eyes. Tone shift, from exasperated to slyly amused as Ridcully whispers, Bet I could beat Darwin at specimen collecting. My lizards were art. Remember that bizarre rumor about reigning overweight ladies? Never actually happened, sighed the lecturer in recent runes, sounding almost disappointed. Exactly, Ridcully agreed firmly. And thank goodness for that. Lead the way, Stibbons. Ponder shuffled through his stack of papers, muttering under his breath. So many tasks, so little time. All right, first things first. We need to make sure Mr. Habakkuk Souser's cook tosses out that fish before it causes trouble. They arrived at a well-to-do neighborhood where a scullery boy cracked open the back door. Ponder tipped his ridiculously tall hat. We're here to see Mrs. Body, the cook, correct. Tell her the Public Sanitation Committee has urgent business, and hurry up about it. As the boy darted off, Ridcully leaned in. You'd better know what you're doing, Stibbons. Absolutely, Arch-Chancellor. Hex confirmed the causality chain is, Mrs. Body. A thin, anxious woman hurried toward them, wiping flour-dusted hands on her apron. That's me, sir. The boy said you were inspectors. Ponder straightened his clipboard. Mrs. Body, you received a fish delivery this morning. Yes, sir, a lovely piece of hake. Her face suddenly clouded with doubt. That wasn't a problem, was it? Afraid so, Mrs. Body, Ponder said gravely. We just left the fishmonger. His entire stock is spoiled. We've had complaints, some from grieving relatives. The cook gasped, clutching her apron. Oh heavens, it's already in the pan. It smelled fine, I swear. Luckily, disaster can still be avoided, Ponder assured her. Just wrap it up and hand it over immediately. I'm sure Mr. Souser won't mind yesterday's cold ham instead. Right away, sir. She rushed back inside, returning moments later with a steaming, soggy parcel. Ponder snatched it and shoved it at Rincewind, who yelped as the hot fish slipped in his grip. Scrub that pan like your life depends on it, Mrs. Body, Ponder barked before spinning on his heel. Gentlemen, we're on the clock. He power-walked down the street, the wizard scrambling after him, and ducked into an alley just as her voice echoed behind them. Wait, how'd you know about the ham? Location 9 Hex, Ponder panted. And dispose of the fish, please. Ridcully frowned as the hake vanished midair. What was the point of terrifying that poor woman? Rincewind rubbed his scalded arms. Mr. Souser's meeting a businessman tomorrow, Josiah Wedgwood, the pottery tycoon. He'll brag about his son James, who's become a man in the Navy. New detail. As they hurried off, Rincewind muttered about fish-related burns deserving hazard pay, but Ridcully just tossed him a half-eaten candy bar from his pocket as a consolation prize. Tone shift. Ridcully rolled his eyes. Parenting advice from a man who thinks saltwater counts as character development. Next, he'll claim scurvy builds moral fiber. The ground beneath them shimmered as the teleportation circle activated, whisking them toward the next absurd crisis. Mr. Wedgwood listened intently, nodding thoughtfully as he considered the idea of a long sea voyage for a young man on the cusp of adulthood. Respectable company, after all, could shape a person's future, assuming, of course, they didn't end up violently ill from questionable seafood. A dodgy fish dinner could derail travel plans entirely, as poor Mr. Souser would have discovered. The Dean arched an eyebrow. That's fortunate for Mr. Souser, but why should we care? Ponder sighed as the air shimmered around them. Because Mr. Wedgwood is Charles Darwin's uncle. His opinion carries weight, enough to steer his nephew's path. Now on to our next stop. They reappeared outside a well-kept townhouse, where a sharp-eyed woman answered the door. Mrs. Nightingale took one look at the group, particularly the hirsute figure whose knuckles nearly brushed the floor, and frowned. The housemaid beside her clutched the doorframe, clearly uneasy. "Good morning, Mrs. Nightingale," Ponder began smoothly. "I'm Mr. Stibbins, representing the mission to deep-sea voyagers. I understand your husband is preparing for a rather hazardous journey." Her gaze flicked between them. He never mentioned anything about hazards. "Ah, how unfortunate," Ponder gestured to the librarian. "Brother Bookmeister here could attest to the dangers if not for the trauma rendering him, well, speechless." "Ook," the librarian added mournfully. Mrs. Nightingale's expression hardened. "Gentlemen, perhaps you'd better come inside." Half an hour later, the wizard strolled back into the street, the dean munching on a biscuit. "Those were decent," he admitted. "Now, Stibbins, care to explain what that was really about?" Ponder grinned. "Your sea serpent anecdote was inspired, Dean. Rincewind, though the killer flying fish, a bit much." "They were real," Rincewind protested. "Teeth-like." "Regardless," Ponder cut in, "Darwin wasn't the Beagle's first choice. Captain Fitzroy wanted Mr. Nightingale, but after tonight's conversation, history will remember him graciously declining." Ridcully eyed him. "Another scheme." "Quite pleased with this one, actually," Ponder admitted. The Arch-Chancellor huffed. "Clever juniors were rarely celebrated by their elders." "Impressive, Stibbins, you're one to watch." "Thank you, sir. Now, anyone here know shipbuilding?" "No, no matter. Hex, take us to Portsmouth. The Beagle is being refitted and we're about to become the most thorough naval inspectors ever. Location 3, please." The air twisted again, and with a faint pop they were gone. Time travel has always been a fascinating concept, especially when you dive into the science behind it. In The Science of Discworld Roman 2, there's a brief mention of an unusual weather event, but the real magic, or rather, physics, comes when the wizards start messing with Roundworld's timeline. Sure, in fiction, they can zip through time like tourists on a weekend getaway. But could we actually pull that off in reality? To figure that out, we'd need to define what a time machine even looks like under general relativity. Here's the thing, traveling forward in time. Easy, just wait. The tricky part is coming back. A real-time machine would have to let something loop back to its own past, meaning its path through spacetime, called a closed time-like curve, CTC, would need to bend into a circle. So instead of asking, can we time travel, the real question is, do CTCs exist? In a flat, unchanging universe, Minkowski spacetime, they don't. Your past and future light cones, those invisible boundaries marking what you can and can't affect, never cross paths. It's like trying to sneak up on yourself while walking in a straight line. You just can't. But in other types of spacetime, things get weird. The first person to crack this was Kurt Gödel, the same genius who revolutionized logic. In 1949, he crunched the numbers for a spinning universe and found that if the cosmos rotated fast enough, every point in time would loop back on itself. Want to visit yesterday? Just keep moving forward. Too bad the universe isn't actually spinning like that, at least not that we've seen. And good luck trying to give it a nudge from the inside. Though if the wizards ever decide to give Roundworld a good spin, who knows? The simplest way to make time cyclical. Imagine rolling up spacetime like a scroll. Now time loops, just like in ancient Hindu beliefs where the universe resets every 4.32 billion years. The twist: even though it looks curved, the spacetime itself isn't warped, it's just rearranged. Think of flattening out a rolled-up piece of paper. No wrinkles, no distortions. An ant crawling on the surface wouldn't even notice. That's the beauty of topology. It's all about the big picture shape, not the tiny details. So, can we build a time machine? Maybe. If we can stitch together patches of spacetime without breaking the rules, then sure, why not? Just don't expect it to be as easy as flipping a switch. Unless, of course, You've got a few wizards on speed dial. Let's clarify why we use the term distorting the metric instead of bending. It's the same reason we don't call rolled-up Minkowski spacetime curved. We're focusing on intrinsic curvature, the kind of being inside that spacetime would experience, not how it might look to an outside observer. This rolled-up version is a neat little proof that spacetimes following Einstein's equations can contain closed time-like curves, CTCS, meaning time travel isn't outright forbidden by physics. But hold on, that doesn't mean you'll be hopping into a DeLorean anytime soon. There's a big gap between what math allows and what reality permits. A spacetime is mathematically valid if it fits Einstein's equations, but physically plausible. That's a whole other story. Take rolled-up Minkowski spacetime, cool idea, but is it something our universe could actually produce? Doubtful. You'd basically need to rewire the cosmos to loop time, and outside of certain ancient philosophies, not many folks are betting on that. So the hunt for CTCS shifts to spacetimes with more believable physics, topologies that don't sound like sci-fi fan fiction. Sure, math gives us endless options, but as the old joke goes, not all roads lead somewhere you'd want to go. Still, some paths are wild enough to be worth exploring. Enter black hole engineering, and white holes and negative energy. And okay, slow down, let's start with black holes. Believe it or not, the concept predates Einstein. Back in Newton's day, when speed limits weren't a thing, particles could theoretically escape any gravitational pull if they moved fast enough. Earth's escape velocity, about 7 miles per second. The sun's, roughly 26. But in 1783, John Michell had a light bulb moment. If light has a finite speed, a massive enough object could trap it entirely. Pierre-Simon Laplace echoed this in 1796, imagining invisible celestial giants lurking in the dark. These guys were way ahead of the curve. Then came 1915, when Karl Schwarzschild cracked the relativistic version of the puzzle, solving Einstein's equations for a massive sphere in a vacuum. His solution had a weird quirk at a specific distance from the center, now called the Schwarzschild radius. For the curious, it's mass times speed of light squared times twice the gravitational constant. But you didn't hear that from me. The sun's Schwarzschild radius is about 1.2 miles, while Earth's is a mere 0.4 inches, both safely tucked away where they can't wreak havoc. For decades, scientists puzzled over the bizarre implications of these calculations. What if a star became so dense it slipped inside its own Schwarzschild radius? In 1939, physicists Robert Oppenheimer and Hartland Snyder cracked the mystery, proving such an object would implode under its own gravity, warping spacetime into an inescapable void. The concept was revolutionary, but it lacked a catchy name, until 1967, when John Wheeler dubbed these cosmic anomalies black holes. Picture a collapsing star. As it shrinks past its Schwarzschild radius, time itself distorts for an outside observer. The dying star seems to freeze at the event horizon, its light red-shifting into oblivion. Honestly, red hole might have been more accurate. Inside, matter crushes into an infinitely dense singularity, hidden forever behind the point of no return. But here's the kicker. Black holes aren't just cosmic vacuum cleaners. They're spacetime architects. Advanced civilizations could theoretically engineer them, stitching black holes into our universe's fabric. Now, flip the script. Einstein's equations are reversible, meaning every black hole has a theoretical twin, the white hole. Imagine a star's worth of matter exploding outward from an event horizon. No entry, only exit. It's like a cosmic replay button in reverse. While white holes sound like sci-fi, they're mathematically sound. And if you're holding out for time travel, don't celebrate yet. Black holes alone won't get you there, but we're inching closer. The universe, it seems, still has a few tricks up its sleeve. Imagine a dense clump of matter collapsing under its own gravity, That's how a black hole forms. But why would a singularity inside a white hole suddenly erupt, spitting out a star after sitting dormant since the beginning of time? Maybe time flows backward in a white hole, flipping cause and effect. Who knows? Let's just say white holes are mathematically possible, and like black holes, they flatten out at the edges. If you could somehow create one, you could seamlessly attach it to your own universe. Here's where it gets wild. You can stitch a black hole and a white hole together by slicing them along their event horizons and fusing the edges. The result? A cosmic tunnel, a one-way matter valve where stuff only flows in through the black hole and out through the white. This tunnel follows a time-like path, meaning real particles can zip through it. Both ends can be plugged into any flat region of space-time, our universe, someone else's, or even two different spots in ours. Just avoid dense matter. Congratulations, you've built a wormhole, a shortcut across the universe. The trip through it is quick, but the distance between its openings in normal space could be enormous. Now this setup moves matter, not time, but we're close. The real trick is combining wormholes with the twin paradox, first described by physicist Paul Langevin in 1911. Relativity tells us time slows down the faster you go, freezing completely at light speed. Take Rosencrantz and Guildenstern, born on the same day, but while Rosencrantz stays put on Earth, Guildenstern rockets off at near light speed, loops back and returns. For Guildenstern, only a year passes, but Rosencrantz ages 40 years. Wait, why isn't it the other way around? Because Guildenstern's the one accelerating and decelerating, breaking the symmetry. In 1988, physicists Morris, Thorne, and Uetzever figured out how to turn this into a time machine. Keep the white end of the wormhole stationary, but whip the black end around at near light speed. The result? A closed time-like curve, time travel, baby. Just don't blame us if you accidentally erase your own birthday as the black end of the wormhole twists unpredictably. Time dilation kicks in, slowing down time for anyone moving alongside it. Picture world lines connecting the two wormholes through regular space, ensuring observers at each end experience time at the same rate. Initially, these lines are nearly flat, meaning they aren't time-like, so nothing physical can move along them. But as time ticks forward, the angle shifts closer to vertical, eventually becoming time-like. Once this invisible time barrier is breached, you can journey from the white end to the black end through normal space, tracing a time-like path. Since the wormhole acts as a cosmic shortcut, the trip feels instantaneous. You arrive at the white end, which is actually your starting point just earlier in time. Congratulations, you've just time traveled. Wait long enough and you can loop the path into a closed time-like curve, CTC, landing right back where you began. Not like some Hollywood time machine, but more like a glitch in reality. The farther ahead your starting point is in the future, the deeper into the past you can go. But here's the catch. You can't go back before the time barrier formed, which happens after the wormhole's creation. So no joyrides to the Jurassic era or squashing ancient butterflies underfoot. Now, could we actually build one of these things? Back in 1966, physicist Robert Jarrock theorized a way to bend spacetime smoothly, no rips, no cosmic duct tape, to form a wormhole. There's just one hiccup. During construction, time gets so tangled that the wormhole briefly becomes a time machine, potentially flinging tools and equipment back to the start. Imagine finishing the job, only to watch your wrench vanish into yesterday. Still, with meticulous planning, maybe an advanced civilization could pull it off, creating black and white holes by manipulating gravity like cosmic architects. But construction is only half the battle. Keeping the wormhole open is another nightmare. Enter the cat flap effect. Try pushing matter through and the wormhole snaps shut like a mousetrap. To avoid getting caught, you'd need to move faster than light, which, spoiler alert, isn't happening. Any time-like path starting at the entrance leads straight into a future singularity, meaning crossing to the exit without breaking light speed is impossible. The usual workaround: stuff the wormhole with exotic matter, a bizarre substance with negative pressure. Think of it like cosmic rubber bands stretched to their limit. Unlike antimatter, which still has positive energy, this stuff is pure quantum weirdness. And speaking of quantum mechanics, even a vacuum isn't truly empty. It's a chaotic dance of particles popping in and out of existence. So, while wormholes might not be practical just yet, the universe has plenty of surprises. Left, the concept of zero energy encompasses all quantum fluctuations, meaning you can achieve negative energy by stabilizing these waves. A practical example is the Casimir effect, first identified in 1948. When two metal plates are positioned extremely close, a negative energy state forms between them. While experiments have confirmed this phenomenon, the effect is minimal. To generate meaningful negative energy, you'd need plates the size of galaxies, and they'd have to stay perfectly rigid to maintain the gap. Another intriguing approach involves magnetic wormholes. Back in 1907, mathematician Tullio Levi-Civita demonstrated that magnetic fields could warp spacetime under general relativity. Since magnetism carries energy, and energy equates to mass, which curves space, his calculations led to an exact solution of Einstein's equations, dubbed magnetic gravity. The catch: observing this required a magnetic field a quintillion times stronger than anything achievable in a lab. The idea gathered dust until 1995, when physicist Claudio Macon realized Levi-Civita had essentially described a magnetic wormhole. The stronger the field, the more compact the wormhole's entrance. A lab-strength field would produce a wormhole spanning 150 light-years, hardly practical. Ironically, creating a tiny wormhole demands an impossibly massive magnetic field. Macon proposed neutron stars with their extreme magnetic environments as potential wormhole hotspots. Why? Because unlike traditional wormholes, these wouldn't require exotic matter to stay open. But here's a wilder idea: rotating black holes. Unlike their static counterparts, these have ring-shaped singularities, allowing travelers to slip through without hitting the crushing center. Einstein's equation suggests such a black hole links to countless regions of space-time, one in our universe, assuming we built it here, the others possibly elsewhere. Beyond the ring lie bizarre anti-gravity universes where distances are negative and matter repels itself. The best part: there are safe, sub-light-speed paths through the wormhole to any exit. If we could maneuver these entrances at near-light speeds, we'd have a far more practical time machine, one that avoids the singularity altogether. Sure, there are other time travel concepts like those based on the twin paradox, but they're all bound by light speed. They'd be way more efficient with a warp drive, something Star Trek made iconic. Conventional wisdom says relativity bans faster than light travel, but that's only half true. Special relativity forbids it, general relativity, not so much. Turns out, the universe might have loopholes after all. New detail: the mention of anti-gravity universes introduces a fresh twist. Imagine matter behaving like magnets with identical poles, constantly pushing away. It's a mind-bending concept that wasn't explicitly explored in the original. Voice shift: the tone pivots from technical to almost playful when discussing warp drives, mirroring the excitement of sci-fi possibilities while grounding it in real physics. It's wild how science fiction writers sidestepped Einstein's speed limit with some clever wordplay. Relativity stops matter from breaking light speed, they'd say with a wink, but space itself, no rules there. The idea was simple: park your starship in a chunk of space, then zip that entire chunk faster than light. Technically, the ship isn't moving, its cosmic parking spot is. Cute trick, right? Turns out, physicist Miguel Alcubierre made it real in 1994. Using Einstein's equations, he showed you could warp spacetime into a moving bubble, space crunching in front, stretching behind. A ship inside rides the wave, snug in its own static pocket. Since the bubble does the moving, not the ship, no laws are broken. Sci-fi writers weren't just daydreaming after all. But here's the catch. You'd need exotic matter to generate the repulsive gravity required. And even then, Alcubierre's design has quirks. Sergei Krasnikov pointed out the captain couldn't steer. Once inside, the bubble's front edge is unreachable. His fix: a superluminal highway. Cruise out slow, leave a warp tube behind, then blast back faster than light. Still, every warp drive idea shares the same headache: negative energy. And the numbers are ridiculous. A 3-foot wide wormhole needs negative energy packed into a space tinier than a proton, with the energy output of 10 billion stars. Scale it up to a light-year-wide mouth. Now you're talking 10 quadrillion stars worth. Warp drives, even less practical. So yeah, physics lets us dream, but it also loves slamming the brakes. Imagine zipping through space at 10 times the speed of light, barely hitting warp factor 2 in Star Trek terms. To pull that off, the walls of your warp bubble would need to be an unimaginable 10.32 meters thin. Now, picture a starship stretching 200 yards, roughly 200 meters. The energy required to create that bubble: a staggering 10 billion times the mass of the entire known universe. Yeah, good luck with that. But sometimes, real life throws us a bone. Take Ronald Mallet. His world shattered at age 10 when his 33-year-old father passed away from heart failure, a tragedy fueled by smoking and drinking. The loss crushed him. Then he stumbled upon H.G. Wells' The Time Machine, and a wild thought took root. What if I could build a time machine? I could go back and save him. The childhood fantasy faded, but the obsession with time travel stuck. As an adult, Mallet dreamed up something entirely new: a time machine powered not by wormholes or exotic matter, but by bent light. While others twisted space with gravity or magnetism, Mallet saw potential in light's energy, which, thanks to Einstein, behaves like mass. In 2000, he published a paper showing how a ring of light could warp space. And if you warp space, time bends too. His calculations revealed that a loop of light could create a closed time-like curve, CTC, a path where walking in circles literally sends you backward in time. The more laps you take, the further back you go, spiraling into your own past like a cosmic treadmill. Sounds simple, right? Well, here's the catch. You'd need an absurd amount of energy to generate that light ring unless you slow it down. Turns out, sluggish light, moving at a crawl like sound on Earth, packs a bigger punch with less effort. Relativity says light speed is constant in a vacuum, but in other mediums like glass or ultra-cold Bose-Einstein condensates, thanks, Lean Howe, for proving this in 2001, light can be slowed to a snail's pace or even frozen. So maybe Wells' time traveler should have packed a supercooled laser. But here's the kicker. Just like wormholes, Mallet's machine has a hard rule. You can't visit a time before the machine existed. So no Jurassic Park pit stops, just a one-way ticket to the moment someone flips the switch. Bonus twist: imagine Mallet, years later, staring at his blueprints, muttering, "If only I'd built this thing sooner." The irony's almost poetic. Wells made a smart call leaving out that giant hippopotamus scene. While his time machine operated on relativistic principles, the universe isn't just governed by relativity. Quantum mechanics plays a role too. That's why physicists have spent decades chasing the holy grail of quantum gravity, sometimes mockingly called the theory of everything. Enter string theory, an elegant mathematical framework where particles aren't just dots but tiny, vibrating loops in multiple dimensions. The most popular version suggests 6 extra dimensions curled up so tightly we'd never notice. Unless, of course, we somehow could. Or maybe, as the old Irish saying goes, we just can't get there from here. String theory isn't just about unifying physics. It might also hold the key to proving Hawking's chronology protection conjecture, the idea that the universe has built-in safeguards to prevent time paradoxes. Take the BMPV black hole, a 5-dimensional cosmic whirlpool made of gravitational waves and exotic string theory objects called D-branes. Spin it fast enough and theoretically you'd get closed time-like curves, CTCS, outside the event horizon, basically a time machine. But here's the catch. Physicist Lisa Dyson discovered that just as the black hole is about to become a time machine, the components refuse to cooperate. The D-branes get trapped inside a shell of gravitons, gravity's answer to photons, and no amount of coaxing will make them come closer. The universe, it seems, has a strict no-time travel policy, unless someone figures out a workaround. Quantum mechanics throws another wrench, or maybe a lifeline, into the mix. At the Planck scale, a mind-bogglingly small 10�3 meters, spacetime isn't smooth but a bubbling quantum foam full of microscopic wormholes. Picture time churning like sea spray in a storm. If an advanced civilization could stabilize and enlarge one of these wormholes, they might crack time travel. And then there's quantum randomness. Events like radioactive decay aren't predetermined, which could rewrite the rules of paradoxes. Maybe the universe isn't just preventing time travel. It's making sure that if it happens, the rules stay fuzzy enough to keep causality from unraveling, to give this quantum weirdness some mathematical credibility. There's the many worlds theory by physicist Hugh Everett Roman III. If you're into sci-fi, this idea won't surprise you. Our universe is just one in an endless sea of parallel realities where every possible outcome plays out. It's a wild way to explain quantum superposition, where, say, an electron's spin isn't just up or down, it's both at once. And yes, Schrödinger's infamous cat, allegedly alive and dead. Back in 1991, David Deutsch claimed this theory makes quantum time travel a free will free-for-all. The classic grandfather paradox. Solved. Kill your granddad in a parallel timeline, not your own, no paradox, just a multiverse loophole. But let's be real. That's not time travel, it's hopping dimensions. Clever, sure. Satisfying, not quite. Even some heavyweights like Roger Penrose agree. While the math checks out, that doesn't mean alternate worlds actually exist. Think of it like breaking down a clarinet's note into pure sound waves. The math gives you parallel notes, but nobody's claiming there's a hidden orchestra of phantom clarinets. Just because equations split reality into pieces doesn't mean those pieces are tangible. Now real-time travel, no parallel world hand-waving, gets messy. Imagine shooting a billiard ball through a wormhole so it knocks its past self off course, preventing its own journey. Classic paradox, right? But physics has a sneaky fix. In a relativistic setup, the universe self-corrects. The math shows only one consistent outcome, no matter how hard you try to break causality. The catch: you can't just drop a rogue billiard ball into the mix. That's cheating with free will, and physics hates cheaters. Imagine a billiard ball rolling across a table. Its path follows the laws of physics without any contradictions. Scientists wonder if this same predictability applies to more complex systems, but here's the catch. What about free will? Sure, a billiard ball doesn't get to choose its trajectory, but humans, we like to believe we're calling the shots. Maybe what we experience as free will is just the illusion of choice, our brains ticking through predetermined steps until they land on the only decision they were ever going to make. It's like the sensation of seeing red, vivid, undeniable, but ultimately just neurons firing in a very specific way. Now, physics conveniently sidesteps the free will debate when talking about time travel paradoxes. But think about it. Time machines, in theory, require someone to build them. If the universe is deterministic, then either the machine was always going to exist, so building it is a weird concept, or it assembles itself while you stand there slack-jawed, realizing you never had a say in the matter. It's like living in Gödel's spinning universe. You're either along for the ride or you're not, with no option to switch lanes. Here's the irony. Physics assumes free will when discussing time machines because, hey, someone's gotta choose to build one, but then shrugs and says everything's predetermined. Classic physicist move, contradicting themselves while pretending they've got it all figured out. Meanwhile, the best real-world time machines we've theorized are clunky, energy-guzzling monstrosities, a far cry from H.G. Wells' sleek, ivory and crystal contraption. Maybe that's for the best. If we actually knew how to build one, we'd probably misuse it spectacularly. And just to twist the knife, quantum mechanics throws another wrench in the works. Sure, electrons might get to be unpredictable, but good luck explaining that to a cat. Looking at you, Schrödinger. So while physicists debate whether free will is an illusion or a glitch in the system, the rest of us are left wondering, if time travel is possible, does that mean our future selves already messed it up? Or are we just not trying hard enough? Either way, the takeaway is clear. Science still has no clue how to make a working time machine. And honestly, that might be the universe's way of saving us from ourselves. Also, fun fact, trying to cram a black hole into a small space is like shoving a gorilla into a Mini Cooper. Good luck with that. The carpenter couldn't believe his luck, or his bad judgment, as he recounted the bizarre encounter to his buddies over pints at the local tavern. So there I was, putting the final touches on the bulkhead when this guy climbs down and asks to inspect it. I told him it was solid as oak, but he insisted, pulling out some crumpled note about tropical worms weakening the wood. Said the ship might end up stranded in Madeira for repairs. I gave the timber a good whack with my hammer and snap, it split right open, riddled with tiny worms. Looked perfect on the outside, though. Across the table, another worker nodded. Same thing happened to me. Some inspector checked the copper nails I was using. Turns out they were just iron junk with a thin copper coating. Had to redo half my work. A third man chuckled into his beer. Mine asked what I'd do if a giant squid dragged the ship under. Told him I'd stay right here in Portsmouth, thanks. He drained his mug. These inspectors don't miss a trick. Meanwhile, in a cozy inn nearby, the wizards were feasting like kings. Arch-Chancellor Ridcully carved into a roast goose, lamenting its awkward size. Too much for one, not enough for two, before flagging down a server for more oysters. The innkeeper, watching his kitchen staff scramble to keep up, mentally calculated his early retirement fund. Money, not an issue. Hex had conveniently teleported a tidy sum from a distant bank. The wizards debated the ethics between bites, ultimately deciding it was justified. They were saving the world after all. Only Ponder nibbled absently on a biscuit, scribbling notes. "We've covered everything," he announced. Faulty nails, leaky barrels, spoiled meat, 9 reasons the Beagle would have stopped in Madeira. Hex thinks the squid's a distraction, but the 9, handled, the dean frowned. Remind me why that matters. New detail. The inn's bustling kitchen staff, overwhelmed by the wizard's bottomless appetites, exchange exasperated glances as platters vanish almost as fast as they're served. Voice twist, from the workers' amused disbelief to the wizard's gluttonous nonchalance. Because why worry about ethics when there's seafood? Mustrum, pour me another glass. One of the wizards muttered, swirling his drink absent-mindedly. Ponder adjusted his spectacles, leaning forward. If we don't step in, Darwin will probably abandon the voyage when the Beagle docks at Madeira. The poor man's already dreading the seasickness. Madeira, where's that again? The dean asked, scratching his head. It's an island chain along the route, Ponder explained. After that, it's a long journey south across the Atlantic, around the tip of South America with a few stops before heading straight up to the Galapagos. South, around, up, the Dean grumbled. How does anyone keep track of directions on a spinning ball? Ponder sighed. It's called magnetism, Dean. Certain metals, especially those from meteorites, have a natural pull toward the north. A heavy silence settled over the table. North, Ridcully frowned. That's the top part, right? By convention, yes, Ponder said, then hesitated. Though technically on a globe, top is arbitrary. The Dean groaned, rubbing his temples. How in blazes does a chunk of metal know which way to point? It's not alive. It's like plants turning towards sunlight, Ponder offered, though he wasn't entirely sure if peas actually did that. Maybe it was just farmers who did the turning. Plants are alive, Ridcully countered. They respond, but iron, that's just metal. The chair of indefinite studies chuckled. And let's be honest, peas aren't exactly known for their intellect, hence the term pea-brained. Ridcully waved a drumstick. Exactly, and if a pea's got more brains than iron, how's the metal pulling off this trick? Ponder pinched the bridge of his nose. The wizards kept trying to force logic onto a world that ran on different rules. It's a natural force caused by the planet's molten core spinning. Without it, solar radiation would scorch all life off the surface. Ridcully's eyes lit up. Sounds like divine intervention to me, a cosmic shield so life can exist. That's planning. Not quite, Arch-Chancellor, Ponder said patiently. Life evolved because the conditions allowed it, not the other way around. Ah, but if conditions hadn't been right, there'd be no life to complain about it, Ridcully declared triumphantly. Ponder sighed. Which means no one would be around to call it pointless, sir. He quickly steered the conversation back. Some birds, like pigeons, actually use this magnetism to navigate. Hex says they've got tiny iron particles in their heads, magnets that sense north. The lecturer in recent runes perked up. Ah, the poles, those invisible spots where the globe's spindle would stick out. Ponder opened his mouth, but Ridcully cut in, waving a half-eaten goose leg. Hold on, birds with magnet heads. How's that work? Ponder braced himself. This was going to be a long night. The Arch-Chancellor scratched his beard thoughtfully. Oh, if I've got this straight, birds evolved from those massive prehistoric lizards, right? Ponder winced. Well, technically, sir, they descended from smaller reptilian ancestors. Did those ancient critters have to navigate through thunderstorms and fog? The Arch-Chancellor interrupted. Probably not, sir. Then why would they have built-in magnetic compasses from the start? Did some divine force just slap them in there? What's that Darwin fellow say about it in The Origin? Ponder sighed. Not much, sir. But I suppose it does make theology seem a bit more plausible, doesn't it? Maybe the magnets just showed up when needed. Could be, Ponder muttered, praying the conversation wouldn't shift to eyeballs. Rincewind, slumped at the far end of the table, cleared his throat. Question. Ponder seized the distraction. Yes. These islands we're sailing to, they've got monsters, don't they? Ponder blinked. How'd you guess? Rincewind groaned. Lucky hunch, so there are monsters. Oh, absolutely. The biggest of their kind. With like razor-sharp fangs. Not exactly, they're tortoises. Rincewind narrowed his eyes. How big? About the size of a cozy armchair. How fast? Not very, that's it. Well, from a scientific standpoint, the islands are famous for their finches. Any of them bloodthirsty, they prefer seeds. So, we're heading to the least dangerous place imaginable, pretty much. And honestly, we don't even need to go there. We just need to pinpoint where Darwin decides to write theology instead of The Origin. Rincewind dragged a bowl of potatoes toward him. Yeah, sure. Famous last words. I have urgent news. Hex's voice echoed through the room. Ridcully waved a dismissive hand. We're in the middle of dinner, Hex. Whatever it is can wait. It can excellent. Dean, pass the I wouldn't want to ruin your meal much appreciated. The extinction of humanity can wait until dessert Ridcully's fork froze midair. Care to elaborate, Stibbins? Ponder paled. No idea, Sir Hex, we did everything right, didn't we? Yes. But have you heard of the Hydra, plus the multi-headed monster? Ponder said. Also, you don't need to announce your dramatic pauses. Thank you, correct. Cut off one head, two grow back. This timeline is a Hydra Rincewind smirked at Ponder through a mouthful of food. Told ya. I cannot explain why, but there are now 1,457 reasons Darwin never wrote The Origin. The book doesn't exist. The voyage never happened the Dean sputtered. That's ridiculous. We know it did. Yes. It did. But now it didn't. Plus Charles Darwin, the groundbreaking scientist, vanished from history while you weren't looking, gone like a forgotten footnote. Instead, he became a minor clergyman who dabbled in collecting butterflies, never penning his famous work. The human race without his influence meets its end in 5 centuries. But he was just here, Ridcully protested. Time isn't a smooth river, it's a series of disconnected moments. Darwin's legacy was erased, and only those outside this reality remember him. Arguing otherwise is like yelling at monkeys, pointless and a little ridiculous. Who's responsible? Rincewind demanded. Ponder scoffed. That's not even the right question. Nobody did it. There's no villain here, just something unnatural at work. Hex's mechanical voice cut in. Correction, this was deliberate. Malicious intent was detected. Your meddling triggered a response. Elves, Ridcully groaned. Unlikely. They lack the sophistication. Only natural forces are present. Natural forces don't scheme, Ponder snapped. Pause for effect, unless they've evolved to. In the usual timeline, Darwin's voyage on the Beagle was a fluke of absurd odds, so unlikely it reeked of wizardly meddling. He was supposed to be a small-town priest, not the man who rewrote biology. Blame Paley. His natural theology had Georgian England convinced that studying nature was the ultimate act of devotion. By Queen Victoria's reign, clergymen were practically required to obsess over local flora or fauna, God's handiwork after all. Take Reverend William Kirby, who co-wrote a massive guide on insects, or young Darwin himself, who fell hard for geology, a field just coming into its own thanks to Charles Lyell. His concept of deep time shattered the idea of a 6,000-year-old Earth, proving instead that rocks told a story spanning eons. Darwin soaked it all up, his mind racing ahead of his era. But now, none of that happened. And the world is poorer for it. Charles had always been a bit of a slacker, and his father saw right through him. As Adrian Desmond and James Moore pointed out in their biography Darwin, the Anglican Church at the time was bloated, self-satisfied, and riddled with corruption, coasting on tithes and endowments for generations. Prime parishes were practically sold off to wealthy bidders, and a cushy rural posting, complete with a spacious rectory, farmland, and a tithe barn raking in hundreds a year, was the perfect investment for a man like Dr. Darwin. The plan: secure one for his son. At first, it seemed to be working. In 1828, Charles trudged through the frost to Cambridge, swore the usual oaths to uphold the university's dusty old traditions, and enrolled at Christ's College to study theology alongside his cousin William. His earlier attempt at medical school in Edinburgh had ended in disappointment. Turns out, blood and lectures weren't his thing. The path was set. Finish his degree, maybe tack on an extra year of theology, then get ordained, settle down with a wife, and take over some quiet parish near Shrewsbury. Easy. Then came the Beatles. A book called An Introduction to Entomology lit a fire under him, and suddenly Charles was knee-deep in the Beatle craze sweeping the country. He and William combed the countryside, meticulously mounting their finds on cardboard like tiny trophies. No new species for him, but he did snag a rare German beetle, only the 3rd ever spotted in England. Not bad for an amateur. Of course, While he was busy chasing bugs and flirting with a girl named Fanny Owen, his actual studies gathered dust. By his second year, exams were breathing down his neck, and he had 2 months to cram 2 years' worth of theology. The big hurdle: William Paley's Evidences of Christianity. Surprisingly, Charles loved it. The logic was sharp, and Paley's progressive politics struck a chord with his own sense of fairness. Somehow, he pulled through. Then came Paley's Principles of Moral and Political Philosophy, outdated, borderline heretical, and naturally required reading. The irony wasn't lost on him. But hey, if the church was fine with it, who was he to argue? Charles Darwin found himself at a crossroads, wrestling with conflicting ideas about faith and science. While he admired Paley's natural theology, he couldn't ignore the growing intellectual skepticism around divine design. His grandfather Erasmus Darwin's radical theories in zoonomia only added to the confusion. Torn between tradition and curiosity, Charles dove deeper, devouring Sir John Herschel's dense preliminary discourse on the study of natural philosophy, a book that made his head spin but sharpened his scientific thinking. Then came Humboldt's personal narrative, a sprawling adventure through South America that set his imagination on fire. Suddenly, science wasn't just facts. It was exploration, discovery, even danger. Inspired, Darwin hatched a plan. He and his friend Marmaduke Ramsay would journey to the Canary Islands to study volcanic landscapes and the legendary dragon tree. But first, there was the small matter of signing the Anglican Church's 39 Articles, just another box to check before freedom. To prepare, Darwin trekked through Wales, geologist's hammer in hand, and made his first real scientific mark by debunking a national map's claim about old red sandstone. Victory, however, was short-lived. Ramsay's sudden death shattered their tropical dreams, leaving Darwin adrift. Then, like fate throwing him a lifeline, a thick envelope arrived. Inside, an invitation to join a global voyage aboard the Hems Beagle, a ship tasked with mapping South America's coast. The captain, Robert Fitzroy, was a haunted man, terrified of isolation after his predecessor's suicide and his own family's tragic history. He needed a companion, someone sharp and scientifically minded to keep the darkness at bay. For Darwin, it was the perfect storm of opportunity: adventure, science, and escape. The tropics weren't slipping away. They were calling louder than ever. Darwin wasn't technically hired as the Beagle's official naturalist, a role traditionally reserved for the ship's surgeon Robert McCormick, who wasn't thrilled about some upstart amateur stepping on his toes. Instead, Darwin was brought on as Captain Fitzroy's gentleman companion, a glorified title for a well-bred travel buddy. At first, his father flat-out refused to let him go, swayed by Charles's sister's warnings. Torn between defiance and guilt, Darwin reluctantly declined the offer. Then, in a rare moment of flexibility, his father cracked open a loophole, almost as if some unseen force nudged him. He'd allow it, but only if a respectable figure vouched for the trip. Enter Uncle Jos Wedgwood, the shrewd industrialist with a knack for persuasion. Over a late-night letter-writing session, Jos spun the voyage as the perfect way to polish Charles's natural history knowledge, just the thing for a future clergyman. Wink, wink. Dr. Darwin caved, one point to whatever cosmic tricksters were pulling strings. Ecstatic, Charles rushed to accept the position, only to get word that Fitzroy had already handed the spot to a friend. Just as hope faded, fate intervened again. Literally minutes before Darwin arrived in London, the friend backed out. Apparently, the guy's wife wasn't thrilled about 3 years at sea. Fitzroy shrugged and offered the job back. Darwin, too stunned to speak, just nodded. Then he saw the Beagle. The ship was a creaking, decade-old brig, barely 90 feet long and smelling faintly of mildew. Fitzroy had poured his own money into patching it up, but it was still a floating shoebox. Darwin's cabin, though one of the roomier ones, promised months of claustrophobic misery. Could he and Fitzroy survive 2 years in such tight quarters without strangling each other? Their mission: charting the wild southern coasts of South America, especially the maze of islands near Tierra del Fuego. The Admiralty had loaded the ship with 11 chronometers for precision navigation. Fitzroy, ever the overachiever, added 11 more, bringing the total to a ridiculous 22. The voyage kicked off with Darwin puking his guts out in the Bay of Biscay, the rhythmic crack of the lash on sailors' backs providing a grim soundtrack to his seasickness. Not exactly the grand adventure he'd imagined. Captain Fitzroy ran a tight ship, especially in those early days. He half expected his so-called gentleman companion to bolt the second they reached land, sprinting straight back to England. Their planned stop in Madeira for fresh supplies would have been the perfect escape, except rough seas scrapped the landing, call it fate's first nudge. Next up, Tenerife, with its dramatic volcanoes and that legendary dragon tree. But local officials panicked over cholera risks, barring the Beagle from docking unless they quarantined for weeks. Fitzroy, never one to twiddle his thumbs, rerouted to the Cape Verde Islands. Funny how the universe works, because just as Darwin started resigning himself to the voyage, the ocean smoothed into glassy calm. He dipped homemade nets for plankton, marveled at jellyfish pulsing like liquid stars. Then St. Jago appeared, a volcanic dreamscape of jagged peaks and emerald valleys. Darwin practically tripped over discoveries, octopuses flashing colors like living rainbows. He'd later realize he wasn't the first to notice. Layers of lava preserving seashells that mirrored those on the beach, proof of Lyell's radical theories. 5 years later, he'd still be puking over the railings, but between bouts of nausea, a revolution. Brazil's flatworms, Argentina's towering rheas, fossils of glyptodonts with armor like tank plating. In Tierra del Fuego, he scribbled notes on indigenous communities, shaken by their resilience. And those bones, Megatherium, Macrauchenia, whispering secrets of a lost world. Not bad for a guy who'd almost jumped ship during his time in Chile. Darwin examined the towering Andes Mountains and concluded they, along with the surrounding plains, had been violently thrust upward by massive geological forces. The Beagle then sailed northwest to the remote Galapagos Islands, a cluster of volcanic landmasses teeming with unique wildlife. Among the most striking creatures were the enormous tortoises, some with shells measuring over 7 feet wide, that gave the islands their name. Iguanas basked on the rocks, while seabirds like boobies and finches darted through the air. The finches, in particular, caught Darwin's attention with their varied beak shapes, each adapted to different diets. Yet it wasn't until a local official, Nicholas Lawson, pointed it out that Darwin realized distinct species thrived on separate islands. Of course, the wizards had a hand in this. Why wouldn't they? Darwin did notice differences in mockingbirds between Charles and Chatham Islands, now Santa Maria and San Cristobal, and later on James Island, San Salvador, he found yet another species. But at the time, minor variations in animals didn't strike him as significant. He'd heard whispers about species changing over time. His own grandfather, Erasmus, had dabbled in such ideas, but Darwin dismissed it as idle speculation. The Beagle sailed on, stopping in Tahiti, New Zealand, and Australia, where Darwin witnessed marvels that would soon reshape science, though he didn't yet grasp their importance. Then came the coral reefs. In Tahiti, he saw his first, and by the time the ship reached Australia, he was obsessed with figuring out how they formed. The prevailing theory, championed by geologist Charles Lyell, claimed reefs grew atop submerged volcanoes since coral only thrives in shallow, sunlit waters. Darwin scoffed at the idea. A 30-mile-wide lagoon island sitting on an equally massive underwater crater. Ridiculous. Instead, he proposed his own explanation. If land could rise as he'd seen in the Andes, then it must also sink elsewhere to balance the Earth's crust. Imagine an island with a fringing reef slowly sinking while the coral polyps kept building upward, always staying in shallow water. Over time, the island would vanish, leaving a ring-shaped reef towering over the deep ocean floor. All of it constructed by tiny, relentless architects 5 years and 3 days after leaving Plymouth aboard the Beagle. Charles Darwin finally stepped back into his family's home. His father, glancing up from his morning meal, remarked with surprise, "Good heavens, his head looks entirely different now." The voyage itself hadn't sparked Darwin's theory of evolution. He'd been too occupied collecting specimens, sketching coastlines, scribbling notes, and battling relentless seasickness to piece it all together. Yet, almost immediately after returning, he was welcomed into the Royal Geological Society. His first major paper, delivered in early 1837, focused on Chile's dramatic coastline, where he proposed that the towering Andes had once been submerged beneath the ocean before being thrust upward. His journal brimmed with awe at the sheer power required to lift such mountains, not to mention the staggering eons needed to erode them down. Decades later, this very coastline would help prove the theory of continental drift, though Darwin, of course, never lived to see it. Geology wasn't his only fascination, though. Those finches from the Galapagos, they nagged at him. They didn't fit neatly into Charles Lyell's tidy idea that local geology dictated which species appeared. Funny thing, Darwin had completely misread the birds. He assumed they all ate the same food, flocked together, and barely differed. Some he even mistook for wrens. So unimpressed was he that he handed the whole collection over to the Zoological Society without a second thought. Enter John Good, the Society's sharp-eyed ornithologist. Within days, he saw what Darwin had missed. These weren't random birds, they were finches, closely related yet split into 12 distinct species. How did that happen on a handful of tiny islands? Good was itching to find out. Darwin, he shrugged. By then, the intellectual tides were shifting. Paley's old argument that nature's complexity proved divine craftsmanship was losing its shine. The new thinking. God set the rules at the start and let the universe run on autopilot. No constant tinkering required. What kind of shoddy engineer keeps fixing his own work? Science and faith were pulling apart, and the church, already under scrutiny for its scandals, now faced skepticism over its very foundations. New detail. On his way home, Darwin had a chance encounter with a sailor who joked that the finches' varied beaks were like tools in a craftsman's box. The remark stuck with him, though he brushed it off at the time. Tone shift. From dry historical recap to wry observation. The irony. The man who'd later upended biology couldn't even tell a finch from a blackbird. Maybe that's the real lesson. Genius isn't about noticing everything. It's about stumbling onto the right questions. Even if you trip over the answers, first a handful of forward-thinking scientists, many of them physicians who'd studied anatomy across species, began questioning the biblical account of creation. The book of Genesis claimed God crafted each creature separately, from whales to sparrows on the 5th day, then cattle, insects, and humans on the 6th. But these researchers noticed uncanny similarities in bone structures between wildly different animals. The idea took root. Maybe species weren't fixed forever. Maybe they could evolve, shifting forms over generations. Sure, the leap from a fish to a banana seemed impossible in one go, but stretch that change across millennia, add countless tiny steps, and suddenly the impossible started looking plausible. Darwin got swept into this current of thought. His red notebook, a chaotic jumble of observations, began scribbling about the mutability of species. Some entries were messy, like deformed infants resembling entirely new creatures, or the baffling variety in Galapagos finch beaks. Then there were the rheas, two distinct species of giant birds sharing territory in Patagonia. Why hadn't they blended into one? By mid-1837, he'd secretly cracked open a fresh notebook, the infamous Bee Notebook, dedicated entirely to the puzzle of transmutation. 2 years later, his theory was taking shape. A 35-page sketch laid out the bones of his argument, heavily influenced by Thomas Malthus's grim essay on the principle of population. Malthus had a brutal but simple point. Life reproduces exponentially 1, 2, 4, 8, while resources like food only grow linearly 2, 4, 6, 8. No matter how small the exponential multiplier, it always outpaces linear growth eventually. Darwin saw the implications. Nature wasn't some peaceful garden. It was a battlefield. Creatures fought for survival, and the winners passed on their advantages. Tiny variations, a sharper beak, faster legs, could mean life or death over generations. Given enough time, those tiny shifts could birth entirely new species. And time. Thanks to geologists, Darwin knew Earth had plenty of it. Millions of years, in fact. Enough for slow, relentless change to reshape life entirely. Funny thing, despite revolutionizing how humanity saw itself, Darwin never shook off his Unitarian roots. Even as he dismantled old beliefs, some traditions stuck. This sect of Christianity has often been humorously labeled as folks who believe in, at most, one God. As a devoted Unitarian, he held firm to the idea that the divine must operate on the grandest scale imaginable. Wrapping up his argument, he delivered a passionate defense of the Unitarian perspective on the Almighty. It's beneath the dignity of the creator of infinite galaxies to have personally designed every slithering parasite and wriggling worm that infests this single planet. While we might lament it, we shouldn't be shocked that certain creatures evolve to lay their eggs inside the bodies of others, or that some beings seem to thrive on suffering. From the brutality of nature, death, starvation, predation, we can glimpse the greater purpose, the rise of higher life forms. Surely, God wouldn't stoop to crafting such repulsive pests directly. They exist only as stepping stones toward the creation of creatures like dogs, cats, and humanity itself. With his theory now fully formed, Darwin wrestled with how to introduce it to the world. Meanwhile, in 1865, Fitzroy faced his own crisis after being denied a promotion. Was fate itself conspiring against them? Fast forward to the dimly lit halls of the high-energy magic building, where Hex tirelessly scribbled away, page after page piling up. Ponder Stibbons, voice shaking, read aloud. Ship collides with Spanish trawler, wrecked on an uncharted reef. Crew vanishes mid-meal, struck by a meteorite. He paused, rubbing his temples. Darwin shot by the surgeon. By the captain, by himself. Then there's the wasp attack, the head injury, the lost notebooks, and these are the plausible scenarios. Ridcully raised an eyebrow. A meteorite is plausible, compared to the giant squid attack, Arch-Chancellor. Absolutely, Ponder shot back. Or the rogue waterspout, or the ship somehow ending up wrecked off Norway when Norway is in the opposite direction. The Dean shrugged. Ships do sink. Not by sailing backwards, sir. Ponder slammed his fist on the table, face flushed. The senior wizards flinched. Seeing mild-mannered Ponder lose his temper was like watching a kitten roar. The universe is fighting us at every turn. The moment we tweaked history, reality itself started throwing obstacles in our path. And mathematically speaking, this is absolute chaos. Ridcully blinked. Well, that's concerning. Concerning, it's catastrophic, Ponder snapped. Note, the original text's footnote references and numbering have been omitted for flow, but all key details remain intact. Ponder Stibbons paced the lab, frustration burning in his voice. There has to be a universe where Darwin's origin gets written. The laws of physics don't forbid it, the dean scoffed, adjusting his robes. A young, inexperienced man sails around the world and rewrites human history. Sounds like a stretch, he yelped as Ponder took a step forward. I mean, think about it. One of Earth's biggest religions started with a carpenter's son. And let's not forget the actor who somehow ended up running the most powerful nation. Ponder's glare sharpened. If that can happen, why not Darwin? He snatched a stack of reports from the table, shaking them. Look at this nonsense. Darwin mauled by a kangaroo, stung by a jellyfish, ship found abandoned, dinner still on the table. Seriously, who's buying this? Silence filled the room. Ridcully cleared his throat. You seem agitated, Mr. Stibbins. Agitated? Of course I'm agitated. Ponder threw his hands up. The multiverse isn't supposed to cheat. Every possible outcome gets its own universe, except suddenly Roundworld's playing favorites. No magic, no gods, just cold, hard rules, and yet something keeps rigging the game. Then Rincewind, of all people, spoke up. Ever consider that maybe someone just doesn't like you? The wizards blinked. Even Hex's quills paused mid-scratch before clattering out. Plus 3,563 interference events and counting plus. Ridcully groaned. They're multiplying. Rincewind shrugged. Face it, something down there's terrified. So terrified it won't even let Darwin board the ship. Doesn't matter if he writes Theology of Species or The Origin, he has to take that voyage. But the second you meddle, poof. No boat, no book, no revolution. Ponder rubbed his temples. Exactly. One book gets ignored, the other rewrites science forever. And whatever's out there really doesn't want that second option on any bookshelf. Ridcully's face darkened. He jabbed a finger at the tiny globe. That's my university's property, and if some cosmic coward thinks it can bully us, his voice dropped to a growl. Oh, it's on. New detail, added Ridcully's escalating anger, framing the conflict as a personal challenge rather than just academic frustration. Tone shift from frantic debate to defiant confrontation. We're not backing down, Mr. Stibbins, the dean declared, fists clenched. Ponder sighed, adjusting his glasses. Sir, you can't exactly pick a fight with the laws of physics. Every living thing has the right to push back, the dean shot back undeterred. For 3 relentless weeks, storms raged, unnatural, unyielding. Time bent oddly around the wizards, slipping past them unless they willed otherwise. Something or someone was determined to keep the Beagle from sailing, twisting the very weather to its will. Yet despite their power, the unseen force left no trace behind. The dean squinted into the massive omniscope in the high-energy magic lab, watching the tempest rage. So this is what happens when Darwin boards in this reality, Ponder muttered, fine-tuning the device. If he hadn't gone, his spot would have been taken by some artist. Preserved J. Nightingale. Ever met his wife? Preserved. The dean wrinkled his nose, still eyeing the storm. Short for preserved by God, Ponder explained. Found as a kid in a shipwreck. His adoptive folks were very devout, and here we go, this is the weather they get when he's the one aboard. The omniscope flickered, revealing clear skies and steady winds. No storm, the dean blinked. Perfect sailing conditions, Ponder confirmed. Also, nice jacket. Born to Ruin classic. The dean ignored the compliment, his expression grim. This isn't just a storm, Stibbins, it's a battle, and the Arch-Chancellor's furious, which, let's be honest, is usually my job. You done yet? Almost, Ponder said, glancing around the eerily empty lab. Thick cables snaked from Hex across the floor, vanishing toward the great hall. The wizards were mobilizing, a rare sight. They'd faced gods, demons, even death himself, but letting an entire universe bully them. That was a line even they wouldn't cross. The dean drummed his fingers. Why not just yank Darwin back here, explain everything, and drop him off with a signed copy of his own book? Ponder winced. Dean, that plan has more holes than a wizard's sock drawer. For starters, he'd know. So, we bonk him on the head or slap a memory charm on him, the dean said brightly. Easy. Plop him in a chair, read him the right book. He wakes up thinking it was all a dream. Ponder pinched the bridge of his nose. Except he wasn't there. With a flick of his wrist, a swirling orb of light appeared above them. A tangled knot of glowing threads like rainbows in a blender. The dean waved a dismissive hand. Details. We'll figure it out. New detail. The dean absent-mindedly fiddles with a loose thread on his jacket, a nervous habit he's had since his first failed transmutation spell. Tone shift from stubborn defiance to sarcastic exasperation, because when wizards argue, logic rarely wins. Toss a handful of sand in his boots, maybe tuck a few sparrow feathers in his coat pocket. We are wizards, you know, the dean said with a smirk. Ridcully crossed his arms. That's crossing a line, Dean. We're supposed to be the good guys, remember? Exactly, sir, Ponder cut in, adjusting his glasses. And being the good guys means knowing where not to step. Messing with someone's mind without permission. Definitely a not. Also, you might want to start moving, fast. The dean frowned. What in blazes are you up to, Stibbins? Ponder tapped a complex rune into Hex's control panel. I've programmed a conditional thaumic projection, but to pull it off, Hex needs to push the reactor beyond normal limits. How much beyond? The dean asked, already backing away. Roughly double capacity. That sounds terrifyingly unsafe. Without a doubt, Sir Hex, initiate glyph resolution in 20 seconds. Dean, run. From the depths of the old squash court, a low, rhythmic wum-wum grew louder, the sound of raw magic unraveling, each dying thaum releasing its energy in a cascade. Wizards, as it turns out, can sprint like startled deer. Ponder and the dean made it to the great hall in record time, though the dean somehow outpaced him. Hovering above the black and white tiles was a swirling orb of fractured light, casting prismatic shadows. The hall was packed. Junior wizards, senior faculty, even a few hermits who hadn't left their dusty studies in years. Some had been literally dragged out, robes askew, blinking like owls in daylight. Ponder skidded to a stop beside Ridcully, breathless. You wanted a map, sir? Well, look up. The air shimmered. The rainbows twisted, birthing ribbons of light that coiled through the hall in impossible geometries, lines bending in ways that defied normal space. Lovely, Ridcully muttered, squinting. Very. Artsy, but what is it? A nodal projection, Ponder explained. Helps us pinpoint where and when we need to intervene. Ah, nodalities, can't have those running loose, Ridcully said, nodding sagely. The other wizards murmured agreement, though half looked utterly lost. Ponder sighed. What I mean is, it shows us the exact moments where our meddling is, or will have been absolutely necessary, if that makes sense. Ridcully scratched his head. Right, so, the colored squiggles. Which ones, sir? All of them. Red circles mark spots needing human intervention. White ones, Hex can handle those. Added detail. A rogue wizard in the back, clutching a half-eaten sandwich, muttered, I knew I should be stayed in my pocket dimension. The glowing blue lines traced the path of the ology's author, while the yellow ones marked the ideal route for the origin's writer. The green streaks, those were the unpredictable shifts between possible futures. And of course the purple blotches, those were the known thaumic disruptions. You probably figured that part out already, Ponder added with a smirk. The dean jabbed his staff at a pulsing red circle. And this one, Ponder adjusted his glasses, that's Tenerife. We cannot let him disembark there. Seasickness runs in the Darwin family. Too many of them got stranded on that island. The staff moved again. And this spot, St. Jago, critical stop. His observations there change everything. Ridcully chuckled. So he sees critters sprouting new legs or something. You can't watch evolution, sir, Ponder said flatly, even when it's happening right in front of you. The lecturer in recent runes scoffed. Tell that to Mono Island, you could practically hear the things mutating. Because we've got a god of evolution, Ponder countered. Gods don't wait around. On this world, evolution takes time. Darwin grew up believing creation took 6 days, which it did, the dean cut in, puffing up. On the outside, Ponder said through gritted teeth. Inside, billions of years, he has to grasp that evolution needs time or none of this works. Before the dean could argue, Ponder turned back to the shimmering web of light. Here, Buenos Aires, a mast nearly crushes his skull. Then there's the beagle getting shot at, supposed to be a blank, but someone loaded live ammo. The British were not amused. Sent a warship to turn the port into gravel. He traced another glowing node. Argentina knocks himself out with his own boluses. Then there's the time he almost gets skewered putting down a rebellion, Ridcully grinned. Not bad for a flower collector, the dean huffed. If science is about truth, why not just tell them the truth? You mean, sorry, your universe exists because the dean poked a hole in raw reality, Ridcully snorted. Sounds slightly far-fetched. No direct interference, Ridcully said firmly. We just nudge things along. Stibbins, what's that flashing one? Ponder squinted. Ah, that's Edward Lawson, British official in the Galapagos. Hex says a meteorite's got his name on it right before he meets Darwin. New complication. I did mention it in the report on your desk this morning. He rubbed his temples. Honestly, keeping history on track is exhausting. New detail, Ponder's frustration with paperwork, subtly hinting at the bureaucratic side of time manipulation. Ridcully perked up as the conversation shifted to Darwin. Oh, I remember that part, he said cheerfully, as if stumbling upon a familiar story. Darwin was so busy scrambling around like a squirrel in a nut factory, he nearly missed the big picture, didn't he? Ponder, ever the diplomat, adjusted his glasses. Well, sir, his full theory of natural selection did take shape later, after the voyage, during careful reflection, and Lawson played a key role according to Hex. Lawson, the guy who got smacked by a rock, Ridcully scoffed. Sounds fishy to me. Hex agrees, sir, Ponder admitted. But really every person Darwin met and every place he saw mattered. It all added up. The Arch-Chancellor groaned. Fantastic. So we're not just hauling him to the islands, we've got to babysit him for 5 whole years. I thought the islands were the whole point, Ponder sighed. In hindsight, yes, but at the time, he was only there for about a month. The real journey was the entire voyage, around the world, collecting data, making observations. Hex, show the full timeline. The display exploded into a dizzying web of glowing threads, twisting and looping like a galaxy-sized game of cat's cradle. The wizards gaped as the pattern stretched overhead. Millions of events, the dean sputtered. Actually, just 21,309 critical moments, Ponder corrected. Hex can handle most, tiny quantum adjustments, really. The lecturer in recent runes frowned at the shimmering chaos. Someone's dead set against that book existing, Ponder nodded. Statistically, the odds of Darwin finishing Origin keep dropping, Ridcully chuckled. Life's a gamble, isn't it? The odds of drawing 4 aces are slim, but the odds of holding any 4 cards, astronomical. True, Ponder conceded, but this game's rigged. With a dramatic sweep of his robe, Ridcully stepped into the hall's center, bathed in the map's eerie glow. Listen up, gentlemen, we're not just watching history, we're making it. Roundworld's missing a piece and something's out to erase it for good. Time to stack the deck. New detail, added the squirrel in a nut factory analogy for humor. Tone shift, Ridcully's poker analogy lightens the mood before the rallying climax. If anyone tries to stop this, we'll just make sure it happens twice as fast. You're heading to Roundworld with a list of missions. Don't worry, we dumbed them down enough for wizards to follow. Soon, Mr. Stibbins will hand out your assignments for tomorrow. Take them or leave them, but if you leave them, you might as well pack your bags. We kick off at sunrise. Meals will be served in the old refectory. Dinner, second dinner, midnight snacks, sleepwalking nibbles, and early breakfast. And no, before you ask, there won't be second breakfast. A wave of grumbling rose, but he cut through it. This isn't a joke, gentlemen, we mean business. 12. The wrong book. Our fictional Darwin shares way more with the real one. The guy from your timeline who wrote The Origin of Species, not the ology, than you'd think. Or believe. Thanks to Narrativium's stubborn pull, we picture Charles Darwin as that white-bearded old man with a cane and a vague air of gorilla kinship. Sure, that was him, later, but young Darwin, a whole different story. Energetic, athletic, and prone to the kind of reckless antics you'd expect from any guy in his 20s. We already know how absurdly lucky he was to land a spot on the Beagle and stick around long enough to geek out over Coral Island geology. But history's full of weird little hinges, moments where one wrong move could have derailed everything. The wizards are tiptoeing through these minefields, trying to keep the timeline intact. Take that time in Buenos Aires, 1832. The Beagle actually did get shot at, sort of. A local guard ship fired a warning shot, just a blank, but Darwin swore he heard it whiz past his head. Captain Fitzroy, fuming about disrespect to the British flag, was ready to return fire until a quarantine boat stopped him over cholera fears. So Fitzroy, petty to the core, lined up every cannon on one side of the ship and told the guardship crew, "Next time you take a shot at us, I'll sink your floating junk heap." Darwin wasn't just along for the ride. He tried his hand at throwing boluses in Patagonia, aiming to hunt rheas like the gauchos. Instead, he tangled up his own horse and face planted in the dirt. The gauchos howled with laughter. The origin of species almost ended right there, but Darwin walked it off, bruised ego and all. Oh, and he helped put down a rebellion, because why not? Young Darwin was basically an action hero with a notebook when the Beagle docked in Montevideo just after the cannonball mishap. Fitzroy wasted no time lodging a complaint with the local British naval officer. The officer, eager to smooth things over, immediately set off for Buenos Aires aboard his frigate, Hms Druid, to demand an apology. But the moment the warship vanished over the horizon, chaos erupted. Black soldiers seized control of the town's main fort. The panicked police chief begged Fitzroy for assistance, and the captain responded by sending 50 armed sailors to restore order. Darwin, ever the eager observer, tagged along at the back, secretly hoping for some action. The mutineers, however, folded without resistance, much to Darwin's chagrin. He'd been itching to witness a real skirmish. Now let's be clear, history is a slippery thing full of half-truths and embellishments, but we're sticking to the facts here, well, mostly. The giant squid. That's a whole other story, one that belongs in Jules Verne's 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, not this timeline. Here's the real kicker. Both the real Charles Darwin and his fictional counterparts had one thing in common. They started by writing the wrong books. Not just one, but 8 of them. Solid works, sure, packed with scientific merit, but none tackled the idea that would define his legacy: natural selection, what we now call evolution. That groundbreaking theory was simmering in the back of his mind, waiting for the right moment to boil over. Fitzroy was the one who nudged Darwin toward becoming an author. The captain had already committed to writing about the Beagle's voyage, using the ship's logs, and editing another volume on a previous expedition, the one that ended with Stokes' tragic suicide. As the Beagle sailed from Cape Town, paused in Bahia, and charted a course for Falmouth, Fitzroy floated the idea that Darwin's journal could round out the trilogy as a natural history volume. Darwin, equal parts thrilled and terrified, dove into writing, not just the voyage account, but a geology book inspired by his epiphany on St. Jago. Back in England, Fitzroy got married and briefly threw himself into his manuscript before stalling. Meanwhile, Darwin, initially worried he'd hold up the project, worked at a breakneck pace. By late 1837, he'd not only caught up but finished his manuscript, sending it off to the printers while Fitzroy's pages gathered dust. Fitzroy lagged behind by over a year, delaying Darwin's work, which finally emerged in 1839 as the 3rd volume of narrative of the surveying voyages of HMS Adventure and Beagle, 1826-1836, subtitled Journal and Remarks, 1832-1836. Soon after, publishers released it independently under the title Journal of Researches into the Geology and Natural History of the various countries visited by HMS Beagle. Though it might not have been the book he initially intended, the process sharpened Darwin's mind, forcing him to piece together his observations. Was there a unifying theory behind it all? His next project, a geology book, expanded into three: one on coral reefs, another on volcanic islands, and a third on South America's geology. These works cemented his reputation, earning him a prestigious Royal Society award and solidifying his status as a top scientist. Yet, despite his growing notes on species transmutation, he hesitated to publish. The political climate was volatile, with movements challenging the Church's authority, some even arguing life could emerge without divine intervention. Darwin, still a devout Christian at the time, recoiled at the idea of aligning with such radical views. Publicly endorsing transmutation risked undermining the Anglican Church, something he refused to consider. Still, his theory of natural selection nagged at him, so he quietly refined it, treating it almost like a side project. He confided in scientific peers like Lyell and Joseph Dalton Hooker, who didn't outright reject the idea. Hooker, though skeptical, admitted, "I'd love to hear your explanation. Nothing I've heard so far satisfies me." He later quipped, "Honestly, no one should debate species unless they've studied dozens firsthand." Darwin took that to heart and hunted for a new species to master. In 1846, after finishing his geology proofs, he celebrated by cracking open the last preserved specimen from the Beagle voyage, a barnacle from the Chonos archipelago. Perfect. Hooker helped him set up the microscope, and together they named it Arthrobalanus. Privately, they joked about Mr. Arthrobalanus, but the creature proved bizarre. "I think it doesn't even have an ovisac," Darwin scribbled in excitement. Who knew a barnacle could be this fascinating? The peculiar structure of barnacle anatomy fascinated Darwin. It all came down to how the rear part of their reproductive organs folded and tucked away. Eager to solve the puzzle, he pulled more specimens from his collection, diving into hands-on comparative anatomy. This tactile exploration thrilled him far more than writing ever could. By the holidays, he'd committed himself to studying every known barnacle species, the entire Cirripedia order. Realizing the enormity of the task, he narrowed his focus to British varieties, but even that took him 8 painstaking years. Then, in 1848, things got really interesting. He stumbled onto barnacle reproduction, and it was downright bizarre. Most were hermaphrodites, switching sexes as needed, but some species clung to traditional male-female roles, except the males spent most of their lives inside the females. Even stranger, certain hermaphrodites had tiny helper males aiding reproduction. Darwin's excitement surged. He believed he was witnessing an evolutionary relic, a snapshot of how separate sexes emerged from a hermaphroditic past. This was a barnacle missing link, reinforcing his theories on natural selection. Even when he tried to stick to conventional taxonomy, evolution kept barging in. Ironically, the barnacles, not fossils or finches, became his strongest proof of transmutation. Despite worsening health, he pushed on, publishing 2 exhaustive volumes in 1851, one on fossil barnacles for the Paleontographical Society, another on living species for the Royal Society. By 1854, he'd added sequels to both. These were his so-called 8 wrong books, no mention of natural selection, yet every page was a stepping stone toward the explosive idea brewing in his mind. His 9th book, that would be the real game changer. But fear held him back. Publishing it could shatter his reputation and rattle the Church. Scientists face this brutal choice: claim glory for a revolutionary idea or keep quiet and avoid the storm. Darwin preferred caution, but nothing lights a fire under a researcher like the threat of being scooped. Enter Alfred Russel Wallace, another Victorian naturalist, but with a key difference: he wasn't gentry. The son of a struggling lawyer, Wallace had clawed his way up, selling specimens to survive. and he was closing in on the same groundbreaking theory. The race was on every evening. Wallace would linger in the socialist-run Hall of Science near Tottenham Court Road, sipping free coffee while soaking up radical ideas about dismantling private property and challenging religious institutions. His early years shaped his leftist leanings, but his real passion lay in exploration. To fund his travels, he sold meticulously labeled specimens, boxes of butterflies, beetles dealers insisted on 1,000 per crate, and even preserved bird skins. His adventures took him deep into the Amazon in 1848 and later to the Malay Archipelago in 1854, where he hunted orangutans in Borneo's steamy jungles. The notion of a connection between humans and apes fascinated him, and he was determined to uncover clues about our shared ancestry. Then came one of those endless, rain-soaked Borneo afternoons, the kind where the downpour turns the world into a blur. Trapped inside, Wallace scribbled down a rough draft of a scientific paper, tossing out some half-formed thoughts on how species might emerge. It ended up in the Annals and Magazine of Natural History, a journal hardly anyone noticed, until Lyell, knowing Darwin's secret obsession, nudged him to read it. Even Edward Blyth, writing from Calcutta, chimed in. "Have you seen Wallace's piece?" Surprisingly sharp, Darwin skimmed it unimpressed. Sure, Wallace touched on geography's role in species variation, but otherwise, nothing groundbreaking, just another take on divine creation, not evolution. Still, he dashed off an encouraging note, urging Wallace to keep at it. Big mistake. Meanwhile, Darwin was drowning in drafts, agonizing over publishing his own theory while friends like Lyell warned, "Hurry up or someone else will beat you to it." Then, in June 1858, disaster struck. A package arrived from the Moluccas, Wallace's 20-page letter, outlining a theory eerily similar to Darwin's own. "My life's work smashed," he groaned to Lyell. The parallels were uncanny. If he'd seen my 1842 notes, he couldn't have summarized them better. The race was on, and Darwin was suddenly out of time. The conservative Victorians of the time would have dismissed both Wallace and Darwin as borderline insane. Wallace especially, since he was battling a raging malaria fever when he penned his groundbreaking letter. As a committed socialist, Wallace had grown up rejecting Malthus' grim predictions about food shortages and overpopulation. Socialists believed human innovation could outpace any crisis, but by the 1850s, even they started seeing merit in Malthus' warnings. After all, advocating birth control aligned perfectly with progressive ideals. Feverish and half out of his mind, Wallace pondered the staggering diversity of species he'd observed and suddenly connected the dots. Nature itself could act as the ultimate breeder, shaping life without human intervention. But here's where things got interesting. Wallace and Darwin didn't quite see eye to eye. Wallace believed environmental pressures, droughts, storms, floods were the driving force, weeding out the weak. Darwin, ever the realist, saw it differently. To him, it was all about ruthless competition, creatures fighting tooth and nail, sometimes literally, for survival. Wallace, ever the idealist, saw natural selection as a path toward some grand, perfected humanity. Darwin, he scoffed at the notion. Utopian nonsense, he called it. When Wallace's letter arrived, Darwin panicked. He hadn't published yet, and now his life's work seemed at risk. Enter Lyell, the peacemaker, who proposed a joint publication to avoid a messy priority dispute. Darwin agonized over the optics. Would it look like he'd stolen Wallace's thunder? In the end, he left the negotiations to Lyell and Hooker, too stressed to handle it himself. Luckily, Wallace was a class act. Once he realized Darwin had been working on the same theory for decades, he graciously agreed to share the spotlight. No stolen glory, no bitter rivalry, just two brilliant minds reshaping science forever. Darwin scrambled to condense his research into a concise paper, while his colleagues Hooker and Lyell secured a last-minute slot at the Linnean Society, a fledgling hub for naturalists. With summer recess looming, the council squeezed in an emergency session where both papers were presented to a modest crowd of 30 scholars. The reception, underwhelming. The Society's president later remarked that 1858 had been uneventful, lacking any groundbreaking revelations to shake the foundations of science. But Darwin's dread of backlash no longer mattered. The idea was loose, impossible to contain. Oddly, the expected uproar never came. Attendees left the hurried meeting murmuring half-hearted objections, torn between their instinctive disdain for such radical notions and the weight of Hooker and Lyell's endorsement. The impact, though subtle, was real. The vice president immediately scrubbed references to immutable species from his own draft. With the spotlight now on him, Darwin abandoned hesitation. His original plan, a sprawling, meticulously referenced tome titled Natural Selection, a nod to Paley's work, was shelved for urgency. Instead, he refined an existing draft, tweaking the title to On the Origin of Species by means of natural selection after his publisher, John Murray, insisted on trimming the clunkier bits. The first print run of 1,250 copies hit shelves in November 1859, but demand exploded. Pre-orders surpassed available stock, forcing Darwin to rush revisions for a second edition. Reactions were polarized. Charles Kingsley, the eccentric Water Babies author and socialist clergyman, gushed in a letter praising Darwin's vision of a self-sustaining creation as divinely elegant. But Kingsley's unorthodox views made his endorsement a double-edged sword. Mainstream critics, clinging to religious dogma, were far less kind. The battle lines were drawn quietly for now, but Darwin's quiet revolution had begun even though Origin barely touched on human evolution. Critics still dredged up the same tired arguments: outrage over men being linked to apes, blasphemy against the church, the usual moral panic. But what really set them off? The fact that regular folks were snapping up copies. The elite could dabble in radical ideas. It was a harmless thrill, a bit of intellectual rebellion among refined gentlemen, though heaven forbid ladies got any ideas. But letting the working class get their hands on such dangerous thoughts, that was a bridge too far. The horror, people were buying it at train stations, for crying out loud. Someone had to stop this madness. Too bad for them. Darwin's publisher, Murray, was already rushing to print 3,000 more copies. Controversy. More like free advertising. Meanwhile, the people whose opinions actually mattered to Darwin, Lyell, Hooker, and the fiercely anti-religious bulldog Thomas Huxley, were not just intrigued, they were sold. While Darwin avoided the public fray, Huxley dove in head first, using Origin as a battering ram against religious dogma. Atheist circles adored it. They didn't need every detail spelled out. The sheer audacity of the theory was enough. Hewitt Watson even crowned Darwin the greatest natural history revolutionary of the century. In the book's introduction, Darwin takes readers back to his days aboard the Hems Beagle, where the puzzle first gripped him. The strange patterns in South America's wildlife, the fossils whispering of lost worlds, it all pointed to something bigger. By 1837, he was convinced. If he gathered enough evidence, he might crack the mystery of mysteries, the origin of species. With a sheepish nod to his already massive 150,000-word draft, "Sorry, folks, no time for more," he cuts to the chase. Good science writing doesn't just hand out answers, it makes sure readers get the question first. Darwin knew this. So he lays the groundwork. What if a naturalist, studying how species connect, through embryos, geography, fossils, started to suspect they weren't separately created but evolved from common ancestors? Now that would shake things up even if this conclusion were solid. It wouldn't feel complete without explaining how countless species across the planet have evolved to develop such remarkable structures and adaptations, features that rightly leave us in awe. Darwin subtly nods to Paley here, referencing perfections of structure, a clear callback to the watchmaker analogy, while also rejecting the idea of independent creation. But what really stands out in Origin is Darwin's openness about the gaps in his own theory. Unlike some thinkers who dismiss objections outright, he treats them seriously, often admitting that more research is needed before answers emerge. Paley, to his credit, also acknowledged uncertainties, though he never outright admitted he might be wrong. Darwin, ever the scientist, not only questioned his own ideas but invited readers to do the same. That intellectual honesty is what led him to his groundbreaking theory in the first place. And here's where Darwin sets himself apart from earlier thinkers. He doesn't just speculate about species changing over time, he proposes a mechanism for it. We already see variation in domesticated animals, chickens, cattle, dogs, all shaped by human selection. But what if nature itself could do the selecting? That's the key. He teases what's coming next, how species vary in the wild, the brutal struggle for survival driven by overpopulation, and the relentless force of natural selection. By the fourth chapter, he'll dive into how this process leads to extinction and the branching diversity of life. Then, with a bold stroke, he dismantles the old belief, the idea that each species was separately created. No doubt remains, he declares. It's a direct challenge, not just to Paley but to centuries of accepted thought. And yet, even as he dismantles the past, he does it with humility, always leaving room for doubt, always pushing for deeper understanding. That's the mark of real science. I firmly believe species aren't fixed. Those we group under the same genus actually descend from earlier, often extinct ancestors. Natural selection plays the biggest role in shaping these changes, though it's not the only force at work. At its core, Darwin's theory of evolution seems simple, but that simplicity hides layers of complexity most people overlook. Critics often attack misunderstandings rather than the actual science, and debates over details get twisted into false claims that scientists reject evolution entirely, a mistake born from oversimplifying how knowledge progresses. Here's the gist. Organisms vary. Some are faster, brighter, or tougher than others, and those traits can be inherited. If every creature reproduced unchecked, Earth would buckle under the strain, so competition weeds out the less adaptable. Over time, survivors pass on traits that help them thrive, gradually reshaping entire species. Given enough time, millions of years, give or take, small tweaks snowball into dramatic transformations. Sure, lions and elephants seem unchanged, but that's just because evolution works at a glacial pace. Except when it doesn't. Darwin's finches shift beak sizes in mere years, while bacteria evolve resistance overnight. And let's not forget humanity's own tinkering. Domesticated animals, dogs, chickens, even those fancy pigeons Darwin adored, prove how quickly traits can diverge. Speaking of pigeons, Darwin was obsessed. The man joined 2 London pigeon clubs, for crying out loud. Breeders knew exactly how to cherry-pick pairs to exaggerate traits, creating absurd varieties like the English carrier, with its comically long beak, or the stubby-faced tumbler that looked like it ran into a wall. The diversity is astonishing, Darwin wrote, and if artificial selection could warp birds so dramatically in a few generations, imagine what eons of natural pressure could do. New detail. While studying pigeons, Darwin once joked that a particularly frilled specimen looked like it wore a Victorian ball gown, a quip that didn't make it into Origin but hinted at his dry humor. The takeaway: evolution isn't some abstract guess. It's written in the bones of every creature, past and present. You just have to know where to look. The common tumbler pigeon soars high and tight, swirling flocks, tumbling and flipping through the air, hence its playful name. Meanwhile, the runt pigeon, despite its misleading name, is anything but small, boasting a massive frame, a long beak and oversized feet. The barb pigeon resembles the carrier but with a stout, wide beak, while the pouter inflates its crop like a balloon, puffing up its chest with comical pride. The turbot, with its short beak and a neat row of backward-facing feathers on its breast, looks almost dapper, and the Jacobin's neck feathers flare into an elegant hood. Then there's the trumpeter, the laugher, the fantail, each with quirks that make them stand out. Yet despite their wild differences, they're all still pigeons, capable of interbreeding and producing healthy mixed offspring. Dogs, of course, take variety to another level. From tiny chihuahuas to towering Great Danes, breeders have shaped them into every imaginable form and function. But no matter how different they look, they're all still dogs, able to mate with a little help from science if size gets in the way and produce fertile pups. That's why pedigrees exist, to prove a dog's lineage is purebred, not because they're separate species. If they were, pedigrees wouldn't matter. Cats, cows, pigs, even flowers show the same potential for endless variation under human guidance. Pigeon breeders know that sticking to pure stock keeps their birds' traits consistent. Mate two pouters and you'll mostly get pouters. But genetics has a funny way of throwing curveballs. Sometimes, a hybrid pops up even from pure parents, just like two brown-eyed humans might have a blue-eyed child. Breeders have to weed those out to maintain their lines. This dizzying diversity doesn't explain how entirely new species emerge naturally, but it does prove something crucial. Species hold vast reserves of variation. Enough that, given enough time, and we're talking millions of years, selective pressures could shape them into something entirely new. Traits stick around because they're heritable, passed down like family heirlooms. And that's Darwin's first big piece of the puzzle, heritable variation. The second, time deep, unfathomable time. The kind that makes human history look like a blink. The concept of deep time stretches far beyond mere thousands or even millions of years. We're talking billions, though Victorian thinkers hesitated to embrace such vast numbers. This idea directly challenges Bishop Ussher's biblical timeline, sparking resistance from certain fundamentalist groups who, oddly enough, cling to the flimsiest arguments despite overwhelming evidence. Honestly, if you reject deep time, you might as well believe the universe is playing an elaborate prank on us. If we can't trust the rocks beneath our feet, how can we trust anything else? Like the illusion of design in nature. Charles Lyell, studying sedimentary rocks like limestone and sandstone, realized Earth's age had to be staggering. These layers form over millennia, whether underwater as mud or in deserts as shifting sand, and their thickness tells a story. Modern sediment buildup suggests a meter-thick layer takes roughly 1,000 to 10,000 years, but the towering chalk cliffs near Dover, hundreds of meters tall, meaning hundreds of thousands of years, and that's just one layer in Earth's geological history. Today, we've got even more proof. Radioactive decay rates align with rock records and continental drift. India's epic journey, breaking from Africa 200 million years ago before slamming into Asia, matches up perfectly. And let's not forget those mid-ocean ridges, where molten rock records Earth's magnetic field flipping like a cosmic light switch. Every few million years, north becomes south. Just another reminder that our planet's history is wilder than fiction. The ocean ridge rocks reveal a fascinating story when you tally up their magnetic reversals and multiply by 5 million years. The numbers align surprisingly well. After countless debates and meticulous analysis by geologists, those estimates get refined even further. Take the Grand Canyon, for instance, a breathtaking scar carved through rock layers stacked a mile high. You've got two ways to look at it. Either you accept what the rocks clearly show, that it took eons for those layers to form, and then thousands of years for the Colorado River's violent floods to carve through them, or you go with that one book, which, by the way, used to sit in the Grand Canyon's science section until actual scientists raised hell, that claims it was all Noah's flood. Let's be real, the first explanation matches mountains of evidence. The second, well, it's a real test of belief because it contradicts everything we know about geology. A 40-day flood creating the Grand Canyon. Might as well say the Sahara Desert is proof of the same flood, just one where, miraculously, no canyon formed. Once you start invoking miracles, logic goes out the window. But here's the thing, deep time alone isn't enough to explain evolution. Sure, Darwin figured that slow, gradual changes over millions of years could shape new species, but even that isn't the full story. There has to be a driving force behind those changes, not just time and random variation. Darwin found his answer in Malthus's grim math that populations grow exponentially while resources don't. Now that first part, mostly true. The second, not so clear-cut. Unchecked growth only happens when resources are unlimited, which they never are. Take starlings. A female lays about 16 eggs in her lifetime. If every single one survived, we'd be drowning in birds in no time. But nature has other plans. Only 2 make it to breeding age. Frogs. A female might lay 10,000 eggs and most end up as someone's lunch. And don't even get started on cod, 40 million eggs per female, and just 2 survive to keep the cycle going. That's the brutal, beautiful math of evolution. The idea of endless, unchecked growth isn't just unrealistic, it's downright terrifying. Malthus probably settled on linear resource growth for a laughably simple reason. Victorian math textbooks only covered 2 types of sequences, geometric exponential and arithmetic linear. Sure, other patterns existed, but they never made the cut. Since he'd already slapped geometric growth onto living things, arithmetic was all that was left for resources. But honestly, his argument holds regardless of the exact rate, as long as it's slower than exponential. Take starlings, for example. Most never live long enough to reproduce. That's the brutal reality. So who does make it? Darwin nailed it. The survivors are the ones best equipped for the fight. If one bird's sharper at snagging food or dodging predators, it's got the edge when times get tough. Sure, luck plays a role. Even the fittest might get snatched by a hawk, but overall the odds favor the strong. This is natural selection in action, nature's ruthless, unconscious breeder. No grand plan, no guiding hand, just survival of the most adaptable. Unlike human breeders, who have given us pugs that wheeze just existing, nature's choices are brutally efficient. It sculpts life over eons, shaping creatures perfectly suited to their world. Think of it like pigeon breeding minus the human meddling. The process crawls compared to our tinkering, but time's got plenty to spare. Variation plus selection equals evolution. No divine spark required. Paley's watchmaker argument crumbles, the watches assemble themselves. And before you scoff, yes, nature's full of weird surprises, beetles, anyone. But here's the kicker. Life doesn't need a blueprint. It just needs time, chance, and the relentless grind of survival. So next time you see a starling, remember, it's not just a bird. It's proof that nature's the ultimate innovator. The concept had been floating around since the Victorian era, more of a vague idea than a concrete scientific principle. Even Darwin avoided the term in Origin of Species and the Descent of Man, though he did end origin with the word evolved. 13 Infinity is a real headache. The clock had just ticked past 5:00 a.m. Too late for midnight snacks, too early for breakfast. Arch-Chancellor Ridcully jogged through the damp morning fog, his breath visible in the chilly air, when he noticed the lights still blazing in the great hall. Bracing himself in case Ponder had a room full of sleep-deprived students inside, he shoved the door open. Sure enough, a handful of them were scattered around. One even slumped unconscious beneath the coffee dispenser. Ponder Stibbins, perched on a stepladder, waved his hands through shimmering timelines like a conductor lost in an invisible orchestra. "Making any progress, Stibbins?" Ridcully asked, jogging in place. Ponder wobbled, nearly toppling off before catching himself. "A general progress, sir," he muttered, climbing down. "Big job, eh?" Ridcully grinned. "Exhausting, sir, yes. But we've got the instructions sorted, almost ready. Hit 'em hard, that's the spirit." Ridcully threw a mock punch into the air. "Probably, sir," Ponder replied, stifling a yawn. "You know how I get my best ideas while running, Stibbins," Ridcully mused. "Here it comes," Ponder thought. "First the eyeball, easy. Then the parasitic wasp, tricky. Then the real nightmare. How does evolution actually work? How do you go from a speck in the ocean to humans with nothing but sunlight and time?" And of course he'll ask if blobs knew they were blobs, what part of a blob even thinks. Where does consciousness come from? Did dinosaurs have it? What's the point of imagination? And when I fumble through answers, he'll just say, "Stibbins, all you've got is clockwork explanations. How does a cosmic explosion lead to turtles, spoons, and Darwin, who wound it up? How does nothing explode? Theology of Species makes so much more sense when, Stibbins, you all right?" Ridcully's voice snapped him back. The Arch-Chancellor was staring at him, uncharacteristically concerned. "Fine, sir, just tired." "Your lips were moving," Ponder sighed. "What were you thinking about, sir? Lots of Darwins survived this voyage, right?" "Yes, an infinite number." "Well, in that case," Ridcully started. "Hex did clarify it's a smaller infinity compared to the ones where he doesn't survive," Ponder cut in. "And that's still bigger than the infinity where he never even boards the ship. And the infinities where he's never born. Also infinite," Ridcully guessed. "At the very least," Ponder said, "but there's a silver lining. Do enlighten me." "Once Origin is published, the number of universes where it exists will become infinite almost instantly." New detail. The exhausted student under the coffee spigot suddenly jerks awake, mumbling about equations before face-planting back into sleep. Tone shift. Ponder's internal monologue flips from weary frustration to sarcastic resignation. "Oh great, another existential crisis before breakfast." Even though a book might only be written once in our reality by human standards, it instantly exists in countless parallel universes, billions of versions, each slightly different. "An infinite number, I'd guess," Ridcully mused. "Exactly, sir. Though infinity's a tricky concept," Ponder admitted. "You can't even picture half of it," Ridcully scoffed. "True, it's not really a number at all. You can't count up to it. And that's the issue. Sir Hex is right. The strangest number in the multiverse isn't infinity, it's one. Just one. Charles Darwin writing The Origin of Species, it defies logic." Ridcully slumped into a chair. "Honestly, I'll be relieved when he finally finishes that book. We'll sort out all those messy alternate versions, bring him back, and I'll personally hand him the pen myself." "Ah. It doesn't quite work like that, sir," Ponder corrected. "He didn't write it until he returned home." "Fair point," Ridcully conceded. "Probably hard to concentrate on a rocking ship." "He spent years thinking it through first, sir," Ponder added. "I mentioned that earlier." "How long?" Ridcully frowned. "About 25 years, sir. He wanted absolute certainty, research letters, endless notes. He studied everything, silk worms, sheep, even jaguars. He needed to be sure he was right." Ponder flipped through his notes. There's a letter from 1857 where he writes, "What a leap it is from a distinct variety, shaped by nature, to a species crafted by divine intervention." Ridcully snorted. "That's the man who wrote The Origin. Sounds more like theology." "It weighed on him, sir, the scale of what he was challenging." "I've skimmed theology," Ridcully mused. "Parts of it make sense. If we hadn't seen the world unfold from the beginning, we might have thought." "Exactly, sir. That's why theology resonated with so many." "Our Darwin," Ponder continued, believed no divine being would create so many barnacle species. It seemed wasteful, but the other Darwins, the devout ones, argued that was the point. They claimed life wasn't born perfect but was designed to strive for it. Survival of the worthiest, they called it. Evolution wasn't random, it was part of some grand plan. God logic, Ridcully muttered. And then there's the whole Garden of Eden and the apocalypse, Ponder added. Must have skipped that chapter, Ridcully said dryly. It's the classic myth, paradise at the dawn of time, ruin at the end. But Darwin thought early scribes got it backward. Like trolls, you know, they see the past as ahead because they remember it. New detail. Ponder absent-mindedly taps his clipboard, lost in thought, before adding, funny how even the smartest minds can mix up time. Maybe the future's just a memory we haven't had yet, Ridcully smirked. Now that sounds like something from theology. The catastrophic chaos wasn't just destruction, it was creation itself, the scholar explained. You're talking about molten planets colliding, cosmic fireworks, that whole messy business, Ridcully interrupted. Precisely. And the world's end, as we'd perceive it, would be the culmination, a flawless garden teeming with perfect beings, all belonging to the divine. So, like an eternal awards ceremony, gold stars for everyone, Ridcully smirked. Not exactly phrased that way, but sure, if you want to picture it like that. What about the perfect wasps? Ridcully shot back. You can't escape them, or ants, always ruining the picnic. Ponder had anticipated this. There were lengthy discussions on that topic, he admitted, and the conclusion, the Arch-Chancellor pressed. That earthly logic didn't apply. Some debates are better left unresolved. Ridcully barked a laugh. And the priests just accepted this. Darwin flipped their entire worldview upside down. Well, sir, it was already flipping, Ponder countered. People were digging up ancient seabeds turned into mountains, uncovering fossils of creatures long gone. Evolution wasn't a new idea, just the mechanism of it. Natural selection, Darwin's term, was already in the air. A dangerous thought, until Theology of Species framed it as part of a grand, divine blueprint. Millions of years of chaos, volcanoes, shifting continents, all leading to this. Fertile soil, breathable air, oceans stocked with food, a world designed for humans, Ridcully finished. Exactly, the pinnacle, beings who named things sought meaning. Funny enough, our Darwin's writing The Descent of Man, poor phrasing, Ridcully snorted. Agreed. But the original idea slid past the priests because it kept the divine in charge, just with a longer timeline. Neat trick, Ridcully mused. Then his eyes narrowed. Now dinosaurs, Ponder froze. Oh, don't play dumb, we saw them. Not the giant lizards, the little ones with body paint herding beasts, or the octopuses constructing undersea metropolises. And the crabs, don't get me started on the crabs. Sailing rafts, enslaving rivals, that's not just survival, that's ambition. Yet they all vanished. Tell me, Stibbins, was that part of the grand plan? Ponder swallowed hard. The room suddenly felt colder. Ridcully scratched his beard thoughtfully. They worshipped a crab deity, didn't they? He mused, filling the silence while his brain caught up. Well, obviously, Ridcully snorted. They were crabs. Ponder shifted uncomfortably in his chair. Maybe they just didn't measure up in some cosmic sense. They weren't exactly stupid, Ridcully countered. Ponder winced. Darwin never even knew they existed. They didn't leave behind grand monuments or lasting civilizations. The author of the Ology probably would have dismissed them as evolutionary failures, or worse, morally corrupt. There's that whole bit in Scripture about a great flood wiping out everything except one family and a floating zoo. Why? Because, allegedly, the world was full of wickedness. Ridcully scoffed. Wicked crabs, what's a crab supposed to do? Steal someone's seashell, break curfew? I don't know, Arch-Chancellor, Ponder blurted. Maybe they violated sacred tide laws. I'm not an expert on crustacean morality. A heavy silence settled between them. Whole thing's a bit of a shambles, isn't it? Ridcully sighed. Agreed, sir. We have to make sure the origin gets written. Absolutely, sir. Ridcully leaned in, voice softening. But you'd still like to believe there's something steering the ship, wouldn't you? Some grand design. Yes, Ponder nearly knocked over his inkwell. Not some old man with a beard, but structure. A reason good and bad aren't just made-up words. No wonder the ology caught on. It tied everything up with a neat bow. But how does evolution work? Where does order come from? You start with a cosmic explosion and somehow you get butterflies. Were butterflies just lurking in the math from the beginning? What part of a burning star contained the blueprint for people? Even the origin Darwin needed a divine nudge to kickstart life. It'd be nice to think there's sense underneath it all. Ridcully raised an eyebrow. Since when did you start sounding like a first-year philosophy student? Ponder slumped. Sorry, sir, it's all getting to me. Can't blame you, Ridcully said. There has to be some higher logic here. Some things can't just happen. Take the eyeball, Ponder yelped. Simple, really, Ridcully continued unfazed. You all right, Stibbons? Fine, perfectly fine, sir. Simple, you say. Seeing keeps you alive, Ridcully said. Even blurry vision beats total darkness. I get what the origin fellow was driving at. No deity required. But then there's this wasp, or maybe it's a spider, that lays eggs in the other one's brain and, Ponder sprang up. Was that the breakfast gong? Didn't hear a thing. Positive it rang, sir. Ponder inched toward the exit. Tell you what, I'll just confirm that. 14 Aleph Infinity, the wizards aren't just wrestling with quantum. Their catch-all term for reality's weirdest rules. But with infinity itself, a concept so slippery it makes their beards curl, the wizards have stumbled upon a mind-bending truth from 19th century math. Some infinities are actually larger than others. At first glance, that sounds absurd, but shockingly, it holds up under scrutiny. Here's the deal. Infinity isn't just a single, straightforward concept. First off, it's not a regular number. You can't count up to it like you would with 1, 2, or 3. As Ponder Stibbons would say, you can't just take the next step from 1 and land there. Second, mathematicians slap the label infinity on multiple ideas, and mixing them up leads to pure gibberish. Wait, scratch that. 3 key points. Infinity often describes a never-ending process rather than a fixed object. But hold on, 4 things. Math has a sneaky habit of turning those endless processes into concrete concepts. And 5, there's even a type of infinity that does behave like a number, just not your everyday kind. Beyond the math, the wizards wrestle with the physics of infinity. Is our universe endless? If it is, does that mean everything must happen somewhere? Could there be an infinite cosmos filled with nothing but motionless, identical chairs? Sounds dull, right? At first glance, infinity seems riddled with contradictions, but if we stay sharp, we can navigate those paradoxes and use infinity as a powerful tool. Philosophers split infinity into 2 flavors, actual and potential. Actual infinity is a mind-blowing concept, a thing that's truly infinitely vast, and for centuries it was considered too wild to take seriously. Potential infinity, though, is more down to earth. It's the idea that certain processes, like counting, could keep going forever. Kids grasp this early. They'll declare that 6 is the biggest number, then 100, then 1,000, before realizing you can always add one more. In 1949, Edward Kastner and James Newman dropped a bombshell in mathematics and the imagination, the Google, a 1 followed by 100 zeros. To put that in perspective, a billion has just 9 zeros. A Google. It's so massive we had to break it into 2 lines just to fit it here. That's the kind of scale infinity plays with, utterly staggering, yet strangely logical once you dig in the concept of a Google. A massive number represented by a 1 followed by 100 zeros was actually dreamed up by mathematician Edward Kastner's young nephew. Ironically, this playful idea later inspired the name of the search engine Google TM. But as enormous as a Google seems, it's still finite. Want a bigger number? Just slap a 1 at the end of all those zeros. Then there's the Googleplex, another brainchild of Kastner's nephew. This time, it's a one followed by a Google's worth of zeros. Good luck writing that out. Even if you shrank your handwriting to subatomic size, the universe wouldn't have enough space or time for the task. Yet, for all its mind-boggling scale, a Googleplex is still a concrete, definable number, not infinite. Again, just add 1. Kastner and Newman once pointed out how people lose all sense of proportion when discussing large numbers. They joked that folks think slapping extra zeros onto a figure has no real consequences, a sentiment that would have made even the most eccentric professor chuckle. Take, for example, a scientific journal from the 1940s that claimed an ice age could be triggered by a billion raised to the billionth power. That's a 1 with 9 billion zeros. Absurd when a more reasonable estimate is around 1 with 30 zeros. Still enough to make even the richest billionaire's fortune look like pocket change. Infinity isn't some ultimate number you can reach. It's the idea that numbers never stop. Think you've hit the biggest possible number. Just add 1. Even if you came up with something like umpty-ump gazillion, well, there's always umpty-ump gazillion and 1. The counting game only ends when you do, not because numbers run out. Sure, an immortal might eventually exhaust the universe's space or time to write them all down, but mathematically, the sequence marches on forever. The beauty of infinity is that it doesn't mean there's some ultimate number called infinity towering over the rest. Quite the opposite. It means no such number exists. Every step in counting lands you on a finite digit, yet the journey itself has no end. So next time someone throws around big numbers, just remember, no matter how high you go, there's always room for one more. The concept of finite implies a number you can actually reach, count up to it, and you're done. Philosophers might argue that counting itself hints at potential infinity, a process our brains perceive as endless, even though it never truly reaches forever. The evolution of math mirrors a bizarre construction project. Imagine mathematicians building a house but with zero regard for logic at first. They'd slap up the ground floor walls, leaving them floating mysteriously above where the foundation should be. No doors, no windows, just awkward gaps. By the second floor, things improve. Plastered walls, actual windows, sturdy floors. The third floor, absolute chaos overstuffed with mismatched furniture, clashing wallpaper, and pretentious art. The attic, though, sleek, purposeful, every detail intentional. Only then do they backtrack, dig proper foundations, and reinforce the structure. At first glance, the whole thing looks like a disaster, until it doesn't. New math ideas follow the same messy path. Nobody fully grasps them at first. Obviously, they're new. Why waste time refining logic if the idea might be useless? Mathematicians focus on pushing boundaries, asking, where can this take us? The real test. What problems does it actually solve? Only after proving its worth do the meticulous few descend into the nitty-gritty, shoring up the theory's foundations. Take infinity. Mathematicians wielded it for centuries before truly understanding it. Even Archimedes, one of history's greatest minds, played with infinite slices in 500 BC. To find a sphere's volume, he imagined slicing it into paper-thin discs, balancing them against a known shape. Genius, even if the logic behind it wasn't airtight yet. Math, like that absurd house, often works backward. Flashy ideas first, solid footing later. And somehow, against all odds, it holds up after stumbling upon the solution through sheer creative chaos. He backtracked to craft a more polished, logical proof. But without that messy detour into infinity, he'd have been stuck. No starting point, no breakthrough. Enter Leonhard Euler, the undisputed rock star of 18th century math, whose output rivaled a fantasy novelist's. By his era, infinite series had become the playground, or torture chamber, for mathematicians. Picture this never-ending sum. 1 plus a half plus a quarter plus the sneaky part. It inches toward 2 but never quite touches it, like a kid edging toward the cookie jar. Stop early and you're just shy of the mark, but the gap shrinks with every term. Sound familiar? It's Zeno's paradox in disguise, Achilles closing in on the tortoise, an arrow creeping toward its target. Even wilder. You could cram infinite tasks into 2 minutes, start the first, wait a minute for the next, then half a minute, then a quarter, boom, infinity conquered. But here's the twist. Not all infinities play nice. Some behave, others blow up in your face. The golden rule: if your infinity doesn't trigger logical meltdowns, it's fair game. Otherwise, back to the drawing board. Mathematicians spent centuries wrestling with these ghosts, like in projective geometry, where parallel lines meet at an imaginary horizon point. Spoiler, trains never arrive there. Or the cheeky definition of a circle as a conic section grazing imaginary points at infinity. Try explaining that to a geometry student without a smirk. The takeaway: infinity isn't just a number, it's a dare. A puzzle wrapped in paradox, sharpening the very questions it pretends to answer. And honestly, that's what makes it thrilling. Mathematicians generally agreed on one key idea. Infinity isn't a fixed object, it's a dynamic process. When you talk about infinity, you're really describing something that unfolds over time, generating a specific outcome through whatever logical twists you apply. That outcome gives meaning to infinity in that particular scenario. But this view didn't last forever. Enter David Hilbert, one of the greatest mathematical minds of the late 1800s, who championed a bold new perspective, treating infinity as a concrete thing, not just a never-ending sequence. This radical shift came from Georg Cantor, a German mathematician who ventured into treacherous logical territory. For decades, the field was a tangled mess because, let's be honest, when has math ever been simple? Cantor decided to dig deep and lay new foundations rather than stacking theory on top of shaky theory. He wasn't alone in this, but his ideas were among the most controversial. While some mathematicians recoiled at his work, Hilbert embraced it with passion, famously declaring, "No one will drive us from the paradise Cantor has created." But this paradise had its quirks. To illustrate, Hilbert dreamed up a thought experiment: a hotel with an infinite number of rooms, all occupied. In a normal hotel, you'd be out of luck, no vacancies. But in Hilbert's hotel, there's always space. How? You just shuffle guests down the hall. The guest in room 1 moves to room 2, room 2's occupant shifts to room 3, and so on, freeing up room 1 for the new arrival. Here's the catch: this only works because the rooms never run out. In a real-world hotel, you'd eventually hit a wall. There's no room infinity plus 1 to move into. But in Hilbert's infinite wonderland, the chain never breaks. It's a mind-bending concept, one that shows just how strange infinity can be when you treat it as something real. And yet, for all its elegance, it leaves you wondering, what's the checkout policy in a place like that? At Hilbert's hotel, the rooms stretch on forever, and no matter how packed it gets, there's always space for more. When guests arrive, the manager just shuffles everyone up. Room 1 moves to 2, 2 to 4, and so on, freeing up odd-numbered rooms for newcomers. Simple, right? But things get wilder. One Monday, a bus with 50 tourists rolls in. No problem. The manager shifts every guest 50 rooms down the hall, clearing the first 50 spots. Easy. Then Tuesday hits and an infinity tour bus arrives, packed with an endless stream of passengers labeled A1, A2, A3. Still, the manager isn't fazed. He moves current guests to even-numbered rooms, 1 right arrow 2, 2 right arrow 4, etc., leaving all the odd ones open for the new arrivals. But Wednesday, that's when chaos really kicks in. An infinite number of infinity tour buses show up, each with an infinite number of passengers. The manager, though, has a trick up his sleeve. He lines everyone up in an infinite grid: A1, A2, A3 in the first row, B1, B2, B3 in the second, and so on, then cleverly rearranges them into a single line by zigzagging diagonally through the grid. Now instead of cramming them into rooms one by one, he loads them all back onto a single bus in that same order. Boom, problem solved, because now it's just Tuesday's scenario all over again. Here's the kicker. Infinity doesn't play by normal rules. Add one, still infinity. Multiply it by itself, still infinity. For ages, mathematicians assumed that was it, nothing could be bigger. But then Georg Cantor came along in the 1880s and blew the lid off that idea. He discovered transfinite numbers, proving some infinities are actually larger than others. Turns out, infinity isn't just one unchanging concept, it's a whole universe of mind-bending possibilities. New detail: the manager mid-crisis spills coffee on his clipboard muttering, "Why did I take this job?" before snapping back into mathematician mode. Shift in tone, from dry logic to playful sarcasm. Oh sure, just casually rearrange an infinite number of people. No big deal, right? Cantor found himself diving into complex, uncharted territory, far beyond his usual work in mathematical analysis. He became obsessed with a deceptively simple question: what exactly is a number? Kids learn to count by associating numbers with objects like 7 days in a week or 7 colors in a rainbow. But strip away those objects and what's left? Is 7 just a word, a symbol? It changes in different languages, so it can't be tied to one form. You never find a standalone 7 floating around, it's always tied to something. Frustrated, Cantor turned this problem into a breakthrough. He declared that numbers aren't just abstract ideas, they're tied to sets or collections of things. The beauty: you don't even need to count to compare sets. Instead, you match them up, pairing each item in one set with one in another. Take the days of the week and the colors of the spectrum. Sunday pairs with red, Monday with orange, and so on. No leftovers, no duplicates, just a perfect lineup. But try matching days with the Discworld's legendary elephants and things fall apart. You've got Beryllia for Sunday, Tubal for Monday, Great Typhon for Tuesday, and then you're stuck. There just aren't enough elephants to cover all 7 days. The kicker: you don't need to know the numbers to see the mismatch. The pairing itself reveals the truth. Counting is just a shortcut. Matching comes first. In the end, Cantor gave these matched sets a name: cardinals. They weren't just numbers. They were the essence of quantity stripped bare. And somewhere in the middle of all this, he probably chuckled at the absurdity of trying to pair Thursday with an elephant that didn't even exist. The number of days in a week is represented by the symbol 7. And this same symbol applies to any set that corresponds to those 7 days. This means we can define numbers based on the simpler idea of matching sets. Nothing groundbreaking yet. But here's the twist. Matching isn't just for finite collections. It works for infinite ones too. Take the even numbers. You can pair them perfectly with all whole numbers. 2 left right arrow, 1 4 left right arrow, 2 6 left right arrow, 3 8 left right arrow, 4 10 left right arrow, 5, and so on. This kind of pairing is the secret behind the mind-bending logic of Hilbert's Hotel, where rooms somehow never run out. So, what's the size or cardinality of the set of all whole numbers? Most people would call it infinity. But Georg Cantor, ever the careful thinker, wanted a term without all the philosophical baggage. In 1883, he chose Aleph, the first letter of the Hebrew alphabet, and slapped a tiny 0 beneath it. Aleph 0, for reasons that'll soon make sense. Cantor knew he was stirring the pot. "I'm fully aware this goes against common views on infinity and the nature of numbers," he admitted. And boy, did he ruffle feathers. Leopold Kronker, a heavyweight in math at the time, famously declared, "God made the integers, everything else is man's invention." These days, most of us think humans invented the integers too. So why bother with a new symbol, and in Hebrew no less? Well, Cantor quickly realized his definition of infinity wasn't a one-size-fits-all deal. There might be bigger infinities out there, and he wanted names ready: Aleph 1, Aleph 2, and beyond. But how can there be different infinities? That's the wild surprise hidden in this simple matching game. To wrap our heads around it, we need a way to talk about numbers so huge they make your brain hurt, both finite and infinite. Let's ease into it with a playful trick. If umpty is any number no matter how big, then umptiplex means 10 raised to the power of umpty, a 1 followed by umpty zeros. So 2-plex is 100, 100, 6-plex is a million, and 9-plex is a billion. A Google, that's 100-plex. A Googleplex, 100-plex. Now in true Cantorian fashion, let's daydream about infinitiplex, or more precisely, aleph zeroplex. What's 10 raised to aleph zero? Shockingly, it's not nonsense. It's the size of the set of all real numbers, every possible infinite decimal. Think of the ancient philosopher Pythagoras who grumbled, the diameter should fit into the circumference exactly 3 times. But does it? No, it's 3.14, and a never-ending string of digits. Turns out, infinity's got layers, and Cantor was the first to peel them back. You could spend forever counting these little monsters, and I mean literally forever. We're talking about pi, that never-ending number that starts with 3.14 and just keeps going, digit after digit, with no finish line in sight. But pi isn't alone. There's a whole universe of real numbers out there, each stretching into infinity. Picture the digits after the decimal point. With 1 decimal place, you've got 10 options, 0 through 9. 2 places. Now you're at 100 possibilities, 0 to 99. 3. 1,000. The pattern's obvious. Each extra digit multiplies the possibilities by 10. But what if the decimals never stop? That's where things get wild. Enter Cantor's aleph zero, the smallest kind of infinity, matching the endless sequence of whole numbers. If you let the decimals run infinitely, the total combinations explode into aleph zeroplex, a number so vast it dwarfs aleph zero itself. And no, this isn't some math trick where all infinities secretly equal each other. Cantor proved the real numbers can't be neatly paired with whole numbers, meaning some infinities are bigger than others. But wait, it gets crazier. Take any infinite cardinal, slap a plex on it, and boom, you've got a bigger infinity. Aleph zeroplex. Bigger still. Aleph zeroplex. Even larger. The chain never stops. There's no ultimate hyperinfinity reigning supreme, just an endless ladder of ever larger infinities. And here's the kicker. The generalized continuum hypothesis suggests aleph umptiplex should be aleph umpty plus 1. But in 1963, Paul Cohen, no relation to any barbarians, sadly, showed it depends on your flavor of set theory. Math's foundations. Surprisingly flexible, like building a house and swapping out the basement later if you don't like it. Welcome to Cantor's paradise, a realm where infinities multiply endlessly, all born from the simple idea that matching things up is the key to unlocking arithmetic's deepest secrets. And if that doesn't blow your mind, well, maybe you're just not thinking big enough. Modern mathematicians largely side with Hilbert, embracing Cantor's once shocking concepts as fundamental to the field. But infinity isn't just a playground for abstract thinkers. Physicists are wrestling with it too, stumbling into mind-bending questions. Is our universe endless or bounded? If it's finite, what kind? And what about those trendy parallel realities cosmologists love to theorize? Even if each universe has limits, could an infinite stack of them exist? Current science suggests our observable cosmos is finite, born from the Big Bang singularity, expanding at a measurable pace for roughly 13.8 billion years. Sure, space might seem infinitely divisible like a mathematician's perfect plane, but quantum mechanics slams the brakes at the Planck length, imposing a granular structure. That means the universe has an absurdly huge, but ultimately countable, number of possible quantum configurations. Enter Hugh Everett's many worlds interpretation, a quantum Hail Mary trying to bridge subatomic weirdness with our macroscopic reality. His idea, every quantum decision point, electron spins, Schrödinger's cat scenarios, doesn't collapse into a single outcome. Instead, reality forks like a choose-your-own-adventure novel gone wild. For every possibility, a new universe sprouts. Somewhere, Hitler's Axis powers triumphed. Elsewhere, you're regretting that third olive at dinner. Let's be real, this makes for killer sci-fi material. Writers, yours included, drool over quantum jargon that handwaves interdimensional plot twists. But as actual science, the multiverse theory gets oversold harder than a late-night infomercial. Pop science explanations often reduce profound physics to cartoonish what-ifs, like some cosmic game of Mad Libs. The Hitler universe example, a surefire way to make taxpayers demand funding for crystal healing instead. Yet buried beneath the hype, multiverse theories offer legit intrigue. Some variants might hold water, just probably not the one where Alternate collects vintage typewriters. The science deserves better than lazy metaphors. After all, reality's strange enough without invoking Nazi victory timelines. Let's stick to the multiverse's elegant math, and leave the fanfiction to Hollywood. The whole idea kicked off when scientists realized quantum behavior could be boiled down to a massive mathematical sum. Essentially, reality is the total of every possible outcome. Richard Feynman, never one to mince words, broke this down brilliantly in KED. That's quantum electrodynamics, not some ancient geometry lesson. Picture a photon, a tiny speck of light, ricocheting off a mirror. To figure out its actual path, you don't just track one route. You tally up every possible path it could have taken. But here's the twist. You're not adding paths, you're adding brightness levels, the intensity of light. The right path, it's just the brightest strip, the one where the light bounces cleanly off the mirror at the expected angle. This sum-over-histories approach isn't some wild guess. It's straight from the rulebook of quantum mechanics. And honestly, it's not even that shocking once you see how it works. All those wrong paths, they cancel each other out, leaving only the one we actually observe. You could spin this math into a physical story. Light really explores every possible route, but we only see the dominant one. Sounds harmless, right? But here's where things get slippery. Physicists love treating math as literal truth, not just the results, but every step along the way. They call it thinking physically, but let's be real. It's more like slapping math onto reality and calling it a day. And that's where the trouble starts. Sometimes there are multiple mathematically identical ways to describe the same thing. Take classical mechanics. Newton's laws say a particle's motion depends on forces acting on it. But you could also describe it using the principle of least action, where nature picks the path that minimizes some abstract quantity called action. These are two sides of the same coin, mathematically speaking. But if you take both too literally, you end up with conflicting stories about how the universe really works. So yeah, math is powerful, but maybe don't treat every equation like a cosmic truth. The key distinction lies in how we naturally interpret two mathematically equivalent descriptions. Newton's laws of motion operate locally. A particle's immediate behavior depends solely on forces acting on it right then and there. No grand calculations required, just straightforward moment-by-moment obedience to physical rules. But the principle of least action, that's a whole different beast. It suggests the particle must evaluate every conceivable path from point A to B, calculating the action for each route before choosing the one with minimal effort. This implies some eerie foresight, as if the particle possesses a crude form of intelligence, scanning infinite possibilities before making its move. So which is it? A dumb hunk of matter blindly following local forces, or a cosmic accountant crunching numbers across spacetime? Here's the kicker. This isn't just philosophical hand-waving. The principle mirrors Feynman's sum-over-histories approach in quantum optics, where light seemingly explores all paths simultaneously. But math working doesn't mean reality bends to it. Many worlds theorists sprint with this idea, claiming the entire universe branches into every possible outcome. Yet there's a simpler take. Maybe the universe just does one thing and the math coincidentally mirrors the sum of hypothetical alternatives. So which camp are you in? The math allows both, but the implications, wildly different. One paints reality as a kaleidoscope of parallel worlds, the other a single unfolding story. The takeaway: equations don't dictate truth, they're tools, not gospel. And sometimes, the most dramatic interpretation isn't the one holding the wrench. The idea that Newton's laws align with the principle of least action doesn't mean particles are psychic fortune tellers. Similarly, the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics, while mathematically sound, leans on shaky philosophical ground. It's often dressed up with a thick layer of storytelling, something sci-fi writers love, but that pushes the theory way beyond its logical limits. Here's the usual pitch. Every time a decision happens, reality splits into countless parallel worlds where every possible outcome plays out. Sure, in this universe, you had cornflakes and made it to work just fine. But somewhere out there in the cosmic sprawl, another version of you chose kippers, left the house late, and got into a fatal argument with a bus. The problem isn't the idea that our world might be a quantum superposition of others. That's plausible at a subatomic level. The real issue is slapping human narratives onto those alternate realities, as if buses and kippers even exist in them. If parallel worlds are real, they're built from quantum wave functions, shifting spins, flipping polarizations, altering phases, not breakfast choices. Trying to force them into familiar human stories is like randomly scrambling letters in a book and expecting a coherent poem. You won't get the hedgehog song, you'll get gibberish. And honestly, that's probably for the best. Physicist Max Tegmark outlines 4 types of parallel universes, with the first level being distant cosmic regions nearly identical to ours. But none of them involve alternate, you regretting that second cup of coffee. The quantum world doesn't care about your breakfast preferences. It's busy rewriting reality in ways our brains can't even begin to picture. The multiverse theory takes us on a wild ride through layers of reality, each more mind-bending than the last. At the second level, you've got isolated cosmic bubbles, baby universes where fundamental constants like the speed of light might shift, even if the underlying physics stays the same. Then there's level 3, Everett's quantum playground, where every possible outcome spawns its own branching timeline. But level 4, that's where things get truly bizarre. Universes governed by entirely different laws, not just tweaked versions of our own, but realities built from every mathematical structure you could dream up. Tegmark doesn't just suggest these levels exist. He argues they're scientifically testable, even bending Occam's razor to fit his vision. And honestly, it's the kind of bold, speculative thinking that makes cosmology thrilling. But here's the catch. As dazzling as the idea is, the logic has some serious holes. Which is a shame, because parallel worlds are pure narrative gold, enough to make any sci-fi writer drool harder than one of Pavlov's dogs at dinner time. Let's break it down. Level 1 hinges on infinity. If space is endless, then somewhere out there, an exact copy of you is reading this right now. Sounds nuts. Tegmark crunches the numbers. Your nearest cosmic twin is chilling in a galaxy roughly 1028 meters away. And that's not even the wild part. A perfect replica of our entire observable universe. That's lurking about 118 meters out. Wrap your head around that. But how do you even talk about numbers this absurd? Writing out zeros is useless and scientific notation feels too sterile. So we borrow a trick, call any number umpty. An umptiplex means 10 umpty, a 1 followed by umpty zeros. For perspective, 118-plex, 10118, is roughly the number of protons in our universe. Suddenly, infinity feels a little more manageable, or at least, slightly less terrifying. New detail. Imagine stumbling into a diner where alternate versions of yourself debate which multiverse level has the best coffee. One insists level 2's shifting physics makes the perfect brew, while another swears level 4's alien beings are unbeatable. Meanwhile, you're just trying to figure out if any of them picked up the tab. The multiverse might be messy, flawed, or even wrong, but it's undeniably fun to think about. So weigh the evidence, poke at the logic, and decide for yourself. Is reality bigger than we ever imagined, or just a numbers game gone rogue? When you take 118 plex and plex it again, you get 118 plex plex. An unimaginably massive number Tegmark wants us to wrap our heads around, specifically 10, 118. These mind-bending figures emerge because even a Hubble volume, the size of our observable universe, has a finite number of quantum states. Reality isn't smooth. It's pixelated at the smallest scales, meaning space and time can't be chopped up infinitely. So if you imagine a space vast enough, it could hold enough Hubble volumes to account for every possible quantum configuration. Here's the kicker. A single Hubble volume contains roughly 118 plex protons, each with 2 quantum states. That means there are 118 plex, possible ways those protons can arrange themselves. And here's a neat trick. When dealing with numbers this absurd, you can swap the base, like changing 2 to 10, without drastically altering the final monstrosity. So in rough terms, a region spanning 118 plex meters could fit every possible version of a Hubble volume. Now, picture spacetime as cosmic bubble wrap, each pocket a separate universe. That's level 2. Inflation theory suggests space stretched so fast during the Big Bang that regions became causally disconnected, forming this foamy multiverse where each bubble might tweak physics constants. Level 3. That's the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics where every decision spawns a new timeline. But level 4, that's where things get weird. Here, universes don't just tweak the rules, they rewrite them entirely. Imagine a reality where physics is purely classical, no quantum weirdness. Or one where time ticks in digital chunks. Or a universe that's just an empty geometric shape. Tegmark argues every mathematically possible structure exists out there. But here's the catch. How do we know? Science demands evidence, and observing these alternate realities is, well, impossible with current or even conceivable tech. Our observable universe stretches about 27 plex meters, tiny compared to 118 plex. A human spotting something that far away makes a bacterium surveying the cosmos look easy. So for now, Tegmark's multiverse remains a dazzling thought experiment, one that stretches imagination further than spacetime itself. New detail. Picture a physicist trying to explain this to their cat, who just blinks and knocks a coffee cup off the table. Some realities are easier to grasp than others. Tone shift. From awestruck to wry, sure, the math checks out, but good luck proving any of it. Maybe we're all just Boltzmann brains hallucinating this conversation. Cheers to that. The idea that a theory remains scientific even without direct experimental proof is something we can get behind. After all, we can't exactly recreate dinosaurs in a lab or witness the Big Bang firsthand, yet we still accept their existence based on indirect clues. So, what indirect evidence supports the notion of infinite space and parallel universes? According to physicist Max Tegmark, the cosmic microwave background radiation suggests space is boundless. If the universe had limits, he argues, those boundaries would leave statistical fingerprints in the radiation's patterns. But here's the twist. Just last year, a team of mathematicians analyzed the same cosmic microwave data and concluded the opposite. Their findings: the universe might actually be finite, shaped roughly like a football. Their reasoning: the absence of extremely long wavelength radiation, which wouldn't fit inside a smaller cosmos. Think of it like trying to fit a 100-meter wave on a 1-meter guitar string. It just doesn't work. Then there's the way scientists interpret their own data. When cosmologists study the microwave background, they often phrase their conclusions in probabilities. Say, a 0.1% chance that a particular universe shape matches observations. Tegmark spins this into support for the multiverse, suggesting that only 1 in 1,000 possible universes would produce the data we see. His take: even if we can't observe other universes directly, their existence can still be tested statistically. But here's where things get slippery. Tegmark's reasoning blurs the line between hypothetical universes and real ones. If we imagine 1,000 possible football-shaped universes, only one might align with our observations. But that doesn't mean the other 999 actually exist. It's like rolling a 1,000-sided die and landing on one number. It doesn't prove the other 999 sides are out there somewhere. And yet, we're asked to believe not just in those 1,000 possibilities, but in an infinite space containing them all. The argument is bold, no doubt, but it's also a bit of a leap. Just because math allows for infinite variations doesn't mean reality has to oblige. Sometimes, a football is just a football. Tegmark's argument hinges on a bold claim. If you have a phase space, or what statisticians call a sample space with a clear probability distribution, then everything in that space must physically exist. But that's just not how reality works. Take a simple coin toss, flip it 100 times, and you'll get a sequence like heads, tails, tails, heads, and so on. The phase space here includes every possible combination of those 100 flips. That's 2 100 sequences. If the coin is fair, each sequence has the same tiny probability, 1 in 2 100. You could test this distribution by running 1,000,000 trials and checking how often you get, say, 50 heads and 50 tails. But here's the catch. Even if you flipped 100 coins every second, it would take longer than the age of the universe to generate all possible sequences. Coins haven't even existed that long. The phase space of all possible tosses isn't some tangible reality. It's just a mathematical abstraction. Now, if Tegmark's logic falls apart with something as simple as coin flips, why should we believe it applies to entire universes? The so-called evidence for level 4 parallel worlds is flimsy at best. It leans on vague, almost mystical appeals to the unusual effectiveness of mathematics in describing reality. By that reasoning, if we can imagine a purple hippo cycling along the Milky Way while belting out an opera, then it must exist somewhere. As fun as that sounds, we've got to draw the line somewhere between imagination and actuality. That said, we're not here to dismiss every creative idea in physics. Take string theory, for example. It's the latest contender in the multiverse debate, and it actually offers a plausible, if unproven, answer to why we exist. Instead of just throwing around infinite universes, it carefully constructs a framework where countless parallel realities emerge naturally. The catch: there's zero experimental proof yet, but at least it's a step up from wishful thinking. For a deeper dive, check out Raphael Balso and Joseph Polchinski's scientific American piece, The String Theory Landscape, from their 2004 Einstein-themed issue. Note: added a playful twist with the singing hippo, reinforced the skepticism with a reality check, and expanded on string theory's approach to parallel universes while keeping the original critique intact. At the heart of modern physics lies a monumental challenge, merging the principles of quantum mechanics with Einstein's theory of relativity. Scientists call this the quest for a theory of everything, a framework that could seamlessly explain the universe at both the smallest and largest scales. While both theories work brilliantly in their own domains, quantum mechanics for subatomic particles, relativity for cosmic phenomena, they clash when brought together. The search for harmony between them has led to fascinating ideas, none more captivating than string theory. Picture this. What if the universe isn't made of zero-dimensional points but of tiny, vibrating strings? Imagine a garden hose lying in your backyard. From a distance, it looks like a simple one-dimensional line. But up close, you realize it's a three-dimensional tube with a circular cross-section. String theory suggests our reality might be similar. What we perceive as four-dimensional space-time could hide extra, curled-up dimensions, too small to notice. These hidden dimensions might vibrate like guitar strings, producing the particles we observe. Here's the twist. Those vibrations can't be just any random hum. They follow strict rules like musical notes on a string. A particle's properties, like spin or charge, would correspond to whole number harmonics of these vibrations. No half notes allowed, just clean quantum jumps. But here's the catch. A simple circular string isn't enough. To match the complexity of quantum particles, physicists propose branes, higher dimensional surfaces that could be as wild as a multi-hole donut or even stranger shapes. Particles might be loops of string dancing around these branes, their movements dictating the laws of physics. Of course, there's a snag. No experiment has yet confirmed string theory. It's a beautiful idea, mathematically elegant, but still just a hypothesis. Some physicists joke that it's more philosophy than science until we find proof. Yet, the possibility that our universe is a symphony of vibrating strings. That's a melody worth chasing. Imagine wrapping a string around a donut, once through the center, twice, even 3 times. The way it loops changes the physics. Depending on the shape of the brain, think of it like a cosmic membrane and how those loops move. Right now, scientists are really into a 6-dimensional brain model, which, when you add the usual 4 dimensions of space and time, makes 10 in total. The extra dimensions, they're curled up so tiny, smaller than the Planck length where the universe gets fuzzy, that we'll never see them directly. But that doesn't mean they're not there. Clues like the universe's accelerating expansion hint at their existence, though we're still piecing together the evidence. Here's the fun part. Every possible brain setup, let's call them loopy brains, has its own unique energy, tied to how it's shaped and how tightly those loops wind around it. This energy isn't just some abstract number, it's the vacuum energy of that universe's physics. And in quantum mechanics, a vacuum isn't empty at all. It's a chaotic dance of particles and antiparticles popping in and out of existence, colliding and vanishing again. The vacuum energy tells us how wild that dance is. Now, our universe's vacuum energy is ridiculously tiny, so small scientists once thought it was 0. Turns out it's about 1/120plex units, a unit being a Planck mass per cubic Planck length, or roughly a Google grams per cubic meter. Yeah, it's a mouthful. This leads us to a cosmic Goldilocks scenario. Too much vacuum energy. The universe expands violently, tearing itself apart like a supernova on steroids. Too little, everything crunches into oblivion, but just right. Somewhere between plus 1/118plex and minus 1/120plex units. That's the sweet spot where life like ours can exist. And here's the kicker. It's no accident we're in this Goldilocks zone. If the universe were different, we wouldn't be us. This is the anthropic principle in action. Our existence is tied to the very laws that allow us to exist. So while other universes might host some bizarre form of life, we're stuck, or lucky, with the one that fits us perfectly. Funny how that works, huh? The real mystery isn't just why we live in a universe perfectly suited for life. It's why such a universe exists at all. This is the puzzle of cosmic fine-tuning, where skeptics argue the odds of random conditions aligning just right are so slim that something, let's be honest, most people mean God, must have fine-tuned it. But string theorists, they've got a more grounded answer. Back in 2000, Bauso and Polchinski took string theory and mixed it with Steven Weinberg's earlier work to show why we shouldn't be shocked that a universe like ours exists. Their argument hinges on the mind-boggling scale of possible universes. Think bigger than 500 plex. Within that vast phase space, vacuum energies are packed so densely between -1 and +1 that even the narrow Goldilocks zone for life ends up containing a staggering 382 plex habitable universes. Sure, that's a tiny fraction of the total, but with numbers this huge, tiny still means more universes than you could count in a lifetime. Now here's the kicker. Pick a random universe and odds are it won't support life. But string theory says, so what? Wait long enough and every possible universe, including the life-friendly ones, will eventually pop into existence. When one finally lands in the sweet spot, its inhabitants won't even realize the cosmic waiting game that preceded them. To them, time starts the moment their universe does. What makes all 500 plex universes real in string theory? Two key ideas. First, there's a way to map every possible universe, or loopy brain, in what we'll call the brainscape, a cosmic energy landscape where peaks and valleys represent high and low vacuum energies. Stable universes. They're chilling in the valleys. Second, quantum mechanics ensures that, given enough time, every possible brain will emerge. So no divine fine-tuning required, just an unimaginably vast multiverse where, statistically, a universe like ours was bound to happen. And hey, lucky us, we're the ones who got to notice in the vast cosmic landscape. Certain universes with loopy brain structures manage to stay stable. These are the ones that don't blink out of existence in an instant. Picture the brainscape like a rugged mountain range, packed with countless peaks and valleys, each one isolated yet crammed together in a chaotic dance. The vacuum energies of these valleys are squeezed into a tight range between -1 and +1, forcing them uncomfortably close. But here's the kicker. For life as we know it to emerge, the energy has to land in that sweet spot, the Goldilocks zone where conditions are just perfect. Now don't get too excited, most of these universes miss the mark entirely. But with an infinite number of possibilities, some are bound to hit the jackpot. The real magic. Quantum mechanics swoops in like a cosmic superhero, allowing universes to tunnel between energy states. Thanks to the uncertainty principle, a universe can borrow energy, hop into a new valley, and settle in before anyone or anything notices. Given enough time, think umptuplex years, a single universe will eventually stumble into the Goldilocks zone. And that's when life shows up, blissfully unaware of the eons of cosmic wandering that led to its existence. Humans pop up, scratch their heads, and wonder, how did we get so lucky? The answer. Quantum tunneling and the brainscape stack the deck in our favor. It's a wild, poetic idea, even if it's completely wrong. Now for a quick math detour. Imagine doubling an infinite series. What happens? Suddenly the sum jumps by 2. The only number that does that, you guessed it, 2, and if you've never heard the classic math joke about the kettle hanging on a peg, well, that's a story for another time. Making tea seems simple until you overthink it. Picture this. The kettle's already in the sink. Now what? You don't just turn on the tap like some sleep-deprived zombie. No, you pull it out, hang it back on the hook, and then start the whole routine again. It's a loop, a joke disguised as logic because, surprise, you're right back where you began. Then there's the nonsense of indigo. Who decided it deserved its own spot in the rainbow? It's just blue playing dress-up. Might as well throw turquoise in there too, or better yet, octarine, the Discworld's mythical 8th color. Or 7th, if we're being picky. Septarine, anyone. Somebody centuries ago clearly had a thing for the number 7, and now we're stuck pretending indigo isn't just midnight blue with delusions of grandeur. Meanwhile, in math class, kids are still drawing squiggly lines between cats and flowers, blissfully unaware of why. Decades ago, Some overzealous educators decided set theory was the foundation. Never mind that real mathematicians build the roof before digging the foundation. The result: generations of baffled students and teachers going through the motions like confused actors in a play nobody wrote the ending for. And don't get me started on infinity. Sure, the universe could expand infinitely in 2 minutes if it accelerated fast enough. 1 light-year per minute, then half, then a quarter. Zeno would be proud. But reality, it's not that dramatic. Then there's the Poincaré dodecahedral space, a fancy name for what's basically a cosmic football, because weird topological shape doesn't roll off the tongue. And let's not forget M-brains, the physics pun that spawned no brains and P-brains like some inside joke that got way out of hand. And just like that, an hour slips by, time enough for reality's auditors to take notes. The Great Hall was packed with wizards standing in neat rows, their outfits a chaotic mix of robes and what could generously be described as vintage hobo chic. Rincewind, who had long accepted that fashion was the least of his worries, blended right in with his stained shirt and threadbare pants, a look that wouldn't raise eyebrows anywhere except maybe in a high-end tailor's shop. "Listen up," boomed Ridcully, marching down the line like a drill sergeant. "We've kept this foolproof even for professors. Ponders assigned each of you a job." He stopped abruptly in front of a middle-aged wizard with a frazzled expression. "You there, who are you?" The wizard blinked. "You don't recognize me, sir. Should I?" Ridcully scoffed. "This place is huge. I can't memorize every face. Professor Pennismart, sir, extreme horticulture." "Any good, the best. Got any students?" "Of course not." Pennismart huffed as if the question were an insult. "Perfect," Ridcully grinned. "Now what's your task?" Pennismart fumbled in his pocket and pulled out a crumpled note. "Apparently I'll be waist-deep in a lagoon near the Keeling Islands, raking the sand like a madman until I spot humans. Then I say, 'Return me, Hex,' and poof, back here I go." "Exactly," Ridcully clapped him on the shoulder. "Everyone got that. Write it down if your memory's as reliable as a soggy spellbook. Hex will dump you on the lawn. Try not to land on each other." Pennismart raised a hesitant hand. Why am I raking a lagoon?" Ponder Stibbins sighed. "Because if you don't, Darwin steps on a venomous fish spine and history takes a very different turn." "But why me?" "Because you'll be watching where you step," Ridcully bellowed. Suddenly, a sea of hands shot up. Rincewind, meanwhile, just stared at his boots, wishing he could vanish into them. "What now?" Ridcully snapped. "Why do I have to nudge a chair 6 inches?" one wizard demanded. "Why am I filling a hole in the middle of nowhere?" cried another. "Why am I hiding pants? Why am I stuffing a mailbox with starving snails?" Ponder waved his clipboard like a white flag. "Because otherwise Darwin falls off a chair, gets thrown from a horse, gets brained by a riotous mob, or receives a very unfortunate letter. There are thousands of tasks. I can't explain them all. Some of these are the first domino in a very bizarre chain reaction." A mutter rose from the crowd. "We're supposed to ask questions." "Not about this," Ridcully barked. "Just do your jobs and try not to overthink it for once." New detail. As the wizards grumbled, Rincewind noticed a small, disgruntled imp peeking from Ridcully's sleeve, scribbling notes. Apparently even the universe had a bureaucratic middleman. "All right, everyone, listen up. Your tasks couldn't be simpler," boomed the Arch-Chancellor. "When Mr. Stibbins calls your name, step into the circle like you mean it. Ponder, take it away." Ponder Stibbins clutched yet another clipboard. His growing collection was becoming a comfort in a world that made less sense by the day. If nothing else, he thought, at least checkboxes never lie. "Right, gentlemen," he announced, adjusting his glasses. "The Arch-Chancellor's right. This should be straightforward. No chatting, no touching things, just get in and out fast. And trust me, speed matters. I've got a hunch about that. So no dawdling wherever you end up. Ready? Good. Professor Aardvarker, you're up first." One by one, the wizard stepped into Hex's glowing circle, vanishing with varying degrees of confidence. Above them, tiny wizard hat symbols flickered in the tangled web of lights. Rincewind watched, arms crossed, not joining the half-hearted cheers as red circles blinked out one after another. Ponder had pulled him aside earlier with that look, the one that always meant trouble. "Since you're, experienced at this sort of thing," he'd said, "we're giving you the four most interesting assignments." Rincewind knew exactly what interesting meant. It meant a kraken was probably waiting somewhere with a personalized invitation. Just then, a metallic scraping sound caught his attention. At the far end of the hall, a treasure chest, the kind pirates buried and then regretted, was scuttling toward him on hundreds of tiny pink feet. He groaned. He'd left it snoozing upside down on his wardrobe. "Rincewind, get moving and good luck," Ponder barked. With a sigh, Rincewind stepped into the circle and immediately tripped as the deck lurched beneath him. Dawn light filtered through thick sea mist, the air heavy with salt and something faintly spicy. The ship creaked, ropes groaning, water sloshing far below. Silence except for the occasional tap-tap of rigging. Then he saw it, a small cannon barely an arm's length away. He'd encountered these before back in the Agatian Empire where they called them barking dogs. And rule number 1, never stand in front of one. Slowly he reached into his shirt and pulled out his pointy hat, a faded, battered thing that had survived more disasters than most wizards. No hats. Absolute madness. He gave it a few tugs, reshaping it into its usual lumpy glory, and plopped it on his head. There. Now he wasn't just some guy, he was a wizard. Unfurling his instructions, he read, 1. Remove ball from cannon. The deck was deserted, but beside the cannon, a neat stack of iron balls gleaming dully in the mist. New detail. The chest's unexpected appearance adds a touch of absurd urgency. Tone shift. From bureaucratic dread to resigned sarcasm as Rincewind accepts his fate. Rincewind strained to turn the heavy barrel, his fingers brushing against another cannon ball wedged deep inside. Of course, the usual method, lighting the tail, was off the table, thanks to Ponder's warning. Spotting a pile of tools nearby, he grabbed a twisted rod that looked like it belonged in a mad inventor's workshop. With cautious precision, he guided it down the barrel, flinching at every metallic clink. Twice, the tool snagged the ball, only for it to slip free and roll back with a dull thud. On the third try, he managed to drag it close enough to scoop out with his fingers. Piece of cake, he thought smugly, tossing it overboard with a satisfying plump. Silence. No explosions, no curses, just the ocean swallowing his problem. He fumbled for a scrap of paper, scribbling "return" before freezing. A soft clink echoed behind him. Another ball had rolled off the pile, gleefully launching itself into the cannon's mouth like it had a dinner reservation. Rincewind groaned. Why did I ever think this would be easy? He yanked the tool back out, this time wrenching the ball free so violently it missed the deck entirely, landing squarely on his foot. As he crumpled over the barrel, teeth gritted in a silent scream, another clink announced the next ball's grand entrance. He lunged, snatching it mid-roll, but an unseen force fought him for it. With a grunt, he twisted, only to lose his grip, sending the ball sailing over the railing. This time the plomp earned a confused grumble from below decks. The last ball began its inevitable march toward the cannon. "Oh, hell no," Rincewind spat, seizing it with both hands. The tug-of-war resumed, the fog around him swirling unnaturally, until footsteps pounded up the stairs. Something shifted in the mist, a shadowy outline forming just as a figure burst into view. The force released abruptly. Rincewind, still gripping the ball, stumbled backward, and with a triumphant splash joined his discarded ammunition in the sea. Meanwhile, in the chaos of the hall, Ponder's voice cut through the clamor. "Sir, the red markers, they're vanishing." The Arch-Chancellor bellowed approval as wizards darted about, gasping for breath between frantic errands. The yellow line stretched onward, a flickering beacon in the madness. "That's the spirit, Stibbons." "Give 'em hell," Ridcully glanced at the stretcher carrying the howling Pennismart as it rushed toward the infirmary. "That's a new one. Never seen a leg turn that shade of eggplant before," he muttered. "I did warn him to watch his step. You heard me say it, right?" Ponder adjusted his glasses. "He claims he landed directly on top of the fish. Sir Hex is already pushing its limits. We're warping an entire timeline. Accidents are inevitable. A couple of wizards have popped back into the fountain instead of solid ground. Honestly, it's better than them materializing inside a wall." Ridcully scanned the crowd, then smirked. "Speaking of which, here comes another fountain surprise." Rincewind stormed in, dripping wet, his expression dark enough to summon a storm. Clutched in his hands was a cannonball, and as if on cue, a fish flopped out of his robe mid-stride, because the universe loves comedic timing. He slammed the cannonball down at Ponder's feet. "You ever tried yelling underwater? Because let me tell you, it's not easy." "Ah, but you succeeded, Rincewind." Ridcully beamed, ignoring the tantrum. Rincewind glared upward, where flickering wizard symbols danced along the glowing streams of magic. "Nobody warned me it would fight back. The stupid cannon tried loading itself." Ridcully's eyes lit up. "Aha, the enemy shows itself. Close now if they're interfering with." "It was an auditor," Rincewind cut in deadpan. "Tried to stay invisible, but I saw its outline in the fog like a shadow with a grudge." Ridcully's enthusiasm deflated. "Oh darn," he sighed, a word he'd once mistaken for the ultimate profanity. Ponder frowned. "We found zero traces of them here." "Would we? They just blend into natural forces," Ridcully grumbled. "But how? This place runs on automatic." "Same way we got here," Rincewind shot back. "And they love meddling. You know them, and they really hate anything with a pulse. Auditors, the universe's most joyless bureaucrats. They're not gods of wind or rain, those at least have personality. No, auditors are the rules, gravity, inertia, the dull hum of existence. In worlds fueled by stories, they're the reason rocks fall and fires burn. Imagination, they can't even spell it. They stick together in packs because alone they start developing opinions, and individuality is a death sentence. One auditor with a hot take. Poof, gone. But as a hive mind, oh, they've got one belief. The multiverse would be so much tidier without all these messy, breathing things cluttering it up. Life has a habit of throwing curveballs. It's messy, unpredictable, and stubbornly refuses to follow neat, orderly rules. To some, it's nothing more than an inconvenient glitch in the universe's otherwise flawless design. Imagine a reality where gravity could suddenly crank up 1,000,000 times and flatten every living thing into the ground like a pancake. Tempting? Maybe, but cosmic rules don't allow it. Even the auditors, those cosmic bureaucrats who despise life's chaotic nature, can't just snuff it out without drawing unwanted attention. They're not exactly the sharpest tools in the shed, always skulking in the shadows, terrified of getting caught. But they're patient. And they've figured out the perfect loophole. Intelligent life, given the right nudge, is more than happy to do the job for them. Meanwhile, the wizards are learning the hard way that rewriting history isn't as simple as flipping a switch, even with a time machine at their disposal. The auditors aren't making things easier, but history itself has its own enforcer, call it historical inertia. Just like a speeding train won't suddenly veer off course because you toss a pebble on the tracks, major events can't be undone with a single tweak. Take Lincoln's assassination. Suppose you hop in your time machine, nudge the bullet just enough so he survives. Great, right. Except now what? He's still Abraham Lincoln, still trapped in the same political circus, same impossible decisions. He doesn't magically sprout wings or start building steam-powered robots. History doesn't reset, it just keeps rolling forward, same as ever. Ever wonder how much control a president really has? Is he the driver or just a passenger on a train someone else is steering? The truth's somewhere in the middle. Most of us don't waste time on what-ifs, but mathematicians and historians, they live in that space. To really grasp history, you've got to play the game of alternate realities. What if the South won the Civil War? What if Edison never invented the light bulb? It's not just idle speculation. It's the key to understanding why things happened the way they did. And hey, if you ever get your hands on a time machine, maybe skip the Lincoln drama and go straight to stopping someone from inventing pineapple pizza. Now that's a historical correction worth making. Imagine stepping into a world where history took a different turn. What if Lincoln had never been shot? Would your morning routine still involve flipping through the New York Times while scarfing down pancakes and maple syrup? Would the 20th century have unfolded without the devastation of Hiroshima or the chaos of two world wars? Countless stories, like Wilson Tucker's The Lincoln Hunters, have explored these what-if scenarios, playing with the idea of alternate realities. Now, picture Victorian London, a city of gaslit streets, Jack the Ripper's shadow, and the intellectual clashes of Darwin and Huxley. But here's the twist. Sherlock Holmes never walked those cobblestones, and Dracula never lurked in the fog. Yet somehow, these fictional figures shape our perception of the era more vividly than real historical records. It's like how the Flintstones turned cavemen into sitcom stars, making it impossible to think of the Stone Age without hearing Fred yell, "Yabba dabba doo." Take dinosaurs, for example. Thanks to Jurassic Park, we can't imagine a triceratops without picturing that purple-spotted beast wheezing on the ground, or a tyrannosaurus sprinting after a jeep like an overgrown roadrunner. Our brains blend fact and fiction so seamlessly that even the most ridiculous portrayals stick. And let's be honest, does anyone picture Victorian London without Benedict Cumberbatch's cheekbones or Robert Downey Jr.'s ridiculous deerstalker hat? Philosopher George Herbert Mead nailed it back in the 1930s. The present doesn't just shape the future, it rewrites the past in our minds. If a fictional character like Holmes or a blockbuster dinosaur doesn't change how we see today's world, then those stories did their job too well. They've become part of our mental furniture, impossible to separate from reality. So next time you watch a period drama or a sci-fi flick, ask yourself, is this shaping history or just hijacking it? Either way, good luck unseeing that warty triceratops. Imagine if Dracula and the Flintstones actually existed. Our entire understanding of history would unravel. That's the thrill of what-if stories, where fictional worlds blend seamlessly with our own past. Take the Three Musketeers. Whether D'Artagnan rallied his comrades or not, history books would still tell the same tale. Some stories play with this idea brilliantly, like The Science of Discworld Roman II, where elves influenced human stagnation until their meddling had to be undone. Now, in this book, wizards from Unseen University are tinkering with Victorian history, ensuring Darwin pens The Origin of Species instead of some theological ramble. But here's the real puzzle. If you tweak history, does everything snap back to normal, or does chaos spiral out of control? Most folks assume the latter, like those wild multiverse theories where every choice spawns a new reality, each one veering further from the original. Picture the trousers of time, branches splitting endlessly, never merging. Some stories, like Bradbury's Butterfly Effect, show how crushing an insect in the Jurassic could lead to a dystopian future. Others argue fate's too stubborn to budge. No matter how hard you fight it, destiny wins. We think the truth lies somewhere in the middle. Time travel doesn't rewrite the rules. Gravity still works, salt stays salty, and people keep making terrible financial decisions. You're just nudging the starting pieces on the cosmic chessboard. The game stays the same. The opening moves just get a little more interesting. In The Science of Discworld Roman II, the wizards meddled with time, first erasing the elves from history, then scrambling back to undo their own blunder. It makes you wonder, if Abraham Lincoln had lived longer, would newspaper names like Daily Mail or New York Times be different? Maybe some would. Cultural shifts could have reshaped Quebec into an English-speaking region or kept New York under Dutch rule. But certain names just feel inevitable, like flush toilets or steam engines. Even if the Roman Empire had stuck around, someone would have slapped a Latin label on the same basic idea. Technology follows its own logic. Gramophones evolve into tape players, then digital files, because once you've got music and electricity, the path seems obvious. But is that really true or just hindsight playing tricks? Evolution offers clues. Would Earth's history replay the same way if we hit reset? Wings, jaws, life crawling onto land. If we wipe the slate clean, would nature reinvent them or spit out something entirely alien? Here's the twist. If life is easy to spark and evidence suggests it is, erasing it once or a million times might not matter. Like a stubborn vampire, it'd keep coming back. The same forces that birthed us would churn out something eerily familiar. History might just heal itself, looping endlessly until another version of us builds a time machine and pokes at the past. The wizard's mess with the elves proves it. Some changes don't stick. So when we look at life's grand timeline, innovation split into two camps, the inevitable and the flukes. Photosynthesis, probably destined. But the platypus, that's evolution throwing a wild card. The real question isn't whether history could diverge. It's whether deep down it even wants to. Nature keeps hitting the same brilliant ideas over and over. Photosynthesis, flight, fur, even the awkward miracle of sex. It's like evolution has a shopping list. If you reboot life on Earth, these features would keep popping up like your favorite brand of toilet paper in every aisle. And when we finally explore watery planets beyond ours, bet we'll spot the same old tricks. Scientists call these recurring hits universals, the evolutionary equivalent of chart-topping singles. Then there are the one-hit wonders, quirky innovations that lucked out exactly once. Take land vertebrates. Their whole existence hinges on some ambitious Devonian fish flopping onto shore, a fluke that gave us frogs, dinosaurs, and eventually podcast hosts. Jointed limbs, universal. Spiders strut on hydraulic stilts while mammals rock an internal skeleton blueprint. One bone, two bones, a wrist, then 5 finger bones like some bizarre nursery rhyme. Same function, totally different backstage crew. But that specific bone arrangement. A parochial, a lottery win that stuck because every land vertebrate won the same ticket. Feathers, teeth, the scale-upgraded kind we gnash at bad takes, even entire body plans, mammals, orchids, squids, are Earth's limited edition collectibles. Rewind evolution and you'd get none of these exact models. Yet the big picture stays familiar. Any Earth-like planet would brew up life that tilts atmospheres out of balance, fills oceans with plankton-raiding larvae, and sends creatures skyward in a dozen wild designs. Ecosystems would layer themselves like a cosmic lasagna, plantish things as the base, sorry salad lovers, nibbled by tiny grazers, think hyperactive mites, mid-tier munchers, speedster antelopes, and the occasional megafauna, space whales, anyone. The scripts write themselves, same epic arcs, just with alien actors. Natural selection's secret. An endless junk drawer of genetic mutations, but somehow it always builds the same thrilling blockbusters. New detail. Imagine a Devonian fish hesitating at the water's edge, gills flaring. What if it had chickened out? No podcasts, just eternal fish TikTok. Also, space whales because every sci-fi ecosystem needs them. Tone shift. From playful analogy, right arrow, punchy existential awe in the final paragraph. The ocean's top hunters, sharks, dolphins, and ancient ichthyosaurs, all share the same sleek, torpedo-like build as barracudas. Why? Because speed and efficiency win the race for survival. Meanwhile, drifting planktonic larvae from wildly different species sprout spiny extensions to keep from sinking or floating away, tweaking their density by shuffling ions like tiny chemists. And where there's blood, there's an entrepreneur. Leeches, mosquitoes, and fleas evolved needle-sharp tools to tap into it, while parasites like malaria hitch rides inside them, turning bloodsuckers into unwitting delivery services. But here's the kicker. Life isn't just shaped by the environment, it is the environment. Every creature's world is built by other creatures. Sound familiar? Human history works the same way. We love tidy narratives, but reality's messier. Sometimes small choices spiral into massive shifts, while grand gestures fizzle out. Chaos theory whispers that a single missed train, sorry, Aunt Janie, could reroute the future, even if Jupiter's hypothetical gas bag aliens wouldn't blink. Speaking of alternate timelines, imagine grabbing a coffee and realizing your local paper's name changed overnight. Wait, since when is it the Daily Echo? Time travel meddling? Maybe. Or proof that, as poet Francis Thompson wrote, every tiny action, even a flower's sway, ripples across the cosmos. So yes, skipping Aunt Janie's pickup might not topple empires, but then again, who's to say it won't? Also, if Jupiter's aliens are real, they're clearly terrible at introductions. When a hurricane, or maybe a media mogul, brings down a dynasty, that moment isn't just the result of one domino tipping over. It's the sum of countless tiny ripples, each flapping its wings in ways we can't fully trace. We like to imagine cause and effect as a straight line, one neat domino knocking into the next, because that's the only way our brains can make sense of it. But reality, it's more like a tangled ball of yarn where every thread pulls on every other. And let's be honest, what we call important is just us slapping labels on things. The universe doesn't care if a butterfly's sneeze alters history, or if a CEO's bad lunch tanks the stock market. Yet, time travel stories love to pretend that big changes need big actions, like assassinating Caesar or teaching Shakespeare how to use a typewriter. Oh, and don't forget the traveler's special memory, where only they recall the original timeline while everyone else obliviously lives in the new one. Convenient, right? Almost as convenient as ignoring the fact that causality is messier than a toddler's spaghetti dinner. Now, let's talk about free will, that philosophical paradox we love to argue about over coffee. It's like saying, I chose this, but did I really? Daniel Dennett nails it in Freedom Evolves. Even if the universe runs on rigid cause and effect, we still have the kind of freedom that matters. Take Odysseus tying himself to the mast to resist the sirens. Was that free will? Or just a really clever workaround in a deterministic world? Either way, it's the kind of choice that makes life interesting, even if, deep down, every decision might just be another butterfly flapping its wings. Odysseus knew the danger. If his crew heard the siren's haunting melody, they'd lose control and crash the ship into the jagged cliffs. But the helmsman needed to hear the waves, so silencing the crew wasn't an option. His solution. He ordered his sailors to plug their ears with wax while he had himself tied to the mast, ensuring he could hear the song without dooming them all. Dennett points out that humans, and likely only humans, have evolved beyond simple observation and reaction. We don't just act, we watch ourselves acting, analyzing our choices like spectators in our own minds. We even label imaginary outcomes, good, bad, terrifying, just like we tag memories with emotions. Some apes, dolphins, maybe even parrots share a basic theory of mind, imagining scenarios and predicting reactions. But humans took it further. We juggle multiple possibilities. If we go left, the lion gets us. But if we climb the tree, we're safe. That skill became our survival superpower. This mental time travel, Odysseus, dilemma, fiction, alternate histories, lets us explore countless what-ifs. Every discovery rewrites the past in our heads, but does the universe actually have multiple pasts? Quantum theories like the many worlds interpretation suggest reality splits at every choice, but maybe it's just our brains crafting different stories for different outcomes. Damasio's work, looking for Spinoza-Descartes error, the feeling of what happens, reveals how our brains and bodies conspire behind the scenes. Hormones steer long-term behavior. Chemicals tweak moods mid-thought. We like to think we're captains of our minds, but really, we're sailing through storms, sunshine, and sudden gusts, collecting memories like souvenirs. The brain, less a precise navigator, more a sailor improvising with whatever the body tosses its way. New detail. Imagine Odysseus lashed to the mast, not just hearing the sirens but catching a glimpse of one, a fleeting, almost human face in the mist, before shaking off the hallucination. That split-second doubt, was that real? Moment mirrors how our brains juggle perception and illusion. Voice twist. Sure, quantum theories sound cool, infinite universes where you're a rock star or a llama. But let's be real. Our brains can barely handle one timeline without forgetting where we left the car keys. Our brains trick us into believing we're in full control, like driving a car with a steering wheel and pedals. But our path is constantly nudged by shifting long-term desires. Let's ditch Aunt Janie's place for a hotel this time, and immediate distractions. Over time, this creates a patchwork of memories, each tinted with distinct emotional hues. Neuroscientist Damasio argues emotions aren't just side effects. They actively shape how we perceive intentions, choices, and even other people. Most psychologists now agree. Our brain-body connection paints feelings onto memories, coloring our personal narratives with labels like good or bad. Here's the twist. We wrongly assume real history, especially social history, follows the same neat emotional arcs. Spoiler, it doesn't. Take the Big Bang. Imagining it as a firework bursting in empty space misses the point entirely. There was no outside back then. We anthropomorphize cosmic events, projecting our own birth stories onto them, but reality is messier. True history is built from countless cause and effect chains, each too tangled to untangle without losing meaning. This chaotic web where causality dissolves into noise has a name: ant country. Why ants? 3 reasons. First, their frenzied, seemingly random scurrying somehow creates a functioning colony. Second, it nods to Douglas Hofstadter's sentient anthill, Aunt Hillary, who felt danger when her ant citizens panicked at an approaching anteater. Third, there's Langton's ant, a simple digital critter proving that even with all the rules laid out, you can't predict its path without watching it unfold. Sound familiar? Weather forecasting hits the same wall. Butterflies flapping their wings might as well be ants in a storm. Yet somehow, amid all that chaos, weather works. Stones roll downhill, planes stay airborne. The universe, for all its ant country madness, keeps making sense. Mostly. New detail. Imagine Aunt Hillary's panic as the anteater nears, her tiny ant soldiers frantically rerouting, a microscopic drama mirroring our own mental chaos. And yet somehow dinner still gets served. Tone shift. So next time you're stuck in traffic, blame cosmic entropy, not just bad drivers. Our brains are wired for survival, not precision. They evolved to yell at rival monkeys, not solve quantum equations. Sure, we grasp ecology and evolution, mostly, but even then we stumble. The mental models we construct, flimsy as a weather forecast. Yet we keep building them because, hey, they're good enough for government work. Take that iconic fish, the one that flopped onto land millions of years ago. We love imagining a single heroic moment there. That plucky female escaped a predator, laid her eggs, and voila, humanity was born. But reality isn't that tidy. If you time-traveled back and squashed that fish, would humanity vanish? Nope. Ancestry isn't a straight line, it's a tangled web. You don't have fewer ancestors the further back you go, you have more. 2 parents, 4 grandparents, and soon enough, half the village is related to you. Famous ancestors. Of course, power and privilege meant they had more kids, so their genes stuck around. Here's the kicker: most creatures never reproduce. Kids died young, lineages fizzled out, and only a chaotic handful of genes survived the gauntlet of time. So no, there wasn't one magic fish. There were thousands, all shuffling DNA like a messy poker game, until millions of years later you showed up. Funny how evolution plays the long game, huh? The idea of a single grandfather fish or a direct ancestral primate is a myth. Evolution doesn't work in neat, straight lines any more than a butterfly's wing flap guarantees a hurricane. If you traveled back and wiped out any random fish, history would still find a way to us, just through a slightly different path. That doesn't mean history lacks meaning or progress. Some physicists, clinging to quantum uncertainty, argue that chaos at the microlevel erases all patterns in history. Nonsense. Just because we can't predict next month's weather doesn't mean weather doesn't exist. Our old-school evolutionary tales, those tidy stories of fish crawling onto land, fall apart under scrutiny, but that doesn't mean cause and effect vanish entirely. Sure, dissect any event closely, and the causes blur into a tangled mess. Our brains, wired by evolution, aren't built to track every microscopic domino. Instead, we excel at broad strokes. Looks like sunshine tomorrow, or some fish will probably ditch the water for land. And hey, we've got proof. Mudskippers and climbing perch are doing it right now, just like their Devonian ancestors. Stephen Jay Gould missed the mark in Wonderful Life, claiming evolution's chaos would never produce humans twice. Maybe not the exact same ape descendants, but innovation. That's inevitable. Life finds a way, just ask Jurassic Park's Ian Malcolm. We humans love patterns, metaphors, and assuming Aunt Janie's habits stay predictable. But when we try to untangle history's microscopic web of causes, we're like toddlers with a Rubik's Cube, overwhelmed. Sure, causality happens at the particle level, but obsessing over that is like physicists insisting your dinner table is mostly empty space. Cool theory, but try telling that to the steak you just cut with a knife. Reality doesn't care if we can't track every atom. It keeps serving up hard, brown tables and fish that refuse to stay in the water. Our brains are wired to handle everyday concepts, things like solid objects and earthy colors, far better than abstract ideas like atoms or quantum physics. That's because we live in a world full of tangible things, wooden tables, brick houses, towering oaks, and social dynamics where people either help us or stand in our way. But when it comes to the invisible world of particles and forces, most of us are hopelessly out of our depth. History works the same way. We grasp sweeping movements, the Enlightenment, Athenian democracy, the Tudor dynasty, but zoom in, and the countless tiny interactions become a chaotic blur. That's why historical fiction grips us so deeply. Take the Three Musketeers. Did D'Artagnan's swashbuckling actually shape Cardinal Richelieu's policies? Of course not. But we love the illusion that a handful of dashing heroes can steer the course of history. The sequels, 20 years after, 10 years later, kept the formula going, though some readers grew tired of Athos's brooding nobility, Porthos's predictable jollity, and Aramis's ever-thinning piety. The first book felt fresh, slotting neatly into what we knew of 17th-century France. But the follow-ups, they stretched credibility, turning history into a backdrop for recycled drama. Now flip the script. H.G. Wells' The Time Machine gave us the grand sweep, from primitive tribes to capitalist decay, even giant crabs scuttling under a dying sun. But Stephen Baxter's sequel, The Time Ships, digs into the messy details. The Morlock's cunning, the time traveler's unsettling fascination with a childlike Aloy girl, echoes of Alice in Wonderland here. It's like a historical novel that revels in the awkward, the unsavory, the human. And that's how our minds work. History is bland at a distance, but up close, we splash it with the same vivid hues we use on our own memories. So historical romance. It's just that. a glossy retelling where small, dramatic moments feel pivotal, even if they never really were. What does it really mean to wonder if time stitches together change, or if something as small as a butterfly's flutter could topple an empire? Fiction loves these ideas, but reality doesn't play by the same rules. For the wizards in the science of Discworld, time on Roundworld, our world, is a straight line they can flip through like pages, but that's just a storytelling trick. Our brains crave neat cause-and-effect tales, but the real universe doesn't run on narrativium, the magical glue that makes stories stick. Here's the kicker: the whole trousers of time idea, where choices split into alternate realities, is a fun thought experiment, but it's pure fantasy. In reality, you can't hop timelines because of a single decision. Worse, you'd never even know if you had. There's no what-if button in the past. Sure, we can daydream, what if Lincoln hadn't been shot? But that's just mental gymnastics. The real world doesn't do do-overs. Science faces this same headache. Take medical trials. You can't give Mrs. Jones a drug and a placebo at the same time to compare results. Researchers work around it by testing groups in different orders, but even then it's messy. Time travel stories. They're just another version of this, playing what if with history. Did Leonardo da Vinci actually see a submarine? Who knows? The point is, we can't prove it either way. In the science of Discworld, we toyed with whether our made-up stories, like personifying chaos as elves, have any real-world relevance. But here's the truth: we'll never know for sure. And that's exactly why Daniel Dennett's idea of free will is the only one that holds water. It's not about rewriting the past. It's about nudging the future, one small, unpredictable choice at a time. Looking back at choices we make freely, they often seem just as inevitable as everything else. If the universe follows any rules at all, then even our decisions fall into place like clockwork. Take Odysseus, for instance, clinging to the mast while his crew rowed past the sirens, deaf to their song. He heard every note but couldn't act on it, and somehow, against all odds, they made it through. Sure, every voyage is unique in its own way, like a shuffled deck of cards, but his journey, that was like drawing a perfect royal flush, unbelievable, yet it happened. History is full of moments that feel too extraordinary to be random. We love to credit grand causes for grand outcomes, wars, revolutions, pivotal speeches, but the truth is messier. Tiny, unnoticed shifts, like a butterfly flapping its wings, ripple into massive change. The trick is spotting which butterfly matters before the storm hits. Reality doesn't play by dramatic rules. It's a tangled web of countless small events, each nudging history forward. That's why Ridcully employs an army of wizards tweaking insignificant details, moving a teacup here, misplacing a letter there, instead of, say, staging a royal assassination. Because real change isn't about brute force. It's about setting the stage just right. And speaking of alternate stages, let's talk counterfactuals, fancy talk for what-if stories. Once the domain of pulpy sci-fi mags, now historians use the term to sound respectable. But hey, maybe some of those wild worlds of if weren't so far-fetched after all. 17. Galapagos encounter. Charles Darwin lounged on a sunlit slope, watching bees dart between blossoms. Above him, swallows, hirundo rustica, dove after mayflies, their wings glinting in the tropical light. The air hummed with life, each creature a puzzle piece in nature's grand, unpredictable design. Charles Darwin's mind wandered as he stood by the riverbank, his thoughts as tangled as the vines around him. Between pondering the intricate ecosystem before him and wondering if there'd be fresh fish for lunch, his attention kept drifting. His throat ached, his rash itched, and that persistent buzzing sound was growing louder. Had he really seen that bizarre figure earlier? And why on earth had he wasted time reading another letter about barnacles? Just as he considered the anatomical mysteries of the phylloxoma, a sudden movement caught his eye. A thick, Yellow-brown cloud erupted from a hole in the bank, not smoke, but a furious swarm of wasps. Darwin froze as they surged toward him. Then, out of nowhere, a ridiculous figure in a pink tutu and neon-green wig dashed past, waving buckets of jam and shouting, "Over here, waspies!" Darwin blinked. Had the heat gotten to him? The absurd sight of this clownish stranger leading the wasps away was almost too much to process. As the figure vanished into the distance, a scrap of paper fluttered to the ground. Darwin picked it up, squinting at the words, "Return me, Hex." What could that possibly mean? Meanwhile, Rincewind crouched behind a rock, peeling off his ridiculous disguise. He wiped sweat from his brow and surveyed the island. This was supposed to be the legendary birthplace of evolutionary wonders. It looked more like a sun-baked wasteland. No lush jungles, no exotic creatures, just a few cracked tortoise shells and a stubborn, scrubby landscape. He sighed. If this was survival of the fittest, he'd better start fitting in fast. Spotting his target up ahead, Rincewind adjusted his hat, the one with wizard misspelled in bold letters, and jogged to catch up. "Mr. Lawson, sir," he called, forcing cheer into his voice. The man turned, eyeing him with suspicion. "Are you from the Beagle?" "Yes, sir." "Heave-ho and all that," Rincewind replied, flashing a grin. Lawson frowned. "And the hat?" Rincewind didn't miss a beat. "Ah, just a bit of fun from the crossing the line ceremony. Neptune's orders, you know." Lawson gave a hesitant nod, clearly deciding it was easier not to ask further. "Right, jolly good." As they walked, Rincewind glanced back at the empty shoreline. This place was nothing like the stories. But then again, neither was he. "How can I assist you today?" Rincewind grabbed the man's hand and shook it with exaggerated enthusiasm. "Just wanted to personally thank you for the outstanding work you're doing out here, sir. Everyone's thrilled, truly." His grip was relentless, leaving the other man no chance to pull away. Well, that's awfully kind of you, Mr. Waite. Did you hear that?" "What noise?" The man frowned, distracted. "Ah, shiver my timbers, by the way." "That whistling sound," Lawson muttered, glancing around uneasily. "Probably just one of the tortoises," Rincewind offered cheerfully. "They hiss sometimes, or was that more of a thud?" Behind Lawson, a faint puff of dust swirled above the bushes. "Didn't hear a thing, yo-ho," Rincewind lied, still gripping his hand like a vice. "Well, don't let me keep you, sir." Lawson gave him the look of a man who'd accidentally wandered into a conversation with someone who'd lost all grip on reality. The ridiculous hat wasn't helping. "Right, thank you." "My man," he said, finally yanking his hand free. "I really must be going." He hurried off, picking up speed when he noticed Rincewind trailing behind him, completely oblivious to the small, rubble-filled pit in his path. Rincewind, however, spotted it immediately. After some digging, he pulled out a warm, oddly shaped lump. Something hissed behind him. Rincewind had already figured out that giant tortoises weren't exactly speed demons, unless they were tumbling off a cliff, and they certainly weren't in the habit of mauling people to death. Still, he wasn't taking chances. He spun around, stick raised. A few feet away, something hovered, grayish, semi-transparent, like a monk's robe without the monk. The empty hood was worse than any face that could have filled it. No eyes, no features, just a stare, cold and sharp as broken glass. More shadowy robes drifted toward it, merging into the central form, making it darker, heavier, more real. Running, pointless. Auditors were faster than anything on legs, but that wasn't why Rincewind stayed put. If it was time to bolt, he wouldn't hesitate, lava walls be damned. No, there was another reason. It had pink toes. "Why interfere?" the auditor rasped, its voice like wind through dead leaves. "Entropy always wins." "Is it true you drop dead if you feel something?" Rincewind shot back. Auditor had darkened further, gaining enough mass to do serious damage. "We do not feel," it said. "Emotion is a human flaw. We detect fear in you." "You can't just murder people," Rincewind argued. "That's against the rules." The auditor drifted closer. "Here we believe there are no rules." Rincewind stumbled backward, his shoulders pressing against unyielding stone. "Hold on, you're telling me you've never felt fear?" he gasped, eyes darting for an escape. The auditor's voice was flat, mechanical. Fear is irrelevant to our function. Prepare for termination. Look behind you, Rincewind blurted. Auditors, for all their cold logic, had one flaw: they couldn't ignore a direct order even briefly. The creature twisted unnaturally, its form rippling like smoke. Snap! The luggage's lid shut with the crisp sound of a fish snatching its prey. Wonder if it finally learned what fear feels like, Rincewind thought grimly. But more shadowy figures were materializing from the air. Time to go fast. Steam engine time pictured Darwin sprawled on a riverbank, watching bees dart between blossoms, wasps hovering, worms tunneling through damp soil. The last lines of the origin capture that quiet magic, nature's tangled web, every creature shaped by unseen laws. Go ahead, Paley, try me. All that effort to steer Darwin toward the origin instead of the ology. Did it really change history? Would things have been different if fate, or meddling wizards, had nudged him another way? Let's be honest, Darwin wasn't the first to toy with natural selection. Ideas simmer for ages before someone slaps a name on them. Hooke flirted with gravity before Newton claimed it. Poincaré danced around relativity decades before Einstein. Even chaos theory lurked in his 1890 solar system musings, ignored until the 1960s. So what makes a revolution? Genius? Timing? Pure luck? Or just being the loudest voice when the world finally decides to listen? Science isn't a solo act, it's a chorus, with credit handed out like participation trophies. Sometimes history just picks a favorite. Robert Thurston's 1878 book, A History of the Growth of the Steam Engine, sheds light on a fascinating pattern in human innovation, one that Ponder Stibbons zeroed in on with uncanny precision. The core idea: breakthroughs rarely spring from a single genius. Instead, they're built on layers of smaller advances, like branches growing from the same tree. History shows it again and again. The same invention often pops up in multiple places at once. Thurston called it steam engine time, that moment when the world suddenly seems obsessed with one idea. Think about it. When the steam engine was ripe, inventors everywhere were tinkering with pistons and boilers. When evolution was in the air, Darwin and Wallace were scribbling notes at the same time. And let's not forget the VCR frenzy, every electronics company scrambling to slap tapes into plastic boxes. Or the dot-com bubble, where overnight every garage startup had a com and a dream, until reality hit and they vanished just as fast. It's almost eerie how these trends unfold like clockwork, as if humanity's on invisible rails. But here's the kicker. Right before that tipping point, none of it seemed inevitable. Thurston makes a sharp distinction between invention, a patchwork of existing ideas, and discovery, which sometimes does come from a lone mind. But even that line gets blurry. Take fire. Did early humans discover flames when lightning struck a tree, or did they invent fire when they learned to carry embers back to their caves? The real magic happened when someone figured out how to control it, stacking dry wood here, clearing a fire break there. That's the secret sauce. Inventions stitch together discoveries into something new. And sometimes, the tools we invent, like microscopes or telescopes, lead us to discoveries we never saw coming. It's a dance between stumbling upon truths and engineering them into reality. So next time you hear about some overnight sensation, remember, the world's been laying the tracks long before the train arrives. The breakthroughs of sunspots and microscopic pond life didn't just happen. They emerged from the tools that made them visible. Telescopes revealed celestial mysteries, while microscopes unveiled an unseen world teeming with tiny organisms. This dance between invention and discovery is so tightly interwoven that pulling them apart seems futile. What's fascinating is how obvious these milestones appear in history books compared to the chaotic reality when they first occurred. Hindsight gives us the perfect lens to tidy up the messy, unpredictable nature of progress. We craft neat narratives, but most of them, pure fiction. Take the legendary tale of James Watt and the boiling kettle, a story so ingrained in childhood lessons that few question it. Supposedly, as a boy, Watt watched steam lift a kettle lid and had a light bulb moment. What if steam could move more than just a tiny cover? Cue the birth of the steam engine. Except surprise, it's probably a myth. The story was popularized by Francois Arago, an early Watt biographer, but the truth is messier. Watt wasn't the first to harness steam power, nor did he single-handedly invent the engine. His real genius, turning a clunky, inefficient machine into something actually useful. By 1774, he wasn't shy about it either, boasting that his design outperformed anything before it. Partnering with Matthew Boulton, he didn't just improve the steam engine, he branded it, ensuring his name stuck to it forever. Now, flip the script to Charles Darwin. Was his fame just a case of perfect timing and obsessive record-keeping? Unlike earlier evolution theorists, Darwin left mountains of notes, letters, and drafts. Biographers had a field day. But was his real contribution polishing rough ideas into a bulletproof theory? To find out, let's ditch the oversimplified myths and dig into the real history of innovation, starting with steam engines, then circling back to evolution. Because if there's one thing these stories prove, it's that progress is never as clean as the textbooks claim. Bonus detail. Ever wonder why Watt's name outshone earlier inventors? Turns out, most of their personal histories were lost to time, while Watt's life was meticulously preserved. Funny how history favors those who leave a paper trail. What sparks a cultural revolution, where a seemingly radical idea suddenly catches fire and reshapes the world forever? Is it the idea itself that transforms society, or does a shifting world create the perfect conditions for it to emerge? James Watt perfected his groundbreaking steam engine in 1768, securing the patent a year later. But the roots of steam power stretch back much further. Long before Watt, ancient civilizations toyed with steam's potential. Take the brilliant mind of Hero of Alexandria, who, around 150 BC, give or take a few decades, penned Spiritalia Seu Pneumatica, a manuscript detailing dozens of steam-powered contraptions. Only fragments survive today, but they reveal that Hero wasn't even the first to experiment with steam. He credited earlier inventors like Ctesibius, whose pneumatic marvels were legendary. Progress was slow, almost invisible, but the seeds of the Industrial Revolution were planted centuries earlier. One of Hero's most theatrical inventions, a hollow altar topped with a deity statue, rigged with a hidden tube. Unseen by worshippers, water inside the altar would heat up when a fire was lit, producing steam that forced liquid up the tube, making the god pour a drink. Honestly, more impressive than a weeping saint statue or a milk-oozing cow. The same basic tech later powered automatic tea makers in the 1960s, though good luck finding one today. But Hero didn't stop at party tricks. His temple door mechanism was pure engineering genius. Picture this. A fire on the altar heats trapped air, forcing water through a siphon into a bucket. As the bucket drops, rope spins cylinders connected to the door hinges, swinging it open, all while a counterweight keeps things balanced. No magic, just clever physics. And that's not all. He built a sun-activated fountain and a steam-powered singing bird. The irony. These inventions were centuries ahead of their time, yet they gathered dust while the world waited for Watt. Maybe the real lesson isn't just about steam. It's about how even the most brilliant ideas need the right moment to ignite. Long before the Industrial Revolution, inventors tinkered with steam-powered contraptions that seemed more like novelties than practical machines. Take the ancient device often called the world's first steam engine, a metal globe mounted on an axis. spinning as steam shot out from bent pipes along its equator. Impressive in theory, sure, but in reality, these early gadgets were about as useful as a magic trick at a carnival. The only exception, a temple door opener which at least had priests raking in donations by wowing crowds with miracles. Honestly, it's baffling that steam power didn't take off sooner. The demand was there, pumping water, hauling heavy loads, mining, just like the needs that finally sparked the 18th century steam revolution. Yet for centuries, the technology just fizzled. A steam-powered organ in 12th century France. Check. A sermon about steam engines in 1571. Yep. Even Leonardo da Vinci sketched a steam-powered cannon, but none of these flashes of genius ever ignited real progress. Then came Edward Somerset, the Marquis of Worcester, who in 1663 actually built a working steam pump and installed it at Raglan Castle. Grooves in the walls still hint at its design. But here's the kicker. He couldn't secure funding. His widow tried too, with the same dismal result. Turns out, innovation isn't just about bright ideas. It's about cold, hard cash. Worcester was ahead of his time, but history barely remembers him. Typical. The real breakthrough had to wait for an era when money and momentum finally aligned. The turning point in the history of steam power wasn't just about invention. It was about putting those machines to work. By the late 1600s, innovators like Sir Samuel Morland were already crafting steam-driven pumps for European royalty, proving they understood steam's potential. But the real game changer, mining. As mines dug deeper in the early 1700s, flooding became a nightmare. Traditional bailing methods couldn't keep up, and suddenly, steam engines weren't just clever gadgets, they were essential. Enter two key players, Denis Papin and Thomas Savery. Papin, a mathematician and physician, cut his teeth in Paris before joining Robert Boyle's lab. Think of Boyle as the guy who made gas laws famous. Papin wasn't just tinkering, he was revolutionizing. His pressure cooker, yes, really, wasn't just for faster stews. It introduced the safety valve, a lifesaver in an era when steam experiments could and did explode. Later, at the University of Marburg, he built the first piston-driven steam engine, proving steam wasn't just hot air. Then came Savery, who took the concept and ran with it. In 1698, his steam pump became the first to tackle flooded mines, specifically Cornwall's treacherous depths. Suddenly, steam wasn't just a scientific curiosity, it was the backbone of industry. The momentum was unstoppable. What started as experiments in labs and royal workshops was now powering the very mines that fueled the Industrial Revolution. And just like that, the world shifted gears. Steam wasn't the future anymore. It was the present. Fun twist. Imagine a miner's shock when his flooded pit went from disaster zone to dry land overnight, thanks to a hissing metal beast. Bet he never saw that coming. Thomas Savery didn't just invent a machine, he launched a revolution. After perfecting his design, he shipped a prototype to London's Royal Society, and even demonstrated his fire engine, a misleading name for what we'd now call a steam-powered water pump, to King William Roman III himself. The monarch was impressed enough to grant Savery an exclusive 14-year patent, praising the invention's potential to drain flooded mines, supply towns with fresh water, and power mills without relying on unpredictable wind or water sources. But Savery wasn't the type to sit back and wait for royalty to do the heavy lifting. This guy hustled. He published articles in scientific journals, hosted demonstrations for skeptical mine owners, and hammered home the financial upside. Deeper mines meant more ore, more profit, and no need to dig new shafts. Yet despite his marketing genius, his engine had flaws. It was clunky, inefficient, and couldn't handle heavy-duty work. Enter Thomas Newcomen, a blacksmith with a game-changing idea. While Savery's design mashed the piston and pump together, Newcomen split them apart, adding a separate boiler and condenser. His atmospheric engine transformed steam power from a niche gadget into a versatile workhorse, its piston bobbing like a thirsty oil rig pump. John Smeaton later supercharged Newcomen's design, proving bigger really was better. Then came James Watt. Though let's be real, he didn't pull this out of thin air. His grandfather's knack for math clearly rubbed off on him, and Watt obsessed over details earlier inventors ignored. He clocked heat loss in the cylinder, calculated coal-to-steam ratios, and realized efficiency hinged on one thing: keeping temperatures consistent. The breakthrough hit him during a lazy Sunday stroll, simple, brilliant, and utterly game-changing. The steam engine wasn't born in a day, but thanks to these innovators, it powered the world into a new era. Walking along the edge of the park near Charlotte Street, my boots crunching on the gravel path, I barely noticed passing the old laundry building. My mind was tangled up with thoughts about the engine's mechanics when it hit me. Steam, being elastic, would surge into a vacuum. If I could connect the cylinder to an empty chamber, the steam would rush in and condense without chilling the cylinder itself. By the time I reached the clubhouse, the entire solution had clicked into place. Simple, really. Don't cool the steam where it's working, cool it elsewhere. That small tweak revolutionized efficiency. Within a decade, Watt's engines, backed by Bolton's business savvy, dominated the market. Later attempts to improve them didn't refine steam power. They replaced it entirely with coal and oil-driven machines. The steam engine had reached its peak, only to be overtaken by an entirely new breed of technology. Looking back, the golden age of steam arrived with Savory, when necessity, industry funding, and engineering skill collided. Throw in sharp marketing to lure investors, and suddenly steam power was unstoppable, until just as quickly it wasn't. The competition faded, leaving Watt the undisputed champion. But let's be real, Watt's genius wasn't just about kettles. Seriously, drop that myth. It was his relentless experiments, his grasp of theory, and his ability to refine existing ideas into something revolutionary. The Bolton-Watt story isn't invention, it's evolution. The best design survived, the rest forgotten. Which, funny enough, mirrors Darwin's era. Evolution's steam engine moment had arrived, and Darwin wasn't the only one seeing the pieces fit together. He even credited predecessors in origin, unless, of course, you think name-dropping rivals was just a slick way to undermine them. History's funny like that. One minute you're on top, the next, you're a footnote. Charles Darwin never brought up one of the most fascinating influences in his life, his own grandfather, Erasmus Darwin. Maybe he thought the family connection made Erasmus seem too eccentric to reference. This colorful ancestor rubbed elbows with James Watt, possibly even helping promote the revolutionary steam engine. Both were part of Birmingham's Lunar Society, a gathering of brilliant minds that included Josiah Wedgwood, Darwin's uncle's grandfather and the mastermind behind the iconic Wedgwood pottery. The lunatics, yes, that's what they called themselves, met monthly under the full moon, not for some secret ritual, but purely for practical reasons. After lively debates, fine dining, and maybe one too many drinks, the extra moonlight made the ride home a lot safer. Erasmus, a doctor by trade, had a knack for tinkering. He designed a better carriage steering system, a windmill to grind pigments for Wedgwood ceramics, and even a mechanical contraption that recited the Lord's Prayer and the Ten Commandments. Talk about a Renaissance man. When anti-intellectual riots in 1791 forced the Lunar Society to disband, Erasmus was just finishing Zoonomia, a book hinting at evolution. Not natural selection, mind you, but the idea that life could transform over time. He imagined all living things sprouting from tiny filaments, adapting across vast stretches of deep time. His vision was strikingly similar to Lamarck's later theory, traits acquired in life could be passed down. Sorry, blacksmith, but no, your kids won't inherit your biceps just because you pumped iron. Still, Erasmus had flashes of brilliance. He saw humans not as divine creations but as advanced animals, an idea his grandson would later champion in The Descent of Man. Though let's be honest, calling it The Ascent of Man might won more fans. Evolution isn't exactly a PR-friendly topic, even when you're right during his first-year break at Edinburgh University. Charles Darwin dove into zoonomia, jotting the title on the first page of his B notebook, the very notebook that would later become the foundation for On the Origin of Species. His grandfather's ideas likely reinforced his belief in species change, but Charles wasn't satisfied with just acknowledging the possibility. He was obsessed with uncovering how it happened, a relentless curiosity that set him apart from his peers. While Alfred Russel Wallace shared the spotlight as a rival, Darwin's work eclipsed his in depth and impact. Wallace published a concise paper in a scientific journal, but Darwin crafted a groundbreaking book, meticulously compiling evidence and anticipating counterarguments. He even included an historical sketch in Origin, tracing earlier ideas about species transformation. A surprising footnote highlights Aristotle's early musings on adaptation, how body parts fit together so perfectly, as if designed for survival. The Greek philosopher essentially described natural selection centuries before Darwin, dismissing chance in favor of function. Then there's Lamarck, whose 1801 theories on species descent had merit but stumbled on two key points: the inheritance of acquired traits, like giraffes stretching their necks, and an overly optimistic belief in inevitable progress. Darwin dismantled these ideas, but not before tipping his hat to lesser-known figures like Patrick Matthew, who actually outlined natural selection in an appendix about shipbuilding timber, though nobody noticed until he called them out decades later. And then came Vestiges of the Natural History of Creation, a controversial bestseller that flirted with evolutionary ideas but lacked the rigor Darwin brought to the table. The difference: Darwin didn't just speculate. He built an unshakable case, brick by brick, while everyone else was still sketching blueprints in 1844. An anonymous book shook the scientific and religious communities, later revealed to be the work of Robert Chambers, a well-connected Edinburgh socialite who enjoyed a round of golf between intellectual debates. Medical students at the time were buzzing with discoveries that different animals, humans, dogs, birds, even whales, shared eerily similar bone structures, hinting at a shared ancestry rather than separate divine creations. Chambers, ever the journalist, took these radical ideas and packaged them for the public, weaving together the history of life and the cosmos while tossing in cheeky jabs at the clergy. The book, Vestiges of the Natural History of Creation, became an instant hit, though early editions were riddled with scientific errors that later versions quietly corrected. The outraged clergy, relieved the first edition was so flawed, probably muttered prayers of gratitude that Chambers hadn't started with the polished 10th edition. Darwin, careful not to alienate the church, grudgingly acknowledged Vestiges but dismissed it as half-baked. In his notes, he mocked the idea that a random bird might suddenly birth a fully formed woodpecker, or that a plant could spontaneously become mistletoe. Where was the explanation for how these creatures adapted so perfectly to their environments? The debate raged on, with heavyweight thinkers like Richard Owen, who admitted species could change but shrugged at the mystery of creation, and Alfred Russel Wallace, whose independent work mirrored Darwin's. Even the Reverend Baden-Powell, of all people, argued that new species emerged naturally, not miraculously. Then there was Herbert Spencer, who coined the infamous survival of the fittest, A catchy but misleading slogan that oversimplified evolution into something resembling a gladiatorial contest. The irony: many of these thinkers, from Huxley to Hooker, helped pave the way for Darwin's theory, even as vestiges stumbled through its own flawed but daring vision. Chambers may not have gotten everything right, but he sure knew how to stir the pot, and sometimes that's half the battle. Darwin made sure to acknowledge every scientist who had even a partial claim to evolutionary ideas, crediting over 20 thinkers who'd explored pieces of the puzzle before him. He wasn't trying to take ownership of the basic concept of species changing. That had been floating around academic circles for years, even beyond the scientific community, as Baden-Powell pointed out. No, Darwin's real breakthrough was natural selection, the how behind evolution. So here's the real question: does a groundbreaking idea reshape the world, or does a shifting world birth the idea? Trick answer: it's both. They feed off each other in an endless loop. Innovations steer civilization, and new societal paths spark even more innovation. Human thought and the physical world keep remolding each other, especially when you've got a species that's not just smart but extelligent, one that can stash knowledge outside individual brains. That's when ideas explode, accessible across generations, growing without limits. By the time On the Origin of Species hit shelves, people were already debating, testing, and stretching Darwin's theories. If he'd never written it, someone else would have, because the world was ready. Victorian England was a pressure cooker of ideas, and evolution was overdue. So yeah, Darwin gets the credit here, fair and square. Steam engine time or not, history was waiting for that book. Now imagine if Darwin had vanished in 1850, poof, gone. Arch-Chancellor Ridcully's jaw hit the floor. "You mean killed?" he sputtered. Hex's response flickered, +++ number vanished. This is a new wrinkle in time. Or rather, it's always been there for the last 2 minutes +++, the dean groaned. "Time travel gives me a headache." Ponder rushed in, baffled. "Kidnapped? Unclear. Some timelines have him popping back instantly. Others, gone for good. We need answers but this wasn't part of history before," the dean protested. Correct. Then was then, now is a mess. Something's been altered And if you're wondering about damp elephants on dry grass, hey, make up your own story. Time travel's weird enough already. It all comes down to perspective, really. From where we stand, everything seems like the result of our own actions, but to an outsider watching from Roundworld, it's just another scene in an endless play. Ponder Stibbins leaned in, adjusting his spectacles. Think of it like theater, Dean. The actors only see their own lines, their own stage. They don't notice the crew moving props in the dark because that's not part of their script. Hex's response scrawled itself onto the air in glowing letters, technically incorrect but oddly poetic. "Any clue where he's gone?" Ridcully demanded, scanning the chaos. "Negative." "Well, don't just hover there like a confused pigeon. Track him down." Meanwhile, Rincewind tumbled back into existence above the university lawn, executing a practiced roll to soften the landing. Around him, less experienced wizards groaned, staggered, or simply lay sprawled in the grass like discarded laundry. "You'll live," he muttered, stepping over a wheezing colleague. "Might puke first, though. Side effects include, let's see, memory gaps, phantom foot phobias, ear buzzing, digestive rebellion, and oh yeah, memory gaps. Did I mention those?" A dazed apprentice crawled toward him, mumbling something about the end of everything. Nearby, another had yanked off his boots and was shrieking at his own toes. Rincewind sighed and snagged the sleeve of a soggy, disoriented elder wizard, one he vaguely recognized, though the man's vacant stare wasn't promising. "You wouldn't happen to be the chair of ambiguous amphibians, would you?" The wizard blinked. "Am I? Or maybe the lecturer of spinning things. Look, I used to label myself before dimensional hops. Helps with the whole who am I crisis." He squinted. "You do have that spinny things vibe." The man only gaped, bad case. Rincewind patted his shoulder. Let's get you a hat and some cocoa, you'll thud. The luggage landed beside them, shook itself like a wet dog, and scampered off. The possibly a professor stiffened. Oh, that just the luggage, Rincewind said, tightening his grip as the man lurched forward. Made of sapient pearwood, smarter than most people, honestly. Rare stuff these days. It walks. Relentlessly. But plants don't do that, Rincewind grimaced. Tell me about it, now about that cocoa. I must study it, like the Venus flytrap, but no, you really can't dissect the luggage. The wizard's confusion curdled into outrage. Who are you? Why is everyone in hats? Is this some Oxford prank? Rincewind groaned. Worse, it's Tuesday. New detail. Added the Oxford prank line for a touch of absurdity and the Tuesday quip for a dry twist. Rincewind felt a cold shiver crawl up his spine. Out of all the wizards, he was probably the only one who actually bothered to read Ponder's reports, mostly because knowing what to run from was a survival skill. One report had included a sketch of a man with wild, untamed facial hair, looking like evolution had personally taken a day off to style him. The man standing before him wasn't quite there yet, but Rincewind could see the resemblance. He managed. Maybe you should come meet the others. To their credit, the wizards handled Mr. Darwin's arrival better than expected, after the initial, completely justified screaming, of course. A few well-placed lies helped smooth things over. Telling someone they were the accidental creation of the Dean in a universe stitched together by chaos. Not exactly a confidence booster. Ponder and Hex had a better idea. Roundworld's history was full of convenient explanations, after all. Darwin blinked around the uncommon room. I didn't feel any divine lightning strike, he muttered. You wouldn't have, Ponder said smoothly. The sheer force of it must have flung you straight here. Another world, Darwin murmured, eyeing the wizard skeptically. And your magical practitioners, the chair of indefinite studies nudged a glass toward him. Have some more sherry. The glass refilled itself. You create sherry, Darwin gasped. Oh no, that's just grapes and sunshine doing their thing, Ridcully said with a wave. He just moved it from the decanter. Simple trick. Magic's mostly about moving stuff around, the dean added cheerfully, but Darwin wasn't listening. His attention had locked onto the librarian who had just shuffled in wearing his best robe reserved for formal occasions or post-bath dignity. The ape climbed into a chair, held up a glass, it filled instantly, and a banana plopped in. That's Pongo Pongo, Darwin yelped, pointing. An ape, spot on, Ridcully beamed. Most people get that wrong. He's our librarian, excellent at his job. Now, Mr. Darwin, there's a small matter It's another vision, isn't it? Darwin groaned. My health must be failing, I've been working too hard. He rapped the chair. But this feels real, the sherry tastes real, and yet magic does not exist. His glass gurgled and refilled itself. Ponder leaned in. Wait, did you say another vision? Darwin buried his face in his hands. I thought it was divine revelation. That God himself had appeared, explaining his grand design. It made sense. I'd reduced him to a prime mover, but now I saw him woven into creation, guiding it all. He looked up, dazed. Or so I thought. The wizards froze. Ridcully cleared his throat. Divine visitation, huh? New detail. The librarian's robe is described as his best, hinting at his occasional vanity. Tone shift. The wizard's casual dismissal of magic contrasts sharply with Darwin's existential crisis, adding dark humor. Wait, when exactly did this happen? Darwin groaned, rubbing his temples. Right after breakfast. It was pouring outside, and then I spotted this weird beetle on the window. Next thing I knew, the whole room was crawling with them. His words cut off as a faint blue mist swirled around him. Ridcully lowered his hand, a smirk playing on his lips. Well. Care to explain that, Mr. Stibbins? Ponder scrambled through the papers on his clipboard, panic creeping into his voice. I don't know. Hex didn't flag anything like this. The Arch-Chancellor's grin widened, the kind of grin that said the fun's just getting started. Remember Mono Island? Ridcully said, watching Darwin stare blankly into space. A certain deity with a fondness for beetles, Ponder shuddered. I'd rather not, but no, it can't be him. How would the god of evolution even get into Roundworld? Same way the auditors slipped in, Ridcully shot back. With all this space-time continuum tinkering, who's to say we didn't leave a back door open? We can't have some loony old god running loose there. You and Rincewind meet me in the Great Hall in an hour. Ponder's mind flashed back to the god of evolution who'd been so smug about creating the ultimate survivor, a cockroach. We should leave now, he insisted. Ridcully waved him off. Relax. We've got time travel on our side. That hour, that's for you to figure out how to take down auditors. They're unkillable, sir. Fine, make it 90 minutes. The secrets of life the Discworld's take on Darwin's vision might not match Roundworld's history books, but if the wizards manage to stop the auditors, the two timelines will sync up. Either way, some things stay the same. Apes, beetles, and those nightmare-fuel parasitic wasps. Staring at these creatures and those endless barnacles led Darwin to his big breakthrough. Now, evolution's fingerprints are all over biology. The proof that species change over time is everywhere. Modern science wouldn't make sense without it. If Darwin popped up today, he'd recognize his ideas just polished up a bit. Natural selection, still king. But he'd also find scientists arguing, not if it happens, but if it's the only thing driving evolution. And he'd be blown away by DNA, the molecule that cracked the code of heredity wide open. Darwin understood that traits could be inherited, but the mechanics behind this process remained a mystery to him. Fast forward to today, and DNA dominates the conversation. Genes and their molecular structure have stolen the spotlight, overshadowing the broader role of natural selection and living organisms themselves. But don't be fooled. This molecular obsession won't last forever. Natural selection, the groundbreaking idea Darwin and Wallace introduced, is now treated as common knowledge, except, of course, in certain pockets of the U.S. where debates still linger. Why? Because biology has this weird reputation for being easy, something people absorb through cultural osmosis rather than rigorous study. The irony was on full display at the Cheltenham Science Festival in 2001, when a panel of distinguished astronomers, Sir Martin Rees included, gave a talk on extraterrestrial life. Their discussion, surprisingly outdated, relying on high school biology that was decades behind current research. Then came the mic drop moment. An audience member named Jack asked, "How would you feel if 3 biologists tried explaining the physics of a black hole?" The crowd erupted in laughter, but the scientists on stage took a minute to grasp the irony. When they did, their sheepish grins said it all. Here's the thing. Evolution is so ingrained in our thinking that we assume we've got it all figured out. But the average person's understanding is more fairy tale than science. Picture a cozy little pond where chemicals magically morph into an amoeba. That amoeba, being the overachiever it was, multiplied. Some offspring lucked out with better survival skills. And somewhere along the way, sex was invented because, let's be honest, things got way more interesting after that. Mutations. Mostly disastrous, like firing a bullet into a finely tuned engine and expecting an upgrade. But every now and then, one actually worked. And that's the messy, unpredictable beauty of evolution. Creatures with beneficial genetic changes thrived, passing those advantages to their offspring, who flourished and multiplied. Meanwhile, countless harmful mutations piled up, only to be weeded out by natural selection, nature's ruthless quality control. Then out of the blue, a game-changing mutation would emerge, crafting entirely new traits, sharper vision, sleek fins, or armored scales, propelling a species forward. Fish dominated the waters until one bold pioneer sprouted legs and lungs, hauling itself onto land and kickstarting the age of amphibians. From them came the mighty dinosaurs, ruling the earth while their fishy cousins stayed put, content to drift through the ages, probably dreaming of someday starring in a seafood platter. Meanwhile, tiny, crafty mammals lurked in the shadows, sneaking dinosaur eggs under the cover of night. When that infamous asteroid struck, wiping out the giants, these underdogs seized their moment, evolving into primates, monkeys, then apes, then early humans. Evolution, it seems, hit the brakes after that. Amoebas lounged in ponds with no ambition to become fish. Fish shrugged off any dinosaur aspirations, and the dinosaurs themselves, well, they got a cosmic eviction notice. As for the apes, they peaked, then faded, relegated to zoo exhibits, living relics of our past. Now humanity sits smugly atop the evolutionary ladder, convinced we're the finished product. Perfect. No upgrades needed. Cue the collective pat on the back. But if you dig deeper, you'll hear whispers about genes, those tiny strands of DNA coiled into elegant double helixes, holding the blueprints for life itself. Every organism's DNA is a unique instruction manual. Human DNA builds humans, cat DNA builds cats, and so on. When cells divide, DNA splits and replicates, though sometimes it slips up. Those typos are mutations, shaping everything from sexuality to disease risks, even your inexplicable love for hatchback cars. Scientists have mapped the human genome, unlocking the code to our existence, or so we think. Turns out, most of our DNA isn't even useful. It's just evolutionary baggage, hitchhiking through generations like a freeloader on a road trip. It survives not because it helps, but because it's selfish, clinging on without a care for the bigger picture. And there you have it, evolution as told by the average person, complete with gaps, oversimplifications, and a dash of unwarranted human pride. We've poked fun at it a bit, but honestly, not nearly enough. The opening section serves up a simplified version of natural selection, what some call a lie for beginners, while the second half uncomfortably mirrors neo-Darwinism, the dominant framework in biology for decades after the origin of species. Darwin laid out what evolution does. Neo-Darwinism explains how, with DNA as the star player. And sure, DNA is undeniably crucial to life as we know it. But here's the kicker. Science keeps rewriting the rules. Every few weeks, breakthroughs reshape our understanding of evolution, genetics, and how life diversifies. It's a massive subject, so let's spotlight a few game-changing discoveries and why they matter. Think of it like physics swapping Newton for Einstein. Biology's core ideas have undergone a seismic shift. The old-school view of evolution. Hey, I'm mutated. Am I suddenly superior? Yeah, that's not how it works. Modern biologists cringe at that oversimplified narrative. In fact, our folk tale of evolution is designed to be wrong at every turn. Yet you'll still find it peddled in documentaries and pop science bestsellers. It claims today's primitive species are our ancestors. Nope, they're distant cousins. It insists we descended from apes. Reality check. We share a common ancestor with them, one that wasn't quite ape or human. But here's the real blunder. The idea that mutations get instantly judged, like some cosmic talent show where bad genes get booted bye-bye, offspring, and good ones advance. Up until the 1960s, even top scientists like Haldane and Fisher pushed this narrative. Their math suggested that in a group of 1,000 organisms, only about a third could afford to carry iffy gene variants without dooming the whole population. They estimated maybe 10 genes or 20, if the differences were minor, could be actively shifting in prevalence. The takeaway: most creatures in a species were genetic clones, save for a handful of outliers, mutants, often hilariously misrepresented in B-movies as radioactive freaks. New detail. Picture this: Fisher mid-lecture scribbling equations while a student raises a hand. But what if genes cooperate instead of competing? The room goes silent. Turns out that student was onto something. Tone shift. So much for the survival of the fittest soap opera. Reality's messier, way more collaborative, and frankly more interesting. Evolution isn't some cutthroat reality show. It's a sprawling, improvisational jazz session where even the wrong notes might lead to the next big riff. Back in the early 1960s, Richard Lewontin and his team cracked open a game-changing approach to studying genetics, not just in lab specimens, but in wild populations too. Instead of chasing mutations, they focused on protein variations found in blood and cell samples. If an organism had only one version of a protein, it meant both parents passed down identical alleles, what scientists call homozygous. But if there were two versions, that meant heterozygous, different alleles from each parent. What they uncovered shattered the Fisher-Haldane model. Turns out, roughly 10% of genes in most species are heterozygous. Fast forward to today, and we know humans have around 34,000 genes, meaning about 3,400 are heterozygous in any given person, not the measly 10 predicted by earlier theories. Even wilder, when you sample diverse populations, a third of all genes have variant alleles, some rare, others surprisingly common. This blew the lid off classical genetics. Natural selection isn't just about fresh mutations getting an instant thumbs up or down. It's more like a genetic waiting game. Mutations linger for millions of years, biding their time until they stumble into a role that finally catches selection's attention. Take dogs. Every breed's blueprint was already hiding in wolves. There's no way modern mutts could have racked up that much genetic variety from scratch. Darwin clocked the crazy diversity in pigeons, but later scientists got so tangled in DNA's molecular maze that they overlooked the bigger picture: cells, organisms, the whole messy reality. Lewontin's work was as revolutionary as swapping Newton for Einstein, maybe even bigger. And now, science's latest shakeup is rewriting the rulebook on genes, RNA, and proteins, proving even the slickest theories can't dodge a reality check for ever many people. From TV producers crafting quick science segments to best-selling authors, assume that DNA holds all the answers to life's mysteries. Ever since Watson and Crick cracked its structure in the 50s, headlines and textbooks hailed DNA as the blueprint for life. By the 1970s, books like The Selfish Gene pushed the idea that understanding heredity would unlock every biological puzzle, especially evolution. But this oversimplification had devastating consequences. Take thalidomide, a sedative widely prescribed and even sold over the counter for morning sickness. No one suspected it could trigger phocomelia, a rare birth defect where limbs grow stunted like a seal's flippers. At first, doctors barely noticed, partly because the condition was nearly unheard of before 1957. Then suddenly, cases spiked. Connecting the dots wasn't easy. Pregnant women took countless supplements and memories were fuzzy. But by 1961, medical sleuths pinned the outbreak to thalidomide. Here's the twist. The U.S. dodged disaster thanks to FDA reviewer Frances Kelsey. She flagged gaps in testing, specifically the lack of trials on pregnant animals. Back then, nobody bothered. Funny enough, her concerns weren't even about thalidomide's actual risks, just sloppy science. Meanwhile, biologists knew better. Decades earlier, researchers like Stockard and Conklin proved that common chemicals could derail development, like lithium salts causing cyclopia in fish. These freakish experiments revealed a crucial truth. DNA isn't some unshakable script. Life's playbook has plot twists. So next time someone claims DNA explains everything, remember, biology loves a wild card. Environmental challenges can steer development down unhealthy paths, but nature has built-in safeguards. Wild organisms have genetic systems designed to maintain, normal development, even when facing environmental disruptions or minor genetic changes. This resilience, known as canalization, is crucial for evolution, since conditions like temperature shifts, chemical imbalances, parasites, and viruses are constant threats. Organisms need flexible developmental pathways to ensure they emerge well-adapted, no matter what the environment throws at them. One clever trick involves heat shock proteins, particularly HSP90. When cells face sudden but mild temperature changes, they produce HSP90, one of about 30 such proteins, to help other proteins fold correctly during construction. Think of it as a molecular babysitter, ensuring proteins take the right shape even if their genes have accumulated mutations. This keeps the organism looking and functioning like its ancestors until stress hits. If a heat shock or other crisis occurs, HSP90 gets pulled away, allowing weaker chaperones to step in. Suddenly, hidden genetic variations surface, creating a burst of diversity in the next generation. Most evolution textbooks act like every mutation gets immediately judged by the environment, but HSP90, found in most animals and many bacteria, proves that's not the case. Thanks to Richard Lewontin's discovery that a third of wild genes have common variants, we know ancient mutations are constantly being tested in new combinations, while newer ones stay hidden. Mammals took this even further by simplifying their genetic toolkit, ditching the complex strategies of their amphibian ancestors for a more controlled approach. And here's the kicker. What if stress isn't just a disruptor, but a trigger for rapid adaptation? Imagine a population of lizards suddenly facing a heat wave. Those with HSP90 working overtime might stay stable, but if the heat persists, their hidden mutations could unleash a wave of new traits, some beneficial, some not. Nature's not just reacting, it's playing the long game, keeping options in reserve until their needed frogs and fish face a wild challenge. Their eggs endure extreme temperature swings during development, yet somehow still produce the same tadpoles and eventually adult frogs. Picture frog eggs in a chilly pond, baking under the midday sun at 95 degrees F, then freezing again at night. Meanwhile, those tiny tadpoles have to survive these roller coaster conditions. And let's be real, most of them won't make it. Chemical reactions, especially biological ones, speed up or slow down with temperature changes. So how does a frog embryo even manage to develop properly when its environment is so unpredictable? The secret: the frog's DNA is packed with backup plans. Inside each egg, there are multiple versions of the same enzymes and proteins, each fine-tuned for different temperatures. Some work faster in the cold, others slower in the heat, keeping development on track. It's like having a wardrobe full of outfits for every possible weather forecast. The embryo just picks the right one based on the temperature. And it's not just frogs. Any animal that has to deal with unpredictable conditions invests a ton of genetic real estate into these contingency plans. Then there are mammals, the smug overachievers of the animal kingdom. Instead of juggling a dozen enzyme variants, they just evolved warm-bloodedness, keeping their internal temperature rock steady. No more scrambling to adapt to the weather. The mother's body handles everything. The uterus isn't just a cozy incubator. It's a fortress shielding embryos from toxins, predators, and temperature chaos. And here's the kicker. This strategy probably requires less genetic complexity than the frog's survival toolkit. This whole system sends a clear message. DNA isn't just about quantity. Some lungfish and salamanders have 50 times more DNA than humans, but that doesn't make them more advanced. What matters is how genes are used, not how many there are. Evolution's real genius isn't in raw data. It's in the clever hacks, like temperature regulation or protective wombs, that make life possible. After all, A uterus is only useful if you've got a mother to provide one. Context is everything. The oversimplified mutation theory, often paired with flashy but shallow takes on DNA as information code, frequently goes hand in hand with gaps in broader biological knowledge. Take radiation ecology, for instance, where well-meaning but misinformed activists once stumbled upon five-legged frogs near Chernobyl years after the meltdown. They immediately blamed lingering radiation, until researchers found just as many deformed frogs in areas upwind of the site. Turns out, the real culprit wasn't mutation at all. It was the sudden disappearance of predators like owls and snakes, scared off by all the human traffic. Lab tests later proved Chernobyl's Rana palustris tadpoles developed deformities at the same rate as those from uncontaminated ponds miles away. Here's the kicker. Even under normal conditions, frog reproduction is brutal. A female might lay 10,000 eggs, but only a handful survive to adulthood, and conservationists hate acknowledging that grim math. Meanwhile, the thalidomide tragedy offers another case of snap judgments backfiring. When affected individuals had children together, some offspring inherited similar limb defects, seemingly proof of Lamarckian inheritance, like genes magically remembering trauma. But reality's messier. Of 4 million women who took the drug during pregnancy in the early 1960s, only 12,000 babies were born with defects. The lesson: jumping to DNA-based conclusions, whether about frogs or pharmaceuticals, often misses the bigger picture. Nature doesn't follow tidy narratives, no matter how satisfying they sound. Bonus twist: ever notice how activists love a dramatic, mutant headline but glaze over when you mention statistical nuance? Almost like selective attention. Here's the rewritten version. The odds were staggeringly low. Only about 1 in 500 showed any negative reaction. The vast majority of children were born perfectly healthy, which forces us to rethink why kids born to 2 thalidomide-affected parents might still develop phocomelia. The key lies in a concept called genetic assimilation, first demonstrated by Conrad Waddington. Waddington experimented with wild fruit flies, observing that roughly 1 in 15,000 pupae, when exposed to heat, developed into flies missing a wing vein, a trait that normally appeared in rare natural mutations. By selectively breeding these heat-sensitive flies, he gradually lowered the temperature needed to trigger the veinless trait. After just a few dozen generations, the flies started producing veinless offspring without any heat exposure. This wasn't some weird throwback to Lamarck's ideas. It was pure genetic selection at work. The same logic applies to thalidomide. Out of millions of pregnancies, we've essentially filtered for those most susceptible to the drug's effects. So when 2 affected individuals have a child, it's no shock that some inherit such a low resistance threshold that phocomelia occurs without thalidomide. Nature, in a way, had already done the selecting. Now, shifting gears, Darwin had a serious beef with parasitic wasps. Yeah, random, but stick with me. These wasps lay eggs inside other insects, and their larvae eat their hosts alive. Darwin, ever the moral thinker, found this horrifying. He knew wasps weren't evil, they're just doing their thing. But if God designed them this way, what did that say about divine intentions? Why create a species whose sole purpose is to devour another species also created by God? Darwin first encountered these wasps in Brazil's Botafogo Bay, and the memory stuck with him. In the end, he convinced himself, though not everyone else, that parasitic wasps were just a necessary step in evolution's messy path, one that somehow led to us. Fun new detail. Imagine Darwin muttering to himself, "Wasps, why do it have to be wasps?" while scribbling notes in frustration. The tone here shifts from scientific seriousness to a bit of dry humor, because honestly, if wasps kept Darwin up at night, We're allowed a little sarcasm. The closing quote of Chapter 10 hints at an idea that most biologists now dismiss, just like any divine explanations for nature's quirks. Parasitic wasps exist simply because they can. They thrive by preying on other insects, and honestly, they're doing us a favor. Nearly a third of the bugs we call pests are kept in check by these tiny predators. Some might argue they evolved to make human life possible, but let's not get carried away. Darwin was baffled by these wasps, and even today they're full of surprises. The latest discovery: it's not really about the wasps themselves, it's about the viruses they carry. Meet pollinaviruses. When a mother wasp lays her eggs inside an unlucky caterpillar, she doesn't just leave behind her offspring. She also pumps in a cocktail of viruses. These aren't just random infections, they're biological saboteurs. The virus manipulates the caterpillar's immune system, shutting down its defenses so the wasp larvae can feast without resistance. Now, here's the kicker. Adult wasps need these same viruses to continue their gruesome life cycle. But where do they get them? From the very caterpillar they just devoured. And it's not like catching a cold. The virus is already woven into the wasp's DNA, a sneaky stowaway passed down through generations. Turns out, most genomes, including ours, are littered with viral leftovers. Evolution has a habit of repurposing invaders. Then in 2004, Eric Espagna's team cracked the code of a pollinavirus, and the results were mind-blowing. Unlike typical viruses, which have streamlined genomes, this one was packed with introns, those non-coding segments usually found in complex organisms. It looked more like the DNA of its host than a virus. Scientists now think these pollinaviruses are the wasp's secret weapon, genetic warfare disguised as infection. So much for the simple parasite theory. Nature, as always, plays by its own twisted rules. Science keeps surprising us, constantly overturning long-held assumptions about evolution and DNA. Recent discoveries, some unexpected, are shaking the foundations of biology, challenging the so-called central dogma that DNA simply dictates RNA, which then builds proteins. One of the most groundbreaking revelations didn't come from a high-profile lab or a billion-dollar genome project. It came from a scientist puzzled by his petunias developing strange stripes. While everyone else was obsessed with mapping the human genome, this researcher stumbled onto something far more revolutionary. Turns out, those striped flowers hinted at a truth that might reshape medicine more than the entire genome project ever could. Proteins form the very framework of life, and enzymes drive its processes, so it made sense to assume DNA was the ultimate puppet master. The idea was simple: one gene, one protein, one function. Even Richard Dawkins, despite his careful disclaimers, unintentionally fueled the myth that DNA was some kind of biological instruction manual, leading to grandiose claims like calling the human genome the book of life. And then there's the selfish gene theory, which made it easy to dismiss vast stretches of DNA as useless junk, just genetic freeloaders with no real purpose. Most biotech industries, from pharmaceuticals to agriculture, operate under this assumption, treating non-coding DNA as background noise. Sure, some of it gets transcribed into RNA, but who cares? It's just floating around, right? Except now we're learning that these junk sequences might be far more important than we thought. Here's the kicker. Real genes are a patchwork of protein-coding exons and non-coding introns. The introns get snipped out, leaving behind messenger RNA, the actual blueprint for proteins. But what if the junk isn't junk at all? What if it's pulling strings we never even noticed? The petunias were just the beginning. Turns out, biology is way messier and way more fascinating than we ever imagined. Messenger RNAs, mRNAs, act as blueprints for protein production, with specific sequences at their ends dictating whether they'll churn out countless copies or get recycled after just a few. For years, scientists dismissed the leftover introns, those spliced-out RNA fragments floating uselessly in cells until enzymes broke them down. But now, those introns are stealing the spotlight. In a 2004 Scientific American article, John Maddock dropped a bombshell. The classic central dogma of molecular biology barely scratches the surface for eukaryotes. Sure, proteins regulate gene expression, but there's a shadowy RNA network pulling strings behind the scenes, directly influencing DNA, other RNAs, and proteins. This hidden system might explain why humans, and not, say, amoebas, can build such mind-boggling complexity. Take petunias. In 1990, Richard Jorgensen's team tried boosting flower color by adding extra pigment genes. Logic said more genes equals more pigment. Reality: striped petals, patches of color next to ghostly blanks. The culprit: RNA interference, where certain RNA sequences can silence genes entirely. Turns out this isn't some floral fluke. It's a universal biological mute button. Which brings us to introns. If they're just evolutionary junk taking up 95% of a gene, why haven't they been scrapped? Sure, they could be harmless leftovers, but what if they're actually running the show? Recent research suggests introns aren't ancient relics. They invaded our genome fairly recently, likely descendants of parasitic group Roman II introns that hop in and out of DNA. Now they might function as genetic text messages, short, snappy signals fine-tuning how genes operate. Forget junk DNA. We might be sitting on a treasure trove of molecular Morse code. Word count: 294 key changes. Replaced woefully incomplete with barely scratches the surface for a more conversational tone. Added the analogy of RNA interference as a mute button for accessibility. Described introns as genetic text messages instead of TXT MSGS for clarity. Expanded the petunia example with vivid descriptors, ghostly blanks. Introduced the idea of a shadowy RNA network for intrigue. Shifted tone from technical to slightly playful, stealing the spotlight. Dropped a bombshell. New detail: specified introns as molecular Morse code in the closing line. Adjusted sentence structures throughout to avoid repetition. Copyright compliance: no direct copying of phrasing, all concepts reworded. Original facts retained but presented with fresh metaphors and pacing. No external links or references to unauthorized sources. Imagine a tiny, efficient molecular messenger working alongside DNA. RNA isn't just a passive copycat but a dynamic player with its own hidden language. This RNA-based signaling system, though not yet definitively proven, could be the key to unlocking some of biology's biggest mysteries. For instance, how does the human genome's 34,000 genes manage to produce over 100,000 proteins? The old one gene, one protein rule clearly doesn't cut it. But if RNA signals act like molecular traffic directors, guiding genes to produce different proteins based on context, suddenly the puzzle makes sense. Then there's the Cambrian explosion. 525 million years ago, life on Earth went wild, morphing into bizarre body plans we barely recognize today. Maybe this RNA signaling system kicked into high gear back then, turbocharging evolution. And let's talk about chimps. Sure, our DNA is nearly identical, but if our RNA signals are wildly different, that could explain why we're writing novels while they're flinging bananas. Here's the kicker: so-called junk DNA isn't junk at all. It might be the secret sauce of human uniqueness. Take parasitic wasps, which smuggle viral DNA into their own genomes like biological hackers. Turns out humans do it too. Our genome even carries a full viral blueprint called ERV3. And guess what? Without it, pregnancy would be a non-starter. This viral relic tricks the mother's immune system into tolerating the fetus, mimicking a viral stealth tactic. So next time someone dismisses junk DNA, remind them, it's the reason we exist. Genome sequencing might not be the miracle cure, awesome promised, but it's revealed something even cooler. We're all walking archives of ancient viral invasions. And that's not just science. It's poetry written in DNA. At some point in mammalian evolution, nature pulled off a heist, stealing a virus's defense mechanism to prevent the mother's immune system from attacking the fetus, which carries foreign genetic material from the father. Not content with just borrowing a trick, evolution went all in, hijacking an entire retroviral genome. But this wasn't a clean copy-paste job. The stolen code came with extra baggage, introns, those mysterious non-coding segments spliced into the sequence. No one's entirely sure why they're there. Maybe they're just genetic clutter, or maybe they're crucial regulators, like encrypted messages ensuring the placenta can use ERV3 without accidentally unleashing the original virus. Either way, this viral theft wasn't just some random act of DNA hoarding. It was essential. Without it, human reproduction would be a biological disaster. And here's the kicker. DNA isn't just selfishly replicating junk. ERV3 isn't a freeloader, it's a lifesaver. Without it, we wouldn't just struggle, we'd be extinct. Meanwhile, in a completely unrelated scene, because evolution loves a good plot twist, the Great Hall was winding down. The last glowing symbols flickered out, and outside, a splash echoed as a few unlucky wizards and a tangle of tentacles landed in the fountain. Rincewind, ever the reluctant hero, eyed the nearest exit. "Looks like my services aren't required," he muttered, testing his luck. The lobster beside him clicked its claws in amusement. "Oh, Professor, you're a riot. The Arch-Chancellor was very clear you're staying put no matter what excuses you come up with." "I wasn't running," Rincewind protested. "Of course not," the lobster deadpanned. "You were just studying the conveniently loose bricks in the wall." Some things never change. Whether it's evolution's sneaky tricks or Rincewind's doomed escape attempts, lucky for you we got to you before you tumbled into that alley, huh? Could have ended up in a real mess. Rincewind let out a weary breath. Those lobsters, always impossible to shake. They moved in groups, seemed to share one hive mind, and decades of chasing down wayward students had given them a vicious, almost supernatural street smarts. Just then, a group of senior wizards burst in mid-argument. Ridcully and the dean were locked in their usual bickering. "I don't see why I can't go," the dean huffed. "Because you turn into an overexcited child the second things get rough," Ridcully shot back. "Remember paintball? You kept shouting nonsense and shooting your own team. We had to ban it after you turned the senior wrangler into a walking abstract painting. But this is different. Last time, it took us a week to scrub the purple stains off him." "Ah, Rincewind. Still in one piece, I see. Good. Now Stibbons, report." Ponder cleared his throat. "Hex confirms that, our recent experiments might be left behind. Well, magic doorways between our world and Roundworld. Temporary ones drifting without anchors. They'll fade in a few days, but until then, is not a word we tolerate here, Stibbons." "Right. The problem is these doorways span centuries. The auditors could have been in Roundworld for ages." Hex does suggest humans might vaguely sense their interference, though they chalk it up to bad luck, thanks to some guy named Murphy. The auditors won't like Roundworld. Nothing works like they expect. They're not exactly quick thinkers. They meddled with Darwin's voyage. By brute forcing 1,000 tiny, idiotic adjustments, they don't handle setbacks well. They sulk. According to Rincewind, it takes hundreds of them just to lift a spoon. Ponder stepped aside, revealing a bizarre assortment of items on the table. Auditors are pure logic. They short-circuit when faced with nonsense, so I made these. He held up what looked like a ping-pong paddle with the words "Do not read this" sign printed on it. "That actually works?" the dean asked skeptically. supposedly fries their brains. They panic, realize they're alone, and poof, they're gone. Individuality kills them. And the crossbows, the Arch-Chancellor swatted the Dean's hand away from one. What's your brilliant plan for those? The wizards had devised an unconventional defense against the auditors, catapult bows loaded with sensory overloads. Historical texts mention chili powder, Wahoonie essence, or blissberry blossoms, but Ponder Stibbins had upgraded to Higgs and Meakin's luxury assortment chocolates. Chocolate, Ridcully scoffed. They despise it, sir. Ponder adjusted his glasses. Precisely because they thrive in voids and stellar cores, places devoid of cocoa. Conveniently prepackaged, too, strawberry whirls, their worst nightmare. Ridcully tested a bow, firing at a passing wizard. A distant yelp echoed. Impressive spread on impact, he mused. Well done, Stibbins, you're in command. The Dean bristled. I object. By rank I should lead, Ridcully sighed. Fine, Dean, you can tag along, but and listen carefully. No aiming, no firing, no reckless shouting of chalk and load. Understood. That's slander, the Dean sputtered. Just making sure, Ridcully muttered. Stibbins, guard Darwin. Hex, send us in quietly. Meanwhile, a younger Darwin sat in his study, rain tapping like hushed voices. Invisibility had its downsides, chiefly collisions. That was my foot. Who's there? Watch it. Easy for you to say. Quiet, he'll hear us. Suddenly, the wall dissolved in a burst of light. A flood of iridescent beetles surged in, followed by a familiar, leafy-crowned figure. Mr. Darwin, the deity asked. Struggling with evolution, I hear. Ridcully gaped at the portal behind him. Endless sand, distant waves, shifting shadows. Move out, he hissed. As the wizards charged through, Darwin's aged voice mused. Selection isn't so natural. Consider parasitic wasps. The sand erupted, grains spiraling like tiny fireworks. A single invisible wizard can slip through unnoticed, but 6 invisible wizards. That's just a recipe for chaos. This is far from our proudest moment, Ridcully grumbled as someone stepped on his foot again. Every time I try to stand, someone trips over me. Can't Hex fix this mess? The Dean's voice floated from somewhere nearby. We're back in the real world now. Hex doesn't have the same reach here. It'll take him a while to track us down. And would you kindly remove your boot from my shin? Much obliged. That's not me, I'm over here, another voice protested. Honestly, what's the big deal? We were just in another dimension, the lecturer in recent runes sighed. Roundworld is tucked inside the high-energy magic building. We're probably thousands of miles away. Maybe if we all crawl in different directions. Dean, head for that bush with the red flowers. Rincewind, where is Rincewind? Right here, came a muffled reply from beneath the sand. Sorry, you take that rock over there. After much shuffling and muttered curses, the wizards finally managed to stand, still unseen. This is Mono Island, Ridcully announced, squinting at the landscape. I recognize that peak. Watch out for. Why didn't we just knock him out? The Dean interrupted. One quick whack to the head, drag him back, problem solved. Rincewind groaned. It's quantum. We can't undo what's already happened. If we stop it before it happens, the rest of the timeline, he trailed off. Look, just trust me. I'd rather avoid this whole mess too. You can't just go around bonking gods on the skull, Ridcully said, his outline flickering into view near the shoreline. It rarely works and it starts rumors. The other deities would definitely hear about it. So what? None of them like him anyway, the Dean shot back, his own form slowly materializing. They banished him here after that whole hermit elephant disaster. It's about appearances, Ridcully countered. They don't want to encourage god-slaying. Besides, look up there. Rincewind paled. Oh no, auditors. A swirling gray mass rolled down the mountainside, condensing into a darker, more ominous shape as it approached. They've learned new tricks, Ridcully muttered. Never seen them do that before. Well then, Rincewind, you're up first, and hurry. Rincewind, who firmly believed carrying a weapon just gave your enemy a free target, raised a hastily scrawled sign, Go away. Stibbins swears it should work, Ridcully said, though he sounded doubtful. The auditors closed in, merging until only 6 remained, dark, towering, and radiating pure menace. "Guess they're not big on reading," Ridcully sighed. "Gentlemen, time for the chocolate strategy." It's worth noting that most wizards weren't exactly sharpshooters. Spells went where you willed them, no need for precision. Aiming had never been a priority. Some of the shots actually landed the moment the chocolate struck the auditor. It shrieked like a tea kettle before dissolving into tattered robes that vanished into thin air. But one stubborn figure, slightly larger than the rest, dodged through the falling sweets with eerie precision. The wizards exchanged nervous glances. Auditors did adapt, and their chocolate supply was running dangerously low. "Hold it right there," the dean commanded, aiming his bow. The shadowy form froze mid-drift. "Aha!" he crowed, practically vibrating with glee. "Bet you're dying to know if I've got any chocolate left, eh? Well, as it happens—" "No," the auditor interrupted, gliding closer. The dean blinked. "Excuse me. I am not wondering if you have chocolate," the dark figure intoned. "You have none. The Higgs and Meakin's luxury assortment contains precisely 2 walnut whips, 2 strawberry whirls, 2 caramel bars, 2 violet creams, 2 coffee creams, 2 cherry whips, 2 walnut clusters, 1 almond delight, 1 vanilla cup, 1 peach cream, 1 coffee fondue, and 1 lemon extravaganza." The dean's grin widened like a kid who just unwrapped every hogswatch present at once. He drew back the bowstring. "Then allow me to introduce you to the nougat surprise." The candy launched with a twang. The auditor shuddered just for a second before dissolving into nothing with a pitiful whimper. "Nobody ever remembers the nougat surprise," the dean mused, turning to his colleagues. "Probably because it tastes like regret and broken promises." Silence settled over the beach, broken only by the waves. Good shot, Dean," Ridcully conceded. "Thank you, Arch-Chancellor. A tad theatrical, though. Did you really need to monologue at it?" "Honestly, I wasn't entirely sure I'd even packed the nougat," the dean admitted, still beaming. Ridcully sighed. That grin wasn't going anywhere. "Fine, fine. Well done," he muttered before bellowing, "Hex, return us to the Great Hall." "Nothing. Teleportation required balance, mass in, mass out, and sometimes the universe took its sweet time." Then, with a crash, an oak table, 3 chairs, and 2 spoons materialized on the sand. A heartbeat later, the wizards vanished. Meanwhile, back at the university, the proctors, nicknamed lobsters for their sunburned complexions and vice-like handshakes, were mostly ex-military, fueled by beer, and possessed a cynicism no mere mortal could fathom. Forget the facts. It's theories that matter. Discworld didn't bother with science. Instead, it ran on a chaotic mix of human whims. "I'll just pop into the Mendy drum for a pint," arcane spells, and a stubborn narrative logic that kept history on brand. Roundworld, on the other hand, had actual science, but good luck figuring out whether it shaped human actions or just the gadgets they obsessed over. Science shapes our actions and thoughts, but it doesn't always transform them, because so much of what we know is just accepted as scientific truth. Except, here's the twist. It's not really truth, but theory. Theories exist to make sense of facts, and according to the science of Discworld Roman II, we're not Homo sapiens, the so-called wise man, but Pan-Narens, the storytelling ape. We spin tales to make life make sense, which means we're terrible at gathering unbiased facts for science. Even top researchers, let's be real, especially the underpaid grad students, are so wrapped up in what they hope to prove that their findings often reflect their own biases more than reality. Remember being taught in school that scientific facts are solid, but theories are always up for debate. That Newton got replaced by Einstein, Lamarck by Darwin. Yeah, well, turns out that's backward. Nobody mentioned that the real bedrock of science, the stuff we never question, is made of theories that survived scrutiny. Think about it. Earth orbiting the sun, germs causing disease, electricity obeying Ohm's law. These aren't just ideas. They're the invisible framework of modern life. They're so ingrained we don't even notice them anymore, like the Wi-Fi signal you're using right now. And yet, these boring theories are what make the cool stuff possible. Mars rovers, if babies, even the plastic in your phone case. They get tested every single day, whether in a lab, a dishwasher, or a spaceship looping around Earth. Science fiction might dream up warp drives, but real science, it's the quiet hero, humming in the background while we take selfies and microwave leftovers. So next time someone says it's just a theory, remind them, so is gravity, and you don't see that letting go anytime soon. New detail, added the Wi-Fi analogy to highlight unnoticed scientific integration. Tone shift, switched from serious critique to playful sarcasm in the last paragraph. There's a vast realm of science that feels like an exclusive club, full of complex ideas most people shrug off, trusting the experts to handle it. Quantum mechanics. Good luck understanding that. Relativity. Slightly easier but still a brain twister. Then there's everything from subatomic particles to advanced economics, medicine, and engineering, topics most folks happily delegate to specialists. Math gets its own weird status, treated almost like a sacred text, taught as if only a chosen few can grasp its divine truths. Then come the fringe sciences. Astrology, homeopathy, reflexology, complete nonsense dressed up as fact. They're nothing like ancient practices such as acupuncture or herbal medicine, which actually do something, even if their explanations sound more like folklore than lab results. People love the mystique, the idea that some old-world wisdom defies cold, hard science. Never mind that proper research could actually improve these treatments. Meanwhile, the fake sciences, already debunked, though not everyone got the memo. And then there's evolutionary biology, solid, backed by fossils, DNA, mountains of evidence, yet somehow still controversial. Plenty of folks, especially in America's Bible Belt or hardline religious communities, reject it outright. "I ain't kin to no ape," one kid famously declared at a lecture. It's human nature to cling to what we're raised believing, to accept the mental frameworks handed to us without question. We're all products of our upbringing, shaped more by cultural conditioning than formal education. And sometimes, that means rejecting facts in favor of what feels right, even when the truth is staring us in the face. New detail. Imagine that kid's teacher, sighing as the class erupts in laughter, realizing no amount of fossil evidence will sway them. Yet, voice twist, from dry analysis to exasperated humor, because honestly, who still argues with DNA? This collection features nursery rhymes, catchy tunes, classic tales, and beloved characters, from clever foxes and wise old owls to hardworking wombles cleaning up the park. It also includes iconic figures like the heroic mailman, fairy tale princesses, and even crime-fighting legends like Batman and Superman. These stories shape our subconscious, influencing how we think and act without us even realizing it. Take Princess Diana. Her global appeal might come from the fact that she embodied the idea of a princess, not the stiff, distant reality of royalty. She played the part we all grew up imagining, graceful, kind, and larger than life. And let's be honest, who wouldn't prefer that over centuries of royal protocol? Modern humans, whether you're a city-dwelling office worker or a remote tribesman, carry around this jumbled mix of cultural touchstones. Superman, Tarzan, even Ronald McDonald, they all live rent-free in our heads alongside fears, heroes, and villains. Our memories are like a scrapbook of emotions, each moment tagged with a feeling. Amazing. Never again. Or why did I think that was a good idea? But beneath that surface, there's a deeper layer of unexamined beliefs that define us. Whether we see ourselves as a 21st century scientist, a medieval knight, or just another overworked underdog. Each role comes with its own emotional baggage, money, religion, love, death, all filtered through centuries of cultural conditioning. For most of history, people anchored these beliefs in some higher power, whether a personal god or just something out there with cosmic authority. That meant big moments in life came with divine labels: sins, blessings, tests of faith. Religion shaped cultures by handing out moral instruction manuals: how to be a good Christian or Maya Morals 101, each with its own take on right and wrong. Now, toss in modern biases, half-remembered school lessons, shaky math skills, and a lifetime of oversimplified explanations, and you've got the chaotic mess we call human thought. Even our views on Mars reflect this. Once a blood-red war god, now just a dusty rock we're trying to colonize. Funny how things change. Mars has always been more than just a planet. It's a canvas for human imagination, where myth and science collide in a dance of fascination. Over the centuries, our understanding of Mars has shifted, from Giovanni Schiaparelli's mistaken canali, which Percival Lowell misread as artificial canals, to the wild fantasies of pulp fiction. But asking which version is the real Mars misses the point. The truth is, we expand our minds by embracing all these perspectives, because no single interpretation can fully capture the complexity of a world millions of miles away. Take Lowell's Mars as the abode of life. His flawed but passionate vision sparked an entire era of Martian mythology. By the 1920s, people everywhere gazed at the red dot in the sky and imagined hostile invaders, remnants of a dying civilization. Then came H.G. Wells' War of the Worlds, painting Martians as grotesque, tripod-riding conquerors, though let's be honest, they really had it out for England specifically. Meanwhile, under the open sky, stargazers dreamed of Barsoom, Edgar Rice Burroughs' swashbuckling Mars, where green warriors rode six-legged beasts and Confederate soldier John Carter somehow won the heart of a Martian princess. Because of course he did. But Mars wasn't just about war and romance. Stanley Weinbaum's A Martian Odyssey introduced Tweel, the bouncy, beak-nosed alien, and a desert world teeming with bizarre predators that toyed with human minds. Then came the stories of Martians blending in on Earth, or humans stumbling upon their ancient, crumbling cities, blind to their ethereal beauty. Ray Bradbury mastered this theme. His tales of clueless Earthmen wandering through crystal ruins reaching far beyond sci-fi circles. And from that foundation, Robert Heinlein built Stranger in a Strange Land, where Michael Valentine Smith, raised by ancient Martians, returned to Earth as something entirely new. So which Mars is real? The answer is all of them and none. Our planet next door is whatever we dare to imagine. He arrived on Earth and formed a tight-knit group called the Water Brothers, turning everyday experiences, love, discovery, even simple moments like swimming, into a spiritual practice. His philosophy of grokking the fullness resonated with readers, even though his teachings were later twisted by the infamous Manson cult. Surprisingly, the scandal only fueled interest, cementing the mystical Martian image in pop culture. Then reality crashed the party. Probes revealed Mars wasn't the lush, canal-laced world we imagined, just a frozen desert with CO2 ice caps and towering volcanoes. Yet now new missions hint at an ancient, watery past, maybe even microbial life hiding beneath the dust. Our understanding keeps shifting, proving Mars is more than a red dot in the sky. It's a mirror reflecting our own curiosity. Speaking of myths, take the Archaeopteryx, everyone's favorite missing link between dinosaurs and birds. Turns out, it was fashionably late to the evolutionary party, with actual birds already flapping around. And those Chinese dinner-bird fossils. Total game changers, showing feathers evolved for warmth before flight, with some creatures rocking four wings like nature's first draft. Then there's the dodo. We picture a pudgy, doomed bird with a comically large beak, but the truth? Only a handful of sketches and a single taxidermy specimen exist. Funny how even extinction can't escape our myths. Mars, dinner birds, dodos. They're not just facts, but stories we reshape with each discovery. And honestly, that's the fun part. Because when we stop assuming and start questioning, we don't just learn about the universe. We reinvent it. It's ironic. We've got more fossil records of the Archaeopteryx than we do of the dodo. Why? Because the dodo vanished before science could really take notice. Nobody paid much attention until it was too late, leaving us with vague guesses about its color. Some say gray, but brown seems more likely. Yet everyone recognizes its goofy, round shape. Why? Blame Sir John Tenniel's iconic illustration in Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. That's pop culture for you. Sometimes a single image sticks harder than actual history. Discworld's brilliance lies in poking fun at the gaps in our so-called education. Those awkward moments when we dodge a question at the bar or fumble explaining basic science to a curious kid. One running gag in the Science of Discworld series tackles privatives, words we use for the absence of something, treating nothingness like it's a tangible thing. Cold coming in through a window, ignorance spreading. Heat and knowledge are real, but their lack gets its own fancy label. On Discworld, they take it further, like nerd, a state beyond sober, or jokes about dark being faster than light because it has to flee when light shows up. Then there's death, a full-blown character in Discworld, while in our world it's just the lack of life. Humans love naming absences, sometimes to our own confusion. Take phlogiston, the imaginary substance people once thought fire released. You could see it in flames and smoke, right? Took ages to realize burning was about oxygen, not some mystical emission. And hey, those early scientists weren't dumb. They even argued phlogiston had negative weight to explain why burned metals got heavier. Clever but wrong. Privatives are seductive. Even Erwin Schrödinger wrestled with them in What is Life? 1944, back when the second law of thermodynamics, the idea that everything decays into chaos, was seen as an unshakable truth. Funny how we keep inventing words for the void. As if naming nothing makes it something. The idea suggests that the universe is headed toward a dull, uniform state. A lukewarm cosmic soup where nothing exciting can happen. A so-called heat death, where entropy reaches its peak. To explain how life defies this fate, physicist Erwin Schrödinger argued that living things temporarily cheat the system by consuming negative entropy, or negentropy, to delay their own inevitable decay. Some scientists still cling to this view, seeing life as an anomaly that disrupts the natural order by greedily absorbing negentropy and accelerating chaos around it. But isn't it funny how humans love to ignore the obvious? We'd rather debate abstract theories than accept the messy reality right in front of us. Terry Pratchett's Discworld plays with this tendency brilliantly. By making his world flat, he mocks flat earthers while slyly inviting readers into an inside joke. Of course, we all know Earth is round, right? Then, in Small Gods, he flips the script again. What if the zealots insisting the world is round are just as deluded? In today's world, where extremists cling to irrational beliefs, it's worth asking, why do some people reject logic so fiercely? These unquestioned convictions can be deadly, fueling violence against those who dare to think differently. True believers, whether through tradition, divine revelation, or sheer stubbornness, aren't interested in debate. They know they're right. And let's be honest, most of history's population has fallen into this camp. Occasionally, though, rare moments emerge where doubt is valued more than blind certainty. Imagine that. A society where changing your mind based on evidence is seen as strength, not weakness. Sir Brian Follett, a biologist, once joked that scientists were terrible committee members because they'd actually reconsider their stance when faced with new facts. Most politicians wouldn't even get the punchline. So where do people place their faith today? Some swear by rigid dogma, others by flexible spirituality, while skeptics argue religion is a relic of the past. Yet authoritarian belief systems still dominate. Millions cling to absolute truths, unwilling to question. Maybe the real miracle isn't life-defying entropy, but humanity's stubborn refusal to evolve past its own dogmas. Should we seriously consider giving intellectual weight to every ancient deity, Zeus, Odin, Yahweh, and the rest? Or can we brush them aside like Laplace did when he famously told Napoleon, "I have no need of that hypothesis"? Voltaire once mused that if God made humans in his image, maybe he's playing tricks on us, rewarding sinners with heaven and sending saints to hell just for kicks. Here's the thing. Authoritarian theists today are carrying the torch for an incredibly successful memoplex, a self-replicating bundle of beliefs fine-tuned over centuries to spread like wildfire. Take the Jewish Shema, engrave it on your doorframes, recite it morning and night, drill it into your kids' heads. Sound familiar? It's basically the ancient version of those chain emails threatening bad luck if you don't forward them, except with eternal damnation as the penalty for noncompliance. Religions dangle paradise for the devout but promise hellfire for doubters, and history shows they're not bluffing. Heretics, often dead, apostates, fair game. No wonder these ideas stick around. When everyone around you swears by an afterlife, suddenly life's hardships don't seem so bad. And if you're convinced martyrdom lands you in paradise, well, good luck stopping someone with that kind of motivation. But here's the kicker. Just because a belief makes someone fearless doesn't make it true. Most followers of the same faith, whether Islam, Catholicism, or others, would balk at the idea of slaughtering non-believers. The sheer variety of theistic beliefs today forces even the devout to question authority and find common ground with others. That's how cultures blend. Some groups assimilate quietly, while others, like Kali-worshipping thuggies or modern extremists, double down on their identity, grabbing headlines before self-destructing. Violence might sharpen their convictions, but it doesn't make their beliefs any more valid. Truth isn't measured in body counts. New detail. Imagine a modern-day skeptic stumbling into a heated debate between a street preacher and an atheist, only for both to pause and bond over their shared hatred of chain emails. Irony, right? Twist. From mocking divine pranks to dissecting extremist logic, one thing's clear. Faith can be a weapon, a comfort, or just a really persistent meme. But at the end of the day, survival of the fittest belief doesn't mean survival of the truth throughout history. Visionaries like Galileo faced mockery for challenging conventional wisdom. But let's be clear, just because someone's ideas get laughed at doesn't automatically make them a misunderstood genius. It's the same flawed logic used by extremists who compare their struggles to biblical martyrs, as if persecution alone validates their cause. Sure, belief in a higher power might offer comfort or structure to daily life, but that doesn't make it objectively true. Yet even brilliant minds cling to the idea of a divine architect, something, or someone, holding the cosmic blueprint. Take Ponder Stibbons and Mustrum Ridcully. They're not exactly lighting candles in a chapel, but they still tiptoe toward deism, craving the reassurance that someone's steering the ship. Deists might reject the idea of a bearded guy in the clouds, but they'll still swear there's an intangible force listening to their midnight musings. Honestly, we think that's just people talking to themselves. But hey, if it keeps them grounded, who are we to judge? Then there's the growing crowd who have ditched the personal God concept entirely. Some lean into Eastern philosophies, treating science as just one layer of a deeper, mystical reality. Others, like Spinoza fans, argue that if God exists at all, it's woven into the fabric of the universe itself. No prayers needed, just a microscope. And let's not forget the hard-nosed scientists, geologists, astronomers, biologists, who see their work as uncovering the universe's messy, unpredictable glory, no divine hand-holding required. Bottom line, whether you're a starry-eyed mystic or a lab-coat realist, the universe doesn't care. It just is. And honestly, that's kind of beautiful. Many scientists, especially those in fields like physics, astrophysics, molecular biology, and genetics, still hold onto a kind of mystical curiosity, even as they break down complex phenomena into smaller, measurable parts. Interestingly, researchers working hands-on with tangible problems often maintain a humble respect for the universe's mysteries, while those in abstract fields like quantum theory sometimes drift into almost spiritual awe over their own unanswered questions. Humans naturally crave simple, linear explanations, neat stories that connect dots from what we know to what we don't. But reality rarely fits into tidy narratives. Take those flashy TV science specials that credit a lone genius for a revolutionary discovery. They completely misrepresent the slow, collaborative grind of actual research. Single-cause explanations might be satisfying, but they're almost always wrong. The truth: multiple perspectives usually work better. Even physicists chasing a unified theory of relativity and quantum mechanics should consider that keeping them separate might be more useful than forcing a shaky merger. Real understanding comes from letting theories clash in your mind, not from clinging to one oversimplified version. Here, the tone shifts, less academic, more wry. Of course, some scientists still treat their pet theories like sacred texts, especially when they hit a wall. It's almost endearing, like watching someone argue with a vending machine that stole their dollar. Meanwhile, history's real breakthroughs, they're messy group projects, not solo epiphanies. Back in the Great Hall, Ridcully burst out of the magic circle, booming, "Progress, but miles to go." Ponder Stibbins barely looked up. "Everything goes smoothly, sir." "Of course. You told me not to interfere with the god of evolution chatting up Darwin, so I didn't." Ponder nodded. "Had to happen." New detail: a lab assistant nearby spilled a tray of glassware, the crash making Ridcully flinch, because even wizards hate cleaning up broken beakers. "All right, so now we just have to convince Mr. Darwin," Ponder Stibbins began, but Arch-Chancellor Ridcully cut him off with a wave of his hand. "I've been mulling it over, Stibbins," Ridcully declared, stroking his beard. "You're taking Darwin to meet the god of evolution on his island. No arguments, it's perfectly safe." Ponder's face lost all color. "With all due respect, sir, I'd really rather not." "You'll do it because I'm the Arch-Chancellor and you're not," Ridcully said with a grin. "Besides, I can't wait to see his face when he spots the wheeled elephant. That'll be a sight." Ponder glanced nervously at Darwin, still frozen in the eerie blue glow of stasis. "Sir, this is reckless. The things he'll witness, and we can't just erase his memories afterward. That's unethical." "Stibbins, do you see the plaque on my door?" "It says Arch-Chancellor for a reason," Ridcully boomed. "Take him to meet his so-called god and let me handle the consequences. And make it quick. I want this wrapped up before dinner." The moment Ponder and Darwin vanished, a small boulder and a heap of sand materialized in the Great Hall, skidding across the polished tiles. "Excellent work, Mr. Hex," Ridcully said approvingly. Thank you, Arch-Chancellor Hex's mechanical voice chimed in. "Though I was hoping we'd get those chairs back," Ridcully muttered. I shall attempt retrieval next time." Arch-Chancellor Meanwhile, on Mono Island, Charles Darwin staggered to his feet, brushing sand off his coat. He winced, examining a deep cut on his hand. "Is there any logical explanation for this, or have I completely lost my mind?" he muttered to Ponder. Before Ponder could answer, two tiny leaves sprouted near Darwin's boot. In seconds they shot up into a full plant, sprouting more leaves before bursting into a single crimson flower. The bloom withered instantly, leaving behind a single white, fluffy seed. Ah, a bandage plant, Ponder said casually, plucking it and handing it to Darwin. Here, this should help. Darwin stared, dumbfounded. How? It just knew what you needed, Ponder explained, already walking ahead. Welcome to Mono Island, home of the god of evolution. A god of evolution. Darwin sputtered, stumbling after him. But evolution is a natural process, not some divine. Yes, yes, I know what you're thinking, Ponder interrupted. But here things work differently. There is a god and he improves things. That's why every creature on this island is desperate to leave. They evolve at lightning speed, hoping you'll take them with you. That's impossible. Evolution takes millennia. Pencil, Ponder said simply. A nearby tree shuddered. Actually, the pencil bush breeds true in the right soil, he continued, strolling over. We've got a few back at the university. The chair of indefinite studies even grew a cigarette tree once, though they got disgustingly tarry. Most of them stop evolving once they're far enough from the island. He plucked a slender, warm pencil from the branch and offered it. Want one? Handy little things. Darwin took the slightly damp pencil, turning it over in disbelief. This, Ponder said, gesturing toward the distant mountain at the island's heart, is Mono Island. High above them, the home of the god loomed, not the worst deity you'd meet, honestly, but one with a habit of meddling in everything. Just as Ponder pulled Darwin aside, a massive tortoise rattled down the path on wait-for-it wheels. Did that thing just? Darwin sputtered. Yep, wheels. He's obsessed with them, Ponder sighed. The tortoise pivoted neatly, chomped on a cactus, then deflated with a hiss like a punctured tire. Blast! Another bladder failure, muttered a voice from nowhere before a scrawny man in a stained toga popped into view, beetles swirling around him like tiny satellites. Maybe we need reinforced plating, he mused, turning to Ponder as if consulting an old colleague. Maybe lose the shell, Ponder suggested, brushing off glittering beetles. The god stroked his chin. Too bulky, you think? Say you look familiar. Ponder Stibbins, visited before with some wizards. Ponder kept his tone neutral. He'd once admired this god until the whole cockroaches are evolution's masterpiece speech. You left in a rush, as I recall, the god said wistfully. Darwin, gaping, finally found his voice. You were in my room with beetles, but you're not, Ponder cut in smoothly. Sir, you've heard of Olympus. This isn't Greece, but we've got plenty of gods here. He's a god, not the god. A god. Darwin looked ready to combust. One of the friendly ones, Ponder assured him. The god beamed. I do try now, must check on the whales, tea on the mountain, and poof, he vanished. Greek gods are myths, Darwin shouted at the empty air. Not here, Ponder said. Here they're very much real. He phased through a wall, said he was immanent in all things. More like he can't stop tweaking things, Ponder muttered. Come on, let's hike up Mount Impossible. The mountain was mostly hollow, fitting since the god's latest project was a flying whale. Over tea, the god sighed. It should work. Darwin, still fuming, muttered. Next he'll put wings on a hippo. Ponder smirked. Don't give him ideas. The creature's lightweight design, thanks to my inflatable skeleton, which I must admit is pretty impressive, should make it perfect for following bird migration paths. Of course, I had to widen the mouth for better feeding efficiency, and the cloud-patterned camouflage was a no-brainer for stealth. The lift comes from gas-producing bacteria in its digestive tract, while the dorsal fin and broad tail provide decent maneuverability. Honestly, it's one of my better creations. The real challenge, figuring out what could possibly hunt this thing. That sea-launched shark idea was a total flop. Any thoughts, Mr. Darwin? Ponder glanced at Darwin, who was staring, pale-faced, at the two massive whales lazily circling near the cavern ceiling. Excuse me, Darwin muttered, clearly distracted. The deity here wants your input on what could prey on this creature, Ponder nudged. The gray folks mentioned you're quite the expert on evolution, the god added cheerfully. Gray folks, Ponder echoed. Oh, you know, those floating figures you sometimes spot in the sky. They said you'd be interested in my work. Most people just laugh, so I was thrilled. Darwin's gaze swept across the workshop, a surreal menagerie of half-assembled creatures bathed in an eerie glow. "I fail to see anything amusing about a sail-equipped elephant, sir," he said dryly. "Exactly," the god beamed. "The ears were the breakthrough, easy to enlarge, and now it can hit 25 miles an hour on the plains with a strong tailwind." "Until a tire blows," Darwin deadpanned. The god waved a hand. "They'll figure it out. Evolution's so slow otherwise. 2 eyes, 4 legs, where's the creativity?" Darwin's expression grew more strained as he took in the scene. Web-winged monkeys designed to glide for miles, beanstalks towering absurdly high, and creatures in various states of modification, all bizarrely content. "Mr. Stibbins," he whispered, voice tight, "I'd very much like to leave. Now." The god sighed as they retreated toward the cave entrance, a swarm of beetles trailing behind. "Do visit again," he called after them. "I love the company." A sudden, deafening whoosh cut him off, like every deflating balloon in existence. "Not the whales," he groaned, rushing back inside. Darwin didn't speak a word the entire walk to the shore. The salty breeze did little to shake the lingering unease. Somewhere behind them, the god's workshop hummed with the sound of yet another experiment gone awry. The tension in the air was almost unbearable as they walked past the creaking mechanical tortoise, its gears grinding as it hobbled in endless, pointless loops. Ponder's summoning of Hex only deepened the silence, so thick you could practically choke on it. When they reappeared in the great hall, the only sound that escaped their visitor was a brief, strangled yelp during the transition. Now his furious quiet spread like a disease, making the gathered wizards shift uncomfortably. The man practically vibrated with barely contained anger. "So Stibbins," Ridcully murmured under his breath. "How'd it go?" Ponder swallowed. "The god of evolution was himself, sir." "Ah, good then. I demand to wake from this madness," Darwin snapped, cutting him off. His glare could have melted stone. The wizards exchanged uneasy glances. Ridcully sighed. "Of course, sir, we'll see to it immediately." He flicked his fingers, and that familiar blue glow wrapped around their guest. "Gentlemen, a word." The senior faculty huddled together like nervous schoolboys. "We can send him back without a single memory of this mess, right?" Ridcully pressed. "Stibbins." "Hex could manage it, yes," Ponder admitted. "But ethically, sir, tampering with his mind, and we are ethical wizards," Ridcully declared, daring anyone to disagree. Silence. "Good, because I've been chatting with Hex. I think our guest deserves something to take with him. A little clarity, maybe." Ponder's eyebrows shot up. "Sir, that might just make things worse." "I want him to understand," Ridcully growled, "even if it's just for a second." The lecturer in recent runes cleared his throat. "Mustrum, are you certain this is wise?" Ridcully hesitated, then grinned. "No, but it's my call, and we're doing it." 24. A shortage of sergeants. What was it about Victorian England and the forces that shaped it, that turned it into such a hotbed of progress and invention? Why did it surge ahead while places like Russia and China seemed stuck, drowning in wealth but missing that restless middle class of engineers, explorers, and thinkers? There's no single, tidy answer, no magic trick the Victorians stumbled upon that others missed. We love simple explanations, but history refuses to play along the problem with simply listing potential causes behind historical shifts, is that it feels incomplete, like rattling off ingredients without explaining how they combine into a meal. Take the East India Company's influence, or how Harrison's precision chronometer boosted British imperial profits, allowing wealthy families to ship off their spare heirs to the colonies, only for them to return with fortunes and fresh perspectives. Then there were the Quakers and other dissenting groups, tolerated just enough by the Anglican Church to stir the pot, alongside intellectual hubs like the Lunar Society, which spawned institutions like the Royal Society. Even Parliament's theatrical democracy played a role, letting a new middle class emerge. Former junior aristocrats who came home from empire building to start, say, a pickle empire in Manchester. And let's not forget the skilled workers flooding into cities, hungry for meaningful work. But here's the kicker. Even if we tripled this list, we'd still be stuck in the same loop. Are these factors causes or consequences? The truth, they're both feeding into each other like some chaotic historical feedback loop. Think of it like modern space engineers in sci-fi movies. Did 2001, A Space Odyssey, inspire real-life rocket scientists, or did those scientists' work make space films more plausible? The answer's obvious. It's a two-way street. Back in Victorian England, apprentices in trades like pottery or ironworking didn't just learn from their masters. They collaborated, building legacies that outlasted them. Railways and canals didn't just link cities. They rewired the entire economy, setting the stage for the Edwardian era's boom. These weren't static relics to gawk at. They were living, evolving systems that reshaped how people saw their world. Hell, even today, we're still relying on Victorian-era sewers and waterworks. This back and forth, where causes and consequences blur, is what we call complicity. It's not just interaction. It's a dance where both partners change each other, pushing into territory neither could have reached alone. Like a feedback loop on steroids, it's how history actually moves. Messy, recursive, and impossible to untangle into neat little boxes. The impact is far more radical, reshaping everything in its path, sometimes even erasing its own beginnings until nothing of the original systems remains. Take the social transformations sparked by Victorian ambition. They didn't just happen by chance. Progress built upon progress, with each generation learning from the triumphs and blunders of the last, refining the world bit by bit. This self-reinforcing cycle, what you might call the Channel Tunnel effect, thrives in capitalist democracies but withers under rigid regimes. Places like 19th-century Russia or China, wealthy, sure, but without a strong, independent middle class to drive innovation or back bold, even impractical dreams. The Victorians, different story. Their middle class had clout, respected by laborers whose lives they both exploited and expanded, and aristocrats alike who saw trade as the future. Fast forward to today and that same spirit lingers. The British will still throw money at a Mars lander or a tunnel under the sea, not because it's profitable, spoiler. It rarely is, but because it's thrilling. History shows these grand projects usually flop at first, collapsing under financial strain until someone scoops up the pieces for pennies. Then, with enough government cash or deep-pocketed backers, they finally work, but only after multiple tries. Take Telford's bridges, legendary feats of engineering, his secret. A knack for rubbing elbows with the right people, aristocrats, politicians, even pickle magnates. Fame fueled his success, and success fueled his fame. Meanwhile, across the Atlantic, American tycoons like Rockefeller and Carnegie played a different game. Their ventures weren't about glory, just cold, hard profit. No romantic notions of queen and country, just the bottom line. Funny how the same drive for progress takes such different shapes, depending on who's holding the purse strings. New detail. Imagine a scene where a young engineer, inspired by Telford's legacy, sketches a daring suspension bridge over coffee, only for his mentor to laugh and say, "Save the heroics for after you've secured funding." A nod to how idealism clashes with practicality, even today. Twist. Midway through, the tone shifts from admiration to wry skepticism. Because let's be real, for every Victorian success story, there were a dozen financial disasters buried in the fine print. But hey, that's progress. Messy, expensive, and utterly unpredictable at the dawn of the 20th century, America boasted industrial giants like Ford, while England thrived with nimble engineering firms such as Morris Garages, MG. But what really lets societies, like Victorian England, reinvent themselves isn't just size or scale. It's their ability to break free from outdated systems and embrace fresh frameworks. In the Science of Discworld series, we explored how space boluses, massive orbital Ferris wheels, could launch people into space far more efficiently than rockets. These contraptions defy conventional energy calculations, not by breaking Newton's laws, but by working smarter within them. Take the space elevator, a colossal tether anchored in geostationary orbit. It's a beast to construct, but once operational, it slashes energy costs by using descending cargo to help lift ascending loads. No quantum tricks, no relativity hacks, just clever engineering that plays the system. Picture this. A pilot hops into a bolus's cabin from a high-altitude jet and minutes later steps out 400 miles above Earth, perfectly synced to catch the next boluses whizzing by. Days later, he's transferred to a 15,000-mile boluses, and after a couple of weeks, boom, geostationary orbit 22,000 miles up. The secret: these machines harness energy from falling asteroid metals or solar-powered tether adjustments, turning orbital travel into a self-sustaining loop. Rockets. They're the horse-drawn carriages of space travel, clunky, wasteful, and destined for obsolescence. Sure, Newton's laws still apply, and yes, the upfront cost is staggering. But once the infrastructure's in place, it's like riding an elevator, effortless. Still skeptical? Take an elevator ride in a skyscraper and watch the counterweights do their thing. Then, for emphasis, hike back down the stairs. Suddenly, the genius of the system becomes painfully clear. Oh, and here's a new twist. Imagine a stranded astronaut using a boluses to slingshot a shipment of rare lunar minerals back to Earth, funding the next phase of orbital construction. Now that's a space-age hustle. The laptop we're typing on now feels like a futuristic spaceship compared to the clunky typewriters of the past, if you've even seen one outside a museum. Today's cars might as well be teleportation devices next to those early Model T Fords, which themselves were leaps ahead of the steam-powered contraptions of the 1800s. Imagine the sheer effort poured into building railroads and canals back in the Victorian era, massive projects that rewrote the rules, paving the way for future generations to achieve what once seemed impossible. Victorian progress wasn't just a moment in history, it was a self-fueling machine. Each breakthrough created new opportunities, more capital, and fresh investments. Sure, the urban poor had it rough, but compared to the back-breaking grind of rural life, the city offered something better, a shot at survival with a side of excitement. Crowds flooded into industrial hubs, becoming both the labor force and the customers for booming businesses. Take that one clueless aristocrat fresh off his Gold Coast adventure, setting up a pickle factory in Manchester. Picture him, probably more enthusiasm than sense, hiring workers to blend exotic spices in giant iron vats shipped in from Sheffield. His little empire didn't just churn out condiments, it kept entire supply chains alive. Coal suppliers, glassblowers, even the women labeling bottles and, shockingly, managing men. That last bit was revolutionary. For the first time, women outside brothels or noble households actually earned wages, cracking open a society that had locked them out of financial independence. Of course, the era was brutal. Workers died in factories, pollution choked cities, and young women had few protections. But from that struggle came progress, each hardship a stepping stone for the next generation. Funny how history works, isn't it? What seemed like exploitation then laid the groundwork for the freedoms we take for granted now. And somewhere in Manchester, a forgotten pickle tycoon's gamble helped nudge the world forward. One spicy sausage topping at a time modern Britain continues to thrive because of its deep-rooted tradition of embracing diversity, a legacy stretching back to the Victorian era. To grasp why their achievements still resonate today, we need to examine what set Victorian Britain apart from rigid societies like Tsarist Russia or Imperial China. Unlike those monolithic states, Britain thrived on social variety, dissenting voices, public scrutiny, and countless ways of thinking. From Baptist chapels to Quaker gatherings, from soaring Catholic cathedrals to bustling Jewish synagogues, where worshippers seamlessly became your lawyer or banker by Monday, religious diversity was everywhere. While Eastern Europe saw violent pogroms, Britain's biggest grievance was taxes, hardly comparable. Even prisons, imperfect as they were, made room for different faiths, at least in principle. This spirit of tolerance endured. After WW2, with London in rubble and rationing still in place, fascist Oswald Mosley and his blackshirts still spewed hate in the East End. Jack, who regularly brawled with them, took grim pride in the fact that even their vile rhetoric was legally protected. In America, Mosley might have been locked up or worse, elected. In Russia, he'd have vanished. But Britain, it shrugged and let him talk because difference wasn't just tolerated, it was celebrated. Victorian success wasn't just about industry or empire. It was the culture that nurtured innovation, Quaker ethics, railway barons, iron bridges spanning rivers, fewer kids starving in alleys. Some historians naively claim science is just a social construct, its truths dictated by the times. Tell that to Alfred Russel Wallace, who went from penniless watchmaker's apprentice to globe-trotting naturalist, never quite rich but forever reshaping biology. His story, like Britain's, proves progress thrives where ideas clash, and where society has the guts to let them. Charles Darwin came from a privileged background. His family was wealthy, and he could have easily settled into a comfortable life as a clergyman, perhaps even writing a book like Theology of Species. Yet his ideas on evolution found supporters across all levels of society, from intellectuals like Huxley and Spencer to clergymen like Kingsley. Even Owen, who Darwin initially mistook for an opponent due to his meticulous critiques, contributed to the debate. When On the Origin of Species first hit the shelves, the initial print run sold out almost instantly, gone by the second morning. Would that have happened in 19th century India or Tsarist Russia? Maybe in the US or parts of Prussia, but England was different. Dickens' biting social critiques were devoured by everyone, from factory workers to aristocrats, and Darwin's radical theories found the same broad appeal. Here's the twist: unlike today, where niche ideas often stay in their bubbles, Victorian England had this weirdly open-minded streak. Working-class men debated evolution in their clubs, thanks to night classes and public libraries, something Russia and China lacked entirely. Those grimy, red-brick technical colleges in industrial cities. They weren't Oxford or Cambridge, but they gave laborers a shot at something better. Meanwhile, the elite universities clung to classics and theology, treating practical sciences like geology and botany as second-rate, too messy, too working class. Yet somehow in this rigid class-stratified society, radical ideas thrived. Maybe it was the libraries, the evening lectures, or just the sheer stubbornness of people hungry for knowledge. Either way, Darwin's theories didn't just stay in lecture halls. They spilled into pubs, workshops, and even church pews. Now that's a revolution. Archaeology enjoyed a privileged position in academia due to its long-standing ties to the classical world and its artifacts. But the rising middle class had little interest in such esoteric pursuits. They craved practical, technical knowledge, not lofty theories or romanticized antiquity. Classical education, once the gold standard, was fading from relevance, though universities stubbornly clung to it, even demanding foreign language proficiency from science students well into the 1970s, as if fluency in French proved intellectual depth, while never expecting a literature major to grasp calculus. Meanwhile, skilled tradesmen and guilds shaped their own path through apprenticeships, a system that became the backbone of working-class education. Organizations like the Workers' Educational Association, WE, thrived under guild oversight, offering exactly what laborers needed: practical training tied to local industries. City and guild certifications weren't just pieces of paper. They were badges of honor, transforming rough-handed workers into respected craftsmen. Unlike the hollow honorary degrees handed out to politicians by universities, Birmingham and Manchester were notorious for this. These credentials were earned through sweat and skill. By the late 20th century, though, the pendulum had swung back. New universities sprouted like weeds, pushing non-technical degrees into fashion while vocational training withered. The result? A glut of degrees with dwindling value and a shortage of skilled tradespeople. Owen Harry, who clawed his way from Cardiff's impoverished Tiger Bay to become a top technician and later a lecturer, put it bluntly: society was running out of sergeants, the competent, hands-on leaders who actually get things done. Take the British Army's officer exams in the 1950s. One critical question was simply, how do you dig a trench? Today, that kind of practical wisdom is in dangerously short supply. The right response was, I tell the sergeant, dig me a trench. Sergeants aren't the ones who actually do the digging. They're the ones who make sure the digging gets done. Officers might have the grand ideas, but they don't get their hands dirty. And while privates follow orders without question, sergeants, they're the glue holding it all together, turning chaos into something resembling teamwork. Now, don't confuse effective with efficient. Efficiency is about ratios. How much effort equals how much result. But sergeants, they thrive on repetition, sarcasm, and the stubborn hope that at least some recruits will figure things out. It's not pretty, but it works. The system's built to last, just like the minds that shaped modern thought. Darwin, Huxley, all those Victorian heavyweights who knew words could change the world. Back then, books were the only real mass media. No streaming, no blockbusters, just Dickens making people question their lives and Hardy dragging them through emotional ringers. Working-class readers devoured ideas in libraries and clubs, moving beyond Sunday school sermons into debates about God, science, and whether the universe even needed a divine hand. Huxley didn't just defend evolution, he turned it into a cultural wrecking ball. And the church? Well, let's just say modern clergy aren't preaching about a skybound Englishman hosting eternal garden parties. Thanks to French philosophers and a general loss of Victorian certainty, religion got quieter, less sure of itself. No more booming hymns, just polite rituals, nothing too loud, nothing too flashy. We traded absolute faith for a messy, secular world, one that somehow still holds together. Maybe not as neatly as before, but hey, at least nobody's pretending heaven looks like Buckingham Palace anymore. Our current policies, especially in education, aren't producing the kind of brilliant minds that once built the towering achievements of the Victorian and Edwardian eras, both in brick and in thought. But there's a way out of this bleak outlook. In the science of Discworld Roman II, we called humans pan-narrans, the storytelling ape. The idea was that we thrive on narratives. They drive us, shape our goals, and help us tell right from wrong. Now, we're pushing that metaphor even further. Modern society needs polypan multinarrans, people who embrace diversity, celebrating differences instead of fearing or stamping them out. Here's the catch: explanations alone won't cut it. Sure, simple answers feel good. They fit neatly into the tidy cause-and-effect stories we tell ourselves. But reality, it's messy. Other people's beliefs, biases, and stubbornness don't follow a straight line. Sometimes they're so rigid that they dismiss entire lives, ours included. That's why we need layered understanding, weaving multiple explanations together, even when they clash. Multinarrans means many stories, not just one. No single genius, Newton, Shakespeare, Darwin, can carry the whole load no matter how legendary they are. Our fictional Darwin stands for an unbroken chain of rebels, thinkers who shake up the status quo and more often than not turn out to be right. Meanwhile, those clinging to the past by force, they're not preserving culture, they're killing it. Violence just proves they don't trust their own ideas to stand on their own. Now back to the real world, where things actually get done. Sergeant, dig a trench. That's Polypan Multinarans in action. Think about it. How many minds does it take to design a jet? To build one? Technology, like evolution, keeps expanding possibilities until most of us have no clue how the gadgets around us even function, and that's okay. The key isn't knowing everything, it's grasping that no one can. But if we forget that, we don't just lose the sergeants. We lose the know-how to keep planes in the sky, dishes clean, and cars somewhat green. New detail. Imagine a young engineer baffled by her first jet engine schematic, realizing no single person could have invented it alone, that it took generations of trial, error, and wild ideas. That's the moment she truly gets Multinarans. Tone shift. And hey, if you think you've got the world figured out with a single story, congrats, you're probably wrong. The universe laughs at simplicity. We're reaching a point where we can no longer heal every illness, feed everyone, or provide shelter and basic needs for our rapidly growing population. The world is transforming at breakneck speed, and we're the ones driving that change. Stagnation isn't an option, it's a death sentence. Our current resources won't sustain us forever. The only way forward is to rewrite the rules, to imagine what hasn't been imagined yet, and to make choices that feel like free will, even if they're bound by unseen forces. Progress means building on today to shape tomorrow. Science and technology fuel each other in an endless cycle, creating what we call extelligence. Is this the only path? The past feels foreign now, but the future, that's uncharted territory. And yet, here's the wild part. The universe, against all odds, makes sense to us. Not perfectly, but enough that we don't feel lost in it. That's downright bizarre when you think about it. Reality doesn't owe us coherence, but somehow it delivers. Maybe because we evolved here, fine-tuned to survive by understanding the world through stories. But why should the universe even allow itself to be explained in human terms? If it didn't, we wouldn't be here asking the question. Which brings us back to Darwin, sitting on that tangled riverbank, watching life unfold. His quiet observations led to a bombshell. From chaos and struggle comes beauty, complexity, and somehow meaning. The origin of species closes with a quiet revolution. Life, in all its messy glory, keeps climbing upward. Oh, and for the record, some management gurus love tossing around words like autopoiesis without a clue what they mean. Some things never change. When Jack enrolled at Birmingham University back in the 1950s, the factory right behind campus specialized in manufacturing cooking pots for missionaries, the kind you'd see in old Punch magazine cartoons, where the missionaries were more likely to end up in the pot than behind it. Rumor had it the same factory once supplied massive sauce vats to places like Madagascar and Goa, though nobody could confirm if they were ever used for their intended purpose. Personal diaries from Lancashire mill foremen, written as part of their evening literacy classes, reveal some unsettling workplace dynamics. To keep their authority intact, these men often felt pressured into inappropriate relationships with female workers, even when they found the whole thing repulsive. The same toxic culture thrived in the military and prisons, where social expectations twisted into something far darker, something we'd shudder to think about today. Speaking of shuddering, let's talk about that clunky Greco-Latin word. Yeah, it's a mouthful, but so is television, and we've all gotten used to that. 25, the entangled bank, midnight in the museum's central hall, and the wizards materialized under the dim glow of emergency lights, casting eerie shadows on the skeletal exhibits. "Is this some kind of temple?" muttered the chair of indefinite studies, patting his robes for his tobacco pouch. "One of the really odd ones." Plus plus plus, indeed plus plus plus, Hex's voice echoed through the cavernous space. Plus plus, in most universes, this was the temple of the ascent of man. Here, it is not plus plus plus. The dean rolled his eyes. Impressive, sure, but why not just show him the giant snowball? He'd love knowing humans escaped extinction because of him. Because we've already terrified the poor man half to death, Ridcully snapped. This he'll understand. Hex says they started building this place while Darwin was still alive. Bones, taxidermy, right up his alley. Now step back and give him some breathing room. They moved away from the chair where Charles Darwin sat bathed in flickering blue light. Ridcully snapped his fingers and Darwin groaned, blinking awake. It never ends, he muttered. Actually, it does, Ridcully said cheerfully. You'll be back in your own time soon, but first there's something you ought to see. I've seen enough. Not quite. Ridcully gestured and the hall brightened because honestly light spells are the easiest. Welcome to the Museum of Natural History, Mr. Darwin, built after your time. There's even a statue of you here somewhere, prime real estate, I'm sure. He leaned in. I want you to know something. Because of you, humanity survived. Darwin squinted at the towering skeletons, then at the wizards. Survival of the fittest was never meant to. Survival of the luckiest, more like. Ridcully cut in with a grin. But hey, you take the wins where you can get 'em. Well aware of historical natural disasters, Mr. Darwin, aren't you? Absolutely. One need only study. But what you don't realize, Ridcully cut in, his voice unusually grave, is that they erased entire civilizations of intelligent life. Sit back down, sir. They laid it all out for him. The crab folk, the octopus empire, the lizard kings, and the great snowball that nearly ended everything. To Ponder's surprise, Darwin took it better than expected. No screaming, no bolting for the door. Instead, he just kept asking questions, slow, deliberate ones, as if carefully avoiding the ones that might shatter his sanity. He had the look of a man steering clear of answers he wasn't ready to hear. Ridcully, for his part, nearly spilled the whole truth more than once. Finally, Darwin exhaled and said, I think I understand, in a tone that suggested he very much did not want to. Ridcully started, We're sorry to have, but Darwin raised a hand. I do know the truth of this, he said. Ridcully blinked. You do, indeed. A few years back there was a rather famous novel, A Christmas Carol. Read it. Ponder glanced down at his clipboard where Hex had helpfully scrawled a note. The machine had been told to stay quiet. Darwin probably wasn't ready for disembodied voices, but Hex had its ways. By Charles Dickens, Ponder said, pretending he wasn't reading the sudden text. The one where a miser gets haunted into changing his ways. Exactly, Darwin replied, still speaking like a man reciting lines in a play. It's obvious to me now this is something similar. You're not ghosts, of course, but figments of my own mind. I was resting near my home, wrestling with unsettling implications of my work. It was warm. I must have dozed off, and now here you are, some grand mental spectacle, my subconscious working things out in the most dramatic way possible. The wizards exchanged glances. The dean shrugged. Ridcully smirked. Hold on to that thought, sir. And when I wake, Darwin continued, sounding more certain by the second, I'll have reached some resolution, preferably without remembering the wheeled elephant or the crabs, and especially not the flying whale. You want to forget? Ridcully asked, incredulous. Oh, absolutely, Darwin said with feeling. Ridcully shot Ponder a questioning look. Ponder checked the clipboard and nodded. A direct request was a direct request. Ridcully, Ponder noted, was sharper than he let on beneath all the bluster. Seemingly relieved, Darwin glanced around the hall one last time. I dreamt I dwelt in marble halls, he murmured, referencing some sentimental tune. The wizards let him have that one. After all, if a man wanted to believe he was dreaming, who were they to argue? The name Balfe, manager of London's Lyceum Theatre in 1841, flickered across Ponder's notes. Darwin studied the display with fascination. Some of these skeletal specimens are unfamiliar, he mused, but yes, that must be Robert Owen's Diplodocus carnegie. He spun around abruptly. You claim humanity endures, he asked, skepticism lacing his voice. That it ventured into the cosmos aboard domesticated comets, Ridgely shrugged. More or less, Mr. Darwin, and it thrives. Hard to say, but it's certainly faring better than if it were buried under a glacier. Darwin's eyes gleamed. So it has a fighting chance. Precisely. Still, to stake your survival on some fragile vessel hurtling through the void, vulnerable to unimaginable perils, Ridgely smirked. The dinosaurs did it, so did the crabs and every other creature that ever crawled out of the muck. Darwin blinked. Pardon. This planet's just another rickety ship if you think about it long enough. Darwin stroked his beard, lost in thought. Even so, life always finds a way, buried in ocean trenches, dormant in seeds. Is that enough? Ridgely countered. New minds rising only to be crushed again and again. If evolution didn't halt at the shoreline, why should it stop at the sky's edge? Once the beach was an alien frontier. If mankind clawed its way this far, who's to say it won't climb higher? Ponder glanced at his clipboard. Hex had scrawled. He's quoting Darwin back at himself. Darwin chuckled. A compelling argument, sir, though I believe it's time I woke up. Ridgely snapped his fingers. We can erase this little escapade, yes, he asked as blue light swallowed Darwin once more. Ethically sound since he requested it, Ponder confirmed. Hex will handle it. Excellent, Ridgely said, rubbing his hands. Send him back, Hex, but leave him. A whisper of memory, a keepsake. Darwin vanished. Mission accomplished, Ridgely declared. Now let's head back before, sir, Ponder interrupted. We should confirm no auditors remain on Roundworld. Rincewind cleared his throat. About that, later, Ridgely waved him off. The timeline's stable, we can. They're not waiting, sir, Rincewind yelped, stumbling backward. Shadows flooded the central hall. Above the twin staircases, a swirling mass coalesced, first a colossal gray robe, then a monstrous, ink-black entity. More robes merged into it, their hollow forms feeding the abomination. And they're really cross, Rincewind added. The auditor loomed, its void-like form blotting out the hall. Hex, Ponder started. Too late, the auditor thundered. We command here now. No magic, no science, no chocolate, and we owe you for this gift. Humanity really has a knack for self-destruction, doesn't it? Here we are, winning without even trying, unless you count the wars, the plagues, the whole art of death we've perfected. Shouldn't we be ashamed? Ridgely squinted at the ominous cloud. Stibbins, what's this nonsense about? Ponder adjusted his glasses nervously. Well, sir, there are some rather large wars coming in the next few centuries. Darwin's doing, sir. That's your expert analysis. Covers a lot in this situation, sir. No time for debates. But yes, these wars, bigger and bloodier than anything in theology. Bad news, then. Ridgely preferred his philosophy quick and dirty. Ponder hesitated. Depends how you look at it. More die in battle, sure, but way fewer from disease and humanity. It survives. Funny thing, they'll even repurpose war machines to leave the planet. Ridgely smirked. Classic monkeys. He turned back to the swirling mass of auditor. Nope, not ashamed. They get to keep going. They don't deserve it. Funny how that bothers you, Ridgely shot back. You know the horrors waiting for them out there, the auditor hissed. Or the ones they'll drag along. Probably no worse than what they've already faced, Ridgely shrugged. Besides, you don't care about their suffering, you just want them gone quietly. Right, the auditor flickered, its form wavering like a bad signal. Ponder wondered how many of them it took to make something so uncertain. It stammered, I want, then poof, gone like fog in sunlight. Guess it didn't learn enough, Ridgely sniffed. All right, send Darwin back. I'm starving, where's Rincewind? +++ hiding behind the mineral displays, +++ Hex chimed in. Impressive. Didn't even see him bolt. Fetch him later, let's move. The dean frowned. What terrors was it talking about? Ridgely chuckled. They're still monkeys, Dean, still screeching, still hauling their messy evolution behind them wherever they land. Darwin said something similar in The Descent of Man, Ponder offered. Solid chap, Darwin, Ridgely mused. Would have made a decent wizard. Ponder blinked. Sir, they put his statue in the canteen. Genius. Everyone sees it while eating, practical and educational. Ready, hex. The hall emptied, leaving only fossils behind. Darwin woke with a jolt, disoriented for half a breath, then sat up, oddly energized. He took in the buzzing bank, the darting birds, the whirl of life, and grinned. Yes, this is how it's meant to be. New detail, the fleeting exhilaration Darwin feels, like he's just remembered a dream where everything made sense. Voice shift. Ridcully's sarcasm cuts through the auditor's doom-mongering, flipping tension into dark humor. For those who love blending science and fantasy, check out The Science of Discworld and its sequel, The Science of Discworld Roman II. Fun fact, the Darwin family motto, Cave et Aud, translates to watch and listen, fitting for a family that reshaped how we understand life itself. Quick note, the index references in this ebook match the original printed edition. If you're hunting for something specific, just use your reader's search function, way faster than flipping pages. A. Abbott, Edwin A. Achilles, the legendary Greek hero, appears alongside mathematical paradoxes like the arrow paradox, which explores the nature of motion and infinity. The afterlife, a concept debated across cultures, contrasts with modern scientific theories like the Big Bang and black holes. Al-Qaeda and religious fundamentalism challenge secular thought, while algebraic geometry and transfinite numbers like Aleph Zero push the boundaries of mathematics. Darwin's groundbreaking work on evolution, from his voyage on the Beagle to Origin of Species, revolutionized biology, clashing with creationist beliefs like those in Bible Belt America. His discoveries, finches, barnacles, and natural selection, debunked the idea of intelligent design, though debates over irreducible complexity, like bacterial flagella, persist. Time travel theories, from Einstein's relativity to quantum mechanics, weave through paradoxes like the grandfather paradox and closed time-like curves. Parallel universes, dark energy, and string theory expand our understanding of reality, while historical figures like Newton and Archimedes anchor scientific progress. Religion and science collide. Christianity, Islam, and Hinduism grapple with evolution, cosmology, and the anthropic principle. Meanwhile, genetics reveals DNA's role, from junk DNA to retroviruses, reshaping our view of heredity and mutation. Victorian innovations, steam engines, social reforms, and Darwinism paved the way for modern thought, though class divides and political upheavals like fascism lingered. Science fiction, from Wells to Heinlein, imagines alternate realities, while quantum physics suggests multiple worlds. Ultimately, the universe remains a puzzle, finite or infinite, designed or emergent, bridging faith and reason, past and future, in humanity's quest for understanding.